because
going
it'll.
through here. Because it
Oh, the hub.
The hub might
It's a
have
hub issue.
Okay.
So go with the camera directly to your.
That's what we're doing that now.
Because
Yeah,
okay.
the Yeti blinks when it's muted. So
Okay.
So the hub is not strong enough. That's
So
basically what it
how
is.
are our levels look for
That's
audio
what
on there?
we-
But it worked downstairs. That's the funny thing.
yeah.
Okay, so I gotta.
That looks high though for the audio.
I can lower it down.
Well, we can do it on the mic.
Yeah, lower it on the mic.
Yeah.
Do you want it down? Do you want
The
it
gain actually, I think, is actually about as low as it's going to get.
Oh, really?
I think
Okay.
it's turned all the way to the left.
So what we can do is we can cut out one whole. Well, we were only going to talk for less than 30 minutes. So do we want it to start at 2:30, or do we want to cut out sequences and try to catch up?
What would we be?
Yeah, we're only 10 minutes away from 2:30 anyway. Well, 12 minutes. So
Yeah. So your call. I don't care with whatever you want to do.
I guess we just run everything half an hour late.
yeah, why don't we take the extra 10 minutes, get these levels set good, get the video, make sure everybody's comfortable, relaxed before we go, and then we're good to go.
My hair's already jutting out in all directions. So.
Don't tell me.
The camera's not off. No. Hang on. You've got an HD Pro 920. Configure custom 920.
Why is it red?
That's fine. That's okay. Oh, hang on. That's not.
Yeah,
Okay.
here we go. Easy. We got this. So we'll just set your resolution.
Now, Tiggs, are you
Need
gonna
the hard drive back.
run the thing, start the live stream, and then
Yeah,
you
you're just
join
gonna
us?
do this. You just gonna do it without me. So
Okay.
Triple or something.
Okay.
Okay.
Disable this because we don't need that.
So we're still going to go with the same stream then.
That's good. Then we don't have to boot people off of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll just
All
just
20,
shorten
19 people.
just shorten our sequence
Right.
and try to catch up so that we still start the grade at
So
2:35.
let's move this just.
Great.
there.
Starts
You
at
guys get
2:35?
seated.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we have to take a lot of time.
Yeah,
out of
because
it.
there's 2 commercials still to go. right?
Unless you want to start, like I said, unless we want to just start at 2:30.
Well, we can start now, and you can have a 5-minute segment.
Why don't we still take time though? I would say take the time to relax and then
How many people are watching?
19.
19.
They're not going to complain.
They know it's free.
We'll start it at 2:30 and then
Can we actually? Could someone that's in there comment? Because you can have comments on your stream, can't
Yes.
you?
Yes.
We'll just say we're gonna go live and like.
Yeah, because I want to be able to see our thing too, because I want to be able to. Are you putting Force and Friends with Star?
Yay!
What?
Probably on something. Yay! This is exciting.
Okay, so I'll get No, but why did you
That was
stop?
part of the sequence?
The whole.
Yay! That's
Okay. What an interesting half hour. Hey guys.
There's a lot of alcohol consumed.
Yeah. Welcome to Horse and Friend. Well, there's other friends in the back here as well, behind the camera. But welcome to our one day Furry TV.
Yeah, you could call it that, or
Yeah.
well, half a day.
Partial day,
Partial
6
day.
hours.
Last half an hour.
It's a social distancing.
Well,
day.
we're not only half an hour late. We're not actually cutting out that half hour.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, it'll still work. But yeah, so that was interesting. So
yes, for those of you who don't know, what happened was technology happened, and essentially we had problems getting Tig's computer to actually talk to the different devices, even though he had thoroughly tested everything previously. We are currently at the Con Hotel in one of the hotel rooms, and we had some technical difficulties. So we decided to start half an hour late. We've changed everything on our website, so it never happened. We're starting on time now, so we're actually starting at 2:30. So, and then the false start at the very beginning of this broadcast. But hey, that's what makes for good television, right? So, so I'm joined here by our con chair, Thalanor, and of course I'm BC Breakaway, and we're, as I said, here at the lovely Edmonton Inn and Conference Center, which is very quiet.
yeah, that's an understatement. So well, I mean, it's really kind of like that when we're not here anyway. So.
That is true.
No, very quiet now. I mean,
It's I think there's about 8 cars in the parking lot, so it's definitely something that it's a little depressing.
yeah. Now that being said, they've only been open for this is their 4th day now that they've been reopened.
Right,
So-
which originally they were planning to reopen June 1st, which if we were allowed to have a con at that time, that would have worked for us. But they apparently delayed until July 13th or 14th or something.
Some
Like that. So
random
it's been quite late for them, and the restaurant doesn't have the breakfast buffet. Because they can't have buffets right now. Though I did talk to the server, who so those of you who know Chef James Hansen, he's that really big guy that is the chef here at this hotel, and the executive chef. And he apparently he's trying to find a way for them to be able to do buffet again, because there are other places in Alberta that are doing buffet, albeit in a modified way. So thanks COVID.
Yeah. Well, thanks for a lot of things.
Thanks for a lot of things, exactly. So anyway, what have you been doing with your summer so far? I mean, it's a little different. That's not having to do foray this year. So
I've been focusing on my lawn a lot. That's been my focal point. Is it gives me something to do, and that's been essentially it. It's that and work. So because I've been working from home, that's the one advantage I've got is. Work's been actually bringing us back in certain phases, and because of a real quick history for people that don't know is it was about 10 years ago I actually had a blood clot in my lung, and so I was in the hospital for a couple weeks, and basically I only have the use of one lung. The other is kind of like Bear calls it like lung jerky. So it just kind of sits there and doesn't do anything. So because of that, me getting COVID would be not good. It'd be, not that it's good to begin with, but it'd be worse. And so for that reason, work actually has me and a few others in basically the last phase to return. What that means, we're not entirely sure. That's essentially, they say it's when basically things here, like in the province, return to normal. Well, I don't think the province will have it return to normal until like a vaccine or something similar is available.
right.
So I could be working at home until like the end of the year, next summer. It really depends.
How do you find working at home? Like,
better.
I mean, you're in IT, so
I
can
feel
you
like-
do pretty much everything at home?
I can do everything at home that I could do there. I actually have access to better equipment at home.
Are we on a plane? What was that?
Apparently, it's like the smoking sign went on.
Yeah.
Now you can smoke.
Okay.
So,
I need it.
but yeah, I actually have access to better equipment at home than I do at work, and just better resources.
So I have not, during the whole COVID thing, I didn't stop working this whole time. Certainly, it was weird not taking that week off in June to run for and all the time leading up to that. But I mean, it's a new world. We're just kind of having to deal with what we're dealing with, and it was sad to have to cancel for this year. That's why we called it postponement, by the way. And really it is, because we are keeping the same theme. I guess we'll have to get the shirts reprinted because they say 2020, but we're going to have to hopefully hope that things are going to be fine by next year. I know some cons in early January and February have already canceled for next year.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a difficult time to be as a con, because you don't, especially if you're in early January and because you've got no idea what's going to happen.
Right.
Even events that are still running later in the year, some of them are still tentatively planned, but you don't know. So housekeeping's
Oh
going
yes,
down the
now
hallway.
there's a vacuum going on
It's
outside.
nice and
so,
authentic.
yeah,
It's the
exactly.
con experience.
Right, exactly.
Well, I can go throw up in the bathroom if you'd like.
Well, that's just every Saturday for you, isn't it? Kind of.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
So as it is, our plans for next year are to basically have a do-over, in the sense that we're gonna still have the same theme, same guest of honor, hopefully the same guests, and ideally everything. We just have that much more time to make it that much better.
Yeah.
The one good thing that I will tell everybody is that Furray is on good financial ground, and it has nothing to do with the fact that, unlike the first so many years of Furray, when Thal and Fallout were pouring their own personal money into the con to the tune of thousands of dollars every year, Furray is now sound from a perspective of not being in a huge problem financially. And this year, because we had spent very little when we had to make the call about the con, it meant that there's not a lot of money already spent on things. So, unlike some of our sister cons like Fernal Equinox, who canceled a week before the con, they've already spent a tremendous amount of money on things like con books and all these other things.
Yeah.
Those are they worthless now? I don't know, right?
Could be worth
So,
more.
right,
It's collector's items.
limited edition, yes. So we hope that those of you who were coming to Furray this year are able to come next year. We take some comfort in the fact that the vast majority of people that are already registered simply carried over their reg to next year, which is a great sign. And I'm hoping that, like I said, we'll see all of you next year. Now, for this year, we still potentially have a Christmas party, but
Yeah, that one's going to be really, really up in the air. Things are changing so quickly now that it's really until we actually see concrete evidence of things, it's really hard to make any decisions. There's discussion that there might be a vaccine by the end of the year. Well, sure, if that's the case, then you might have an option. If it
is and whatnot, right? Because ultimately, sorry, what was that? Oh, okay, all right.
Keep talking.
keep talking.
Okay. Well, we probably can't have a potluck, even if we could get together. The biggest challenge is capacity, right? You're supposed to socialize. You're supposed to physically distance everybody by 6 feet. The huge challenge with that is, how do you make a furry convention or a Christmas party go, for that matter, if you do that? Because if we can't have a potluck, you can't really have a dance. You can't really sit with people. What's the point, right?
Yeah, it was funny. We were actually when a lot of cons were trying to figure out what was going to be happening. This is going back like 2 or 3 months ago. BLFC had done some of the math on how many hundreds of thousands of square feet they would actually require if they would actually maintain their attendance, or how opening ceremonies would be literally like 50 people, if that. And so yeah, I mean, to maintain social distancing, it would be very difficult. Also, I mean, like the furries in general, I find they're like, it's exciting. It's fun. It's being at a convention is a lot of fun, and in that excitement, I mean, it's hard to force oneself to enforce social distancing too. So even if you've got everything laid out properly, you still run into enforcement issues, and you don't.
And I think that's we don't want to be fun police, right?
Exactly.
We don't want to say break it
Yeah.
up. Like, I mean, that to me doesn't seem like.
Yeah.
But by the way, it takes us, your phone turned off, so we have no idea what time it is, and I'm trying to figure out. You're showing me the real time, and you're showing us how much time is left. Okay.
1 minute
Okay.
until it's
Because you know what, the
something.
thing about that is I have no idea what time we were supposed to end, so it actually is not all that helpful, right?
We have a commercial break.
We do.
Commercial
Are we have a
break.
commercial right now?
I believe so.
Oh, in 1 minute. No, apparently in 1 minute. I'm trusting this guy.
I'm just gonna go to drinking. You don't need me.
So I think the Christmas party is really on the bubble right now because ultimately, much like RDMC just canceled a few days ago, for the same reason, we don't want to make. No one wants to hold an event where you guys can't actually have fun, right? If it's a matter of everybody staying 6 feet apart and not talking and yelling at each other, it really isn't going to be that good. So apparently we are going to go to a quick break. We have a lot of things that we want to talk to you about today. We have I think 2 more segments before we get to the parade. So sorry for being half an hour late, but we'll come back after this.
Hi, I'm a dog, and I have a home. But not every dog is that fortunate. Underdogs help bully breeds. You know, pit bulls, Rottweilers, the other large breeds that people may be scared of, to find their forever homes. But that work is expensive, and with COVID-19 and no furry, that work is almost at a standstill. So I'm asking you to visit underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and donate whatever you can to help make me and other dogs happy.
This is Furry TV.
I think we're back.
I think we're back.
I think so.
The one thing that we can't do is right now, because of the way that we're set up, we have nobody monitoring if people are talking to us through either Telegram or through YouTube. We will for later. We will for later because when at 6:30, now it's 7:00. At 7:00, when Thal eats ice cream Mondays.
Yeah, that's going to be horrible.
When that happens, we want people to, of course, bid to get us over each tier so that I can make him eat worse and worse things on top of his ice cream. So we'll definitely have a way for you to... We'll have someone monitoring our YouTube account as well as Telegram so that people can bid it up and punish Thal for all his misdeeds.
Yeah, that
Um,
sounds fine.
Are you worried about tonight's?
Well, last year was probably the first year I actually thought I was going to get sick. So the pizza one actually wasn't that bad. I mean, yeah, it looked horrible and it didn't taste great, but I think I really underestimated with the poutine the sheer volume of it,
Yeah.
because it was a new poutine every time. We just kept adding more crap to it, and so yeah, that I was just getting so full near the end. But because with the first year one, I ate the entire pizza too. So
You did, and I remember we had pizza from the hotel as well as from somewhere else.
So yeah, what happened is because you're not really supposed to bring in a lot of outside food and beverage.
Correct.
We decided, okay, we're going to order all these pizzas from the hotel, and so we did. But no one really noticed that the hotel had brought them all in and had them at the back of the room, just ready for us. So pizzas were actually ordered in, and then I think it was like Pizza 73 or something like that we ended up using. And it wasn't until we were done the whole thing and we were leaving, and at the back of the room you can see all the pizzas that the hotel brought on schedule because we asked them to bring them in advance.
Right.
And so yeah, we just basically gave away free pizza to everyone after because.
But without the gross toppings.
Yeah, without the gross toppings.
What is the worst thing you've eaten so far? I mean, out of the poutine and the pizza, of the combination. Because, I mean, in itself, if you say, for example, the poutine, you name one of the items you had, like tuna. Tuna with the tuna fish water still on it.
That's
right?
generally fine. There was some weird jelly thing that was added, and I think that was actually the worst part. Like, it was some sort of clear gel-like thing. I can't remember what they were. I don't think I knew what half the things were anyway.
Okay.
But it was gross, and it was mainly because of the consistency more than anything.
Right.
Other than that, it
Well, I
wasn't
mean, I
horrible.
bet. I mean, we've eaten at Canadian Brewhouse the gravy when it's cold on the poutine when you're trying to eat that big hamburger thing.
Yeah.
That's kind of cold and gelatinous and gooey, and that's pretty disgusting too. So I can have an idea of how bad it is. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad that you're the one that does it because I don't think I would be able to survive it. And we know that Tiggs would just Tiggs it up.
Yeah.
So it can't. He would be a bad choice as well. And I don't know of anybody else on staff that is that adventurous when it comes to food. Maybe Bear.
Maybe. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I don't know. It also just depends what people like. Like, I mean, some people just even the thought of sweet and savory alone is enough to make people sick.
True.
Whereas, I mean, that doesn't really bother me at all. And so, I mean, it's kind of gross, but
Well, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's not the individual food. Like if I said to you, have some sardines.
yeah.
In itself, maybe you're okay with sardines,
Yeah.
but maybe you don't like sardines on top of your poutine or
Yeah.
sardines on top of your pizza or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So there is that. I think ultimately, for me, it's like I like buffets, so you would think I have plenty of odd food combinations, but those are more like you eat a little bit of this and then that, not
Yeah,
at the same
exactly.
time. Right? So I know at another con they did cupcakes. I think it was at IFC.
Okay.
They did cupcakes, and some of them were like tasty cupcakes, and others had things that should not be in cupcakes.
I remember hearing something about this. Yes.
Right, and it was kind of like a roulette kind of thing for charity.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that, hey, it's Canadian dollars, but we have raised, well, you have raised a lot of money as a result of your Thal Eats series for our charity,
Yeah.
right? By the way, you guys saw that. You guys saw the promo video with one of the Underdogs dogs. We'll have a few more throughout the day, but they're really hurting right now. So they were excited to hear that we were doing this. They felt sorry for you, but only so much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's because it's something that I'm happy to do. Happy-ish.
Happy is a relative term. I suppose.
It's and that's kind of. I mean, if it was just for a spectacle, I don't think I'd be as eager to do it. But I mean, especially this year, I mean, we need to see what we can do for the charity, and so I'm happy to do it. Honestly, I think last year half the reason I think it was so bad is also because I forgot. Wolver had his donut hole eating competition right before it. So I went straight from that into the poutine one.
Was it right before that?
Yeah, I had to go.
Who scheduled it that way? Oh, right.
I had to go from one room right to the next for that, and then of course, right after that was Drunken Fursuit Construction, and so
Who scheduled it that way?
so it was those 3 panels back to back. And after Drunken Fursuit Construction, I actually did get sick.
Did you?
It was.
Oh.
It was bad. I was actually
Not
I
on
was,
stage, though, I hope.
No, it was actually really it was bad because I was like the Temperance was assisting with that one, and I didn't want to just leave a mess. So I'm sitting here, I'm trying to throw all the spare building materials into a bag, and I'm dragging this bag like it was just huge. This garbage bag full of stuff. I was dragging it through the hotel, up the elevator, and I literally got my key in the door and opened the door, and the bag like ripped or something like that, and it made this hilarious noise. I remember chuckling, then immediately,
Upchuck.
yeah, I immediately was gonna vomit. So I left everything in the hallway and ran to the bathroom to get sick.
Well, that's kind of like the time I spilled broccoli in the hallway of a hotel. You
Yeah.
always like to remember about. You like to remind me of.
I've got to find that
Yes.
picture again to send to you
Yes, I
again.
was so sad. I spilled all that broccoli. We had saved it from the Christmas party and hallway broccoli,
Yeah.
floor broccoli.
And I just couldn't stop laughing at that.
Yeah.
But-
So I mean, I guess this is an experiment for ATV. We thought about doing a virtual con, but the reality is that you can't really reproduce the con experience.
yeah.
So we didn't want to call it a virtual con. I know other cons have, and I suppose there are some people that have done VR cons, right?
Yes.
And hey, more power to them if they want to do that. But I thought, we just wanted to see how many people would be interested in helping us get some entertainment going, highlight our dealers. If you go to our website, below, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the dealers that are doing something special for this weekend. Not just today, but yesterday and tomorrow too. So support the dealers. They're hurting a lot this year because, of course, there's nothing there. So we are apparently going to another commercial break in just a second here, and then we're going to come back for a little bit more of a chat. Maybe we'll bring Tiggs on as well.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Sounds good.
So we'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
First kiss ahead. Yeah, that's the same one, isn't it?
Well, you're supposed to run the next one.
Yeah.
We'll be back in a minute. Why does it say Horse and Friends on the screen?
Because I did Corona.
You shouldn't. Hi. I'm just giving Tig shit.
I hate you
This is
so
this is
much.
an all ages thing. I can't swear.
Nope, and I've actually been really good about that.
Yes, actually, you have been. I've been getting. So I'll say give Tig's crap.
Yeah,
How's that? Right. Though, if they can show Hamilton on Disney Plus, and they can have f-bombs and swear words and all that, surely, I hope,
Yeah,
you know.
that would be okay.
Yeah. Anyway, hey, where's Tiggs? Tiggs, you want to join us? You want to sit on the luggage?
Yeah,
thingy
I'm
here?
excited.
Sweet.
Yeah. I don't think we're allowed to actually show drinking. as
Don't
well.
worry, it's barely
It's just
alcohol.
this is pop, right?
It's
a
just
can
a
of
soft
Diet
drink.
Coke.
I swear, yeah. Well, it tastes like it.
Right. This is gonna get this better not become an episode of Bob and Doug McKenzie because
That was
There's-
my original thought when, because I mean, at one point, Tiggs and I were actually talking about doing something for for this weekend, and I was like thinking, yeah, okay.
you mean instead of the Coaster Life.
Yeah,
That's where
something
you-
kind of along those lines. We had been discussing, but then
Maybe like a Stadler and Waldorf thing or something.
yeah, but then I started really enjoying doing nothing. So I mean, I was just like, yeah, I'm okay with
Well,
this.
I do like the fact that you professed multiple times in chat that you had no idea what was going on.
Yeah,
as
like
far
I-
as what was going to happen this weekend.
Don't worry, apparently neither did I.
yeah,
So
it all works out. So
right. So it's there's a I mean there's a lot to this. We do appreciate the people that did contribute to programming for today. What is the person's name that did the slide guitar thing?
Canadian Mage Fox.
Okay, that's what CMF stands for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure. I thought maybe CMF might stand for like Country Music Fox or Country Music Fur or something.
Well, based on the material, you'd almost think so.
Yes,
definitely.
There's
Definitely
a twang,
attacks
right?
it
Well,
with
it's a slide
Well,
guitar, so it's
exactly,
kind of okay. So there's that. There's we have Dr. Nuka with First Science,
Yep.
who an hour and a half. We actually he originally I think asked for 2 hours, didn't he? And we said no, you can't have 2 hours. It's
no,
too
he
long.
asked for 90 minutes.
Oh, did he ask for 90 minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
and it was kind of like we can flex it so we can make it work. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. All right. And then we have Furry Tonight, which I interviewed Temperance of Common Crazy Studios.
Oh, wow. She's awesome.
Synchro Trace and Cinder Collie. So I've got some good guests on there, and then we torture you for an hour and a half.
I'm really excited for that.
Right.
part of me is too. I mean, just because I've got no idea what it's going to be like.
That's true
so-
because you had minimal input as far as like I said, you didn't even know what was happening today.
Yeah,
It's basically
I
said,
did
show
check,
up.
I did check the schedule a couple days ago though about
Okay.
what was happening. this
So you had an
weekend,
idea.
So I had a basic idea, but
Which is good because you probably had as much idea as most of us. I mean, admittedly, this is a lot bigger an undertaking than you would think. I was surprised at how difficult and complicated it is to get people from all over the place to get all your video together, to get it all in one place. Oh, we also have, I forgot, Mblade's VR chat too. That's
Yeah.
coming up too.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
VR, speaking of which, VR chat is very popular right now.
Mhm.
I have to admit that I tried I tried it once,
Yeah.
and I was just confused more than anything else.
I kept running into walls.
yeah,
But you do that in real
yeah.
life, so
Yeah, but it's like apparently Emblade told me you're actually not supposed to drink like an entire 12 pack before you start.
probably
Yeah,
not.
probably.
And you've tried it?
Yeah, I've actually used VRChat quite a bit. My experiences weren't quite as positive as a lot of people's were, but I actually intentionally went in like kind of incognito to see what it would be like to just.
So people didn't know who you were.
Yeah.
You just went in
And-
there and
yeah.
were
And
you a horse?
Yep.
Okay.
The response to that was that I should tell people who I am, and then they would introduce me to others. But I'm like that's not exactly the point I was trying to. I wanted to see what it would be like if just a random person just joined up, and yeah, it was.
Okay.
So-
Well, I mean, I guess at some point, give it a try.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
we'll see. But today I watched part of Mblade's show that he put together today, and he it's kind of weird because he's like there's multiple side. Like I think he's huge, and then there's like other characters that are like tiny little characters, and they're all on screen at the same time. So it's kind of neat. So, so of course the big thing, the big show today though is the parade, which is coming up like basically now, right?
Pretty quick.
Pretty now ago, yes.
Yes. Well, half an hour ago, technically.
Shut up.
But now, and I'm actually really excited about the parade. So for those of you who,
They let me be in it this year.
well, and the thing that people may not know about the Furry Parade is that we tend to not refer to it as a fursuit parade. We refer to it as a Furry Parade. And the reason for that is simply because we try to put in a little bit more than just it's about fursuits doing
Yeah.
Death March, right? We want it to be more inclusive of other people that are maybe different types of entertainers, people that aren't necessarily even in suit. We do say that we want people to have something that makes it furry, like ears or a tail or whatever. But generally speaking, I think we're pretty good about having a lot of people in that parade. And this year, being that we have no foray, we obviously have no parade, and so it was it's kind of a neat idea to say, let's do a virtual parade, but not just any virtual parade.
Yeah.
Well, and,
Right.
and Keenan did such great work with
He did.
this.
He did. He really did. It was. I pitched it to him as an idea. I think he thought I was crazy at first, but then once he kind of understood what I was trying to,
He knew you
convey,
were crazy after that.
He knew, but but the thing was that he pulled it off, and then you guys have seen sort of the preview clip. I think it's Wolver on the front of the first float with the donut. It's actually a really cool thing to have, and we really appreciate I think it's about 40, just over 40 suitors that appear in the parade that's coming right up. It was really cool to see all these people sending in their clips. And I know, you know what, for those of you who did it, thank you, because it wasn't just as simple as walking across a screen or across a stage on a camera or something, or just, waving or whatever. We wanted you to actually shoot in front of something that we could use, like a green screen kind of situation, green screen, blue screen, or even just a solid background that wasn't a color in your fursuit. So I know there was a lot more to it than that, and the thing that was interesting was Kanan put a ton of work into rotoscoping a lot of the videos, because no matter how good you tried, not you, but maybe you, but I mean the reality is that not every video was great quality, so we had to do a lot of work with that, right? So it was kind of fun to actually see that different videos get put together, and Kanan did a lot of work. He spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on this to make it so that we all look good.
Yeah, he made me look good, which is
saying something.
I'll say, right?
So so I hope you enjoy the parade. It's going to be coming up in about 2.5 minutes.
Like
right now? Like right now, this second?
Right now, this
Yeah,
second.
like
It's
2
ready
minutes
to
2 minutes
ago.
ago.
No, because the first 5 minutes is us talking.
Oh.
If you read the schedule, the first 5 minutes is us talking. That's
There
why.
you go.
Well, I can't
See,
make heads or tail in this schedule.
I know, because I wrote the schedule.
I've got it right here on my
Right.
on my device.
That's why I'm confused. You guys are all freaking out when I'm looking at this and saying, "Well, it's only 3:02."
So the great thing is with the way this all started, it
doesn't matter anymore.
It couldn't end any worse.
Right.
So.
But my goal is that I wrote a damn schedule at 2:40 in the morning. We're gonna follow it, damn it,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Even if it kills us. So, and it probably will. So,
It might.
so in
You particularly.
So what we're hoping is next year, Kanan was saying, even if we have a foray, he would love to do another virtual parade,
cool.
because it's kind of a neat idea, and we want to see more people get involved with putting in creating the floats and all that, because right now it's a lot of fun to see what people came up with, and
It turned out really well. I was actually I was surprised. I wasn't sure what to expect, but then once we started seeing some of the previews, I was pretty excited about what was happening.
I think you probably didn't even quite grasp the vision when we were talking.
I had
about
a general idea, but I thought it was so crazy that it probably wasn't going to work.
Right.
And it was going to be able to.
Right. It was better than I had imagined, actually. So
Some good
it worked
Kool-Aid.
out. It worked out.
It's amazing Kool-Aid, isn't it?
So anyway, I guess any last words before we go to our parade?
I'm just really excited that we've got a few people watching this. I mean,
A few? How many people are watching?
We might almost be in the double digits by now.
Oh,
So-
double digits.
Oh.
So 2.
Oh. This is like. oh, okay. That's
Oh,
pretty.
okay. Yeah,
oh,
that's great.
Wow.
That's great. Yeah.
I'm impressed, and I apologize too.
And
But-
if anybody is trying to say something, I mean, I guess Wolver might be paying attention to some degree. I don't know.
If it's
We're
important,
trying,
we'll
yeah.
see it after, and we'll
Right.
address it.
There's no fursuiting involved, so he's not as interested in it.
Yeah. We'll have a donut eating thing next time.
That's true. He did bring us donuts today.
So but yeah,
he brought
you
Hawaiian
guys
donuts.
donuts.
Oh, right. You're on keto again.
Yes.
No, we have to figure out what
That's a
Hawaiian
shame.
donuts are. That'll be the next thing.
They're keto friendly.
Are they?
They are?
No.
I'm in.
No.
Damn.
But yeah, I'm just happy that people are watching, and it's
Yeah.
something to do today. And yeah, I mean,
Great, and I guess we'll see all of you and more, hopefully, later tonight at 7:00 now for Thal's punishment. I mean, Thal's charity thing.
yes.
And don't forget, Jake Tiggy's got the dance after
And
that.
the
Yep.
dance after that.
Yep.
So enjoy the parade, everybody, and we'll see you guys later tonight.
See you guys.
This is Furry TV.
What? Oh no, I'm late for the meeting. Alright, here I come. Everybody, get out of the way. Oh wait, there's somebody there. Ah, my toe! Come on, you stupid elevator, hurry! Alright, almost there. Oof, sorry. Okay, I'm here. Oh, hey.
Glad you could join us.
I sincerely apologize for being late, but I think you'll like our movie idea. We're huge fans of your films, and we hope you'll consider producing ours. Picture, if you will, a story that takes place at a furry convention. We follow the story of several furs, all separate, but linked in some way. Okay, I think we need to start with an interesting setting. How about the typical furry room party? I'll take your unimpressed silence as a yes.
Oh, whoa, what's this? I thought this was a party! Let's dance!
Not bad, but maybe we can spice it up a little. No, we are not doing a horror movie. Those are unoriginal, uninspired. No. Next, we need some sort of conflict to drive the story. Something Shakespearean and tragic. We start with the princess enjoying the party, but is later betrayed by her brother, who heartlessly and tragically throws her into a black hole, ball pit of doom. We'll figure it out later. Yes, wonderful, perfect. And maybe we should probably have some sort of love story. But let's have a pirate. That sounds fun, right? Right?
Remember this, mates. This will always be the day that you almost captured Captain Jack Sparrows. What do you think? This is what you can be. How do you feel up here on the front of the ship? I'm flying, Isaac. I've got you.
You just want more violence and killing. Typical bear stuff. Rock, paper, scissors? Ha! Yes, pirate love story it is! No, stop it! Okay, we need a buddy pair to lighten the mood. Let's see what you got.
And you are responsible for delaying my rendezvous with Star Command!
You are a toy!
You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity.
Not bad, but maybe we can try something different. With, wizards or something instead? Let's just see.
Wingardium Leviosa.
It's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Avada Kedavra!
I like the first one more. Ah, fine, you win this one.
Your script has potential, but if you want it to succeed, you need a big name star attached to it to draw the audience in. Take my past films, for example.
That belongs in a museum!
You want a star that has strength, passion, but also vulnerability. One that the audience will root for. One that demands your attention.
Here's Cassidy.
You know what I mean?
We actually already have a star lineup for the film. Have you ever heard of Empty Shadow?
The Empty Shadow?
Yes, we were fortunate enough that he showed up at our auditions.
To be or not to be? That is the question. I'm a full hand star. I've got everything. I am gold. I am a diva. I am a diva with a capital D. When it is no more in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, I do all my own stunts. I can try to do a backflip. It'll probably just look like me falling over backwards. This is how to do a backflip in Fursuit. I can take arms against a sea of troubles, and by posing, end them. Who's a pretty cat in the mirror there? Staring right back at me. I'm a musical, and a star, and an action hero.
Yeah.
Give me a sword. Fursuits can catch. I was at the edge of my life. See, I will save the furry convention from boredom and ugly fursuits. Ha ha! Surprise! I'm not left-handed. I didn't need that anyway. I'm andropostrous. I would say I do stand-up comedy, but I really feel like sitting down right now. Water! Water! I need water! Cut! Water! I didn't study for the rest of this. This is just supposed to be a short audition. You gotta pay if you want more. I don't know. You guys, I'm auditioning you. I'm trying to figure out whether I want to work with you or not. This isn't the brand I want. What do you guys, what kind of show do you guys run around here?
Alright, we got like another scene coming up, so I need you to clear the set.
Clear the set? This is my set.
Security!
This is the empty
Security!
shadow.
Thanks, Empty Shadow.
I'm taking this with me.
This is good, very good, but it's still missing something.
Perhaps a twist.
Wait, what? Did you just...
The way I see it, this whole film is just the beginning of something bigger. Our movie is a launching pad for future furry films that are interweaved with one another. A furry cinematic universe. Here's how I see this epic played out. The first phase ends with the classic battle between good and evil. But phase 2, lines are drawn, friendships are tested, and a war is imminent. Which culminates into the final phase. We round up every fur from the past in a massive free-for-all at Musical Chairs!
Hasn't Musical Chairs been done to death?
Perhaps, but we're adding a twist to the formula. Hot potato! Back and forth, don't be left standing, don't be left holding the inflatable. One by one, furs get eliminated. There's redemption for some, and betrayal for others. Until it's down to 2, challenging for the greatest prize of all.
I like it. This is exactly the type of project I'm looking for. I can see a bright future for the both of you and for this potential franchise. Gentlemen, I think we have a deal.
I can't believe it. We actually did it. We're getting our movie made. I mean, even after the fact that I slipped in, we should celebrate, don't you think? What? You're back to not saying words again? Well, whatever. You spoke up at the right time. But we should really work on that, you know? It's not like you have subtitles for everyone you meet. No, that is not a thing in real life. I can't believe you're arguing about this again. Fine, you're pretty, but you're paying for dinner. Maybe pizza, or Chinese, or how about Italian? And the poutine, right? Right? Hey Bastion, have you ever noticed how flat Alberta is? You know, it's just messing with me. The aspect ratio of the sky and ground is just too much sky.
Now reverse that and then have like Marlo win. No, have Marlo win. Okay, Marlo, let's do. You're gonna do paper. You're gonna do paper.
Beautiful. Okay. Let's do like one more take it back. That was fun. Rock flying. I'm gonna get you in frame. High fine cone. And back here. Yeah. Action.
There's Cassidy.
Shoot him. And dead. And you're dead, body. And scene. And scene.
Scene. I decide when the scene's over. I'm the diva.
Hey there everybody, my name is Mr. Madge, and this is CMF Slide Guitar. Today what I'm going to teach you guys about is sliding on the guitar. Usually have a piece of slide material. It can really be anything from a key to a proper slide piece, such as this big brass one that I have from Dunlop. and you have a guitar. Some people have a normal guitar, some others have an acoustic, some have a steel guitar. It's just player's choice, you know. In my case, I got a free acoustic here, so we turned it into a slide guitar. Now, there's two ways you can turn it into a slide guitar. Either you turn it into open G or open D, and you just start jamming out with whatever you have, or you can also do this. Oh, I don't know if I can get it on the camera. Hang on. That little piece of metal right there is an extension nut. That extends the strings above the fretboard. Therefore, when you're sliding, the metal slide piece does not hit the fretboard, and it's a nice smooth sound. I'll give you guys a quick demonstration of this. Now, you know, and it keeps it nice and smooth, and it doesn't do much, you know. Real nice sound, real nice sound. Now, I'll be right back with the logistics and how to tune this thing. I'll be right back. So, boys and girls, today I'm going to teach you guys how to tune this to open D and the other guitar into open G. Then we'll get to that later on. Open D is D, A, D, F sharp, A, D. That is. Should be nice and smooth, nice and calm, and it sounds kind of like... Are you sure you can make music out of this string tuning? And it's just like, yeah, I can. We're going to start out with the basics. We're going to start out with the lower two strings. That is this one and this one. Out of these two, we're going to gradually build up to all six. But you want to start out with just a few to get used to it. So the lowest one is the easiest one to play, in my opinion. So what we're going to do is we're going to go from no frets all the way up to 3rd fret with the slide piece, all the way down, and all the way back up to the 5th fret with the slide piece. I know, we're not using the frets. This is our fret. That's the trick to slide guitar. Lots of people don't understand that this is the fret. And they think that they play between the frets here, like this. Which sounds a-okay, but you want to play right above the frets, since this is the fret itself. And feel free to go between 3rd and 5th. That is 3rd up to 5th and down to 3rd, and then nothing. And that's just a trick of it, you know. Not sure if you can see it, so I'll move it. Once you get that down, we can move into the 2nd string as well. You might hit the 3rd string in there too, you know, just kind of go with it, whatever. The more strings you hit, the harder it's going to be to control it, yet the easier it's going to be to play. Now that we've gotten down to the 2 strings and accidentally the 3rd string, we're going to go between the highs and the lows. So you go to your high over here, and your low over here. And now this is where it gets tricky, because you got to be able to switch between the highs and the lows real fast, you know? Sounds pretty cool, you know, and it's a very simple step. You just go low and high. You put it to 3rd and up to 5th. Down, 3rd, and nothing. Sounds pretty cool, you know. And from there, I guess we're going to go a little bit higher, you know. We're going to try and get all the way up to... I'm not sure, because I can't count very well, but we're going to go to this fret right here. So where those 2 dots are, we're going to go to this metal fret that is right there. Alright. So... this is what makes slide guitar tricky, because you never know when you want to slide up there. However, if you slide up there too early or too late, it's going to sound really weird. That right there sounds a little bit too early, you know. That sounded about right, but you could say that's a little bit late. So you really want to make sure that everything's balanced when you're playing a slide guitar. Something like that, as simple as that, you know. There we go. Now that we've got the basics down, we'll be right back with a little bit more intense stuff. And we're back. So, in this case, I'm going to also teach you guys how to play on the lap, which is not like this. It is actually down like this. Now, it's a little bit more difficult because, you know, you're facing the guitar straight on rather than having it pointed out at your audience. So you can hear all the sound. They can't really. That's why I have this trusty little microphone here. I doubt it's going to pick up anything. You know, the camera's only about a meter away. But in this case, lots of people find that trying to play like this a little bit harder. So, you know, you kind of just got to go for it. Remember, 3rd and 5th fret are your best friends. Low and high are your best friends too. Right? So, once you have that all down, I know I've said so many times, and once again, I just said it again. Wow. I guess it's just one of my new favorite terms. Anywho, back to slide guitar. We're going to get into the middle stuff. We're going to get into all the guts of the strings. We're going to go through the A, D, F sharp, and the A. I find randomly plucking at the strings is the best as long as you have this on a proper fret. So put it on 3rd or 5th and just start going for it, you know? Kind of like a chicken going to town on some seeds in a chicken coop, you know? Just... Get some slide in there too. It's as simple as that, and out of nowhere it sounds amazing, you know? It's just like, you gotta ask yourself, how did I just make that even sound remotely good? I was literally chicken scratching at it with a guitar pick, choosing random places to put a piece of metal, and, you know, sliding it around a couple times. That's the trick to the slide guitar, is it doesn't have to always be perfect, and you never, ever need it to sound good. All you need is to make sure that you have a steady rhythm, and make sure that you have proper tuning in the fret. Once you have proper tuning, you know, and a fret, then just start chicken scratching at it. Slide up to another fret. And down to another. And then none. And that, right there, boys and girls, is how Mr. Madge, your host here, learned how to play slide guitar without a single lesson. All I got taught was how to tune it and how to replace the strings. And from that, I realized that I could take any sort of piece of metal that's nice and flat and soft and won't, you know, cut the strings. And I just went to town. So next up, I'm going to teach you guys how to play the electric slide guitar in open G. Since we've done the open D on this one, this one's A-okay. It's good for learners, good for beginning, and good for, you know, getting the music out there. However, this one over here doesn't have lifted strings, so it's a lot more difficult. Trust me, you're going to want to have your strings lifted if you're just beginning, or it's gonna sound a little bit. Also, if your strings are lifted, it's a likely chance you're going to want a thick and heavy slide piece such as this one. That way you can push down on the strings more without them touching the fretboard, yet you also have that deeper sound compared to, you know, just laying it on the strings a little bit. Kind of sounds like a tin can. When you push in a little bit, nice and clear, nice and crisp. Another example of this is a glass slide piece right here. These ones are meant for very light, you know, pressure. As you can tell, it sounded kind of bad because I don't really like using this light piece. So, next up, acoustic. Wait, we already did the acoustic. What am I doing next? Oh, the electric guitar, of course. We'll be right back one more time. And this guitar right here is my maple electric guitar. Oh, did we just have a power cutout? We just had a power cutout. I'll be right back after we get the power back on. Alrighty, power's back on. Hopefully that won't happen again. That right there is called Not So Good Extension Chords from the 60s. Trying to play a electric guitar through it. Not very good, not very good. So, anywho, this guitar right here has brand new guitar strings on it. Or does it? I can't remember. Either way, nice guitar strings, brand new. Barely used, so they're perfectly fine for tuning and stuff like that. It's tuned in open G, which sounds like this. Now I can't remember what the exact tuning specifications are on this one. The other one is D-A-D, F-sharp A-D, but I can't remember the open G ones. I kind of should, but I sadly don't. Either way, we'll get back into it a little bit. This right here is primarily used as a lap steel playing slide piece, but I play a slide guitar a little bit differently. Upwards, without strings lifted, and, you know, sounds a-okay to me. Who needs your strings lifted? So first we're going to start with the true oldies right here, which is the upper tones there. That is this piece right here, or what's it called? I should remember this. But this piece of the guitar here, I took guitar class in grade 9, and I can't remember because that was 4 years ago. But the reader thing, the pickup, there we go, that's what it is, the guitar pickup. We're going to use this guitar pickup at first here to make it sound a little bit sharper and scarier. I'm going to use a nice old Fender pick, Fender Premium or whatever it is. And there we go. Of course, that takes years of practice. I've been playing this thing for 2.5 years, and that's as far as I've gotten. There's other people out there that can do all sorts of stuff. You can't expect to turn into the Cult's, I think it's Firewoman, or I can't remember what song it is, but they have a wicked slide guitar intro. And so, you can't expect to get that good, especially the Dire Straits, you know. You can't expect to get that good overnight. That is probably taking those guys at least 5 or 10 years of practice. In my case, it's just 2.5. Almost 3 now, actually. So, just remember, if you're not good and you don't feel like it's good yet, just remember this. It doesn't have to sound good. slide guitar is not meant to sound good. It's literally one of the worst sounding ways to play a guitar that there could be, you know? At least with a fret. At least you know that when you push down on that, that fret's gonna babysit you and it's gonna help you through that tone, you know? However, slide piece is not so nice. Slide piece is like wherever you put it, it's gonna make a noise, you know? So no matter what, even if you're over here, don't worry if it sounds that way, you know? That's how it sounded for me the first year I tried to play this thing. Anywho, let's get into it. We're gonna switch to this upper bridge here. That's my favorite one. It's also Chick. I'm sure you guys know that band, Disco Kings of the 70s there. I can't remember his name. I think Neil Rogers was his name or something like that. But the guitarist of Chick primarily used this one right here for those funky tones that he made. So this is more meant for disco, but we're going to do a disco slide, because why not? That's another way you can play, is you just put the fret somewhere, or this big old slide piece fret, put it anywhere, strike all of the strings at once. You just go to town, you know? Don't give a damn about if it sounds good or not, just... Bang! Just like that. You want that spice on there, you know what I mean? I got a cassette recording right now so that I can, you know, listen to this later, and it's hitting the red bars every time, so I'm gonna go fix that real quick so it doesn't destroy the tape. Alrighty, we're back. Kinda almost knocked over my expensive vintage microphone here that I can never replace, so that was fun. I'm gonna go through different kinds of slide piece now, since we've gone through tuning, we've gone through playing styles, and we've gone through the difference between an acoustic and electric, strings lifted, strings not lifted, using frets with this and not using frets with this. We've gone through pretty much everything that's basic on the slide guitar. Now we're going to go through what you need for proper playing of the slide guitar. If you're tired of using that key that I told you to use earlier, it's time to upgrade. Get some professional slide pieces. So, first off, maybe favorite one for the electric one here, the lap steel slide piece. You know, pretty nice, holds nice, and it's definitely an interesting shape. Next up, this is one of my other favorites here. It's called a mud slide. It's one of the classic blues sounds right here. This is responsible for stuff like I Just Came Back to Say Goodbye. I can't remember the artist's name, but in the beginning when he's doing the slide guitar, he's using a mud slide. He's using a mud slide. So I'll give you a little demonstration of what that sounds like here. With this one, I'm going to just use my thumb. No picks today. Got a guttural sound to it, you know. It's when you use your thumb and you use a mud slide, it just sounds muddy. It sounds so just like you just drag this guitar through a mud puddle, you know. I don't primarily like how that sounds, so I use a pick because it sounds a little bit sharper. You can also grow out your nails and make it... But, you know, still, the pick can pick out each and every one with a crisp sound. I'll go through some different picks here. Mudslide's going off. We're going to trade that for something else in just a little bit. This one right here is a cat tongue looking one. 67 milliliters, you know, or millimeters or milliliters? I don't know. Millimeters, yes. So it's got a little bit of a flop to it, but not too much. We're going to switch over to my chrome one. This one is my very fancy chrome slide piece. Pretty much like this, but meant for your pinky finger. Don't pop on me now, stereo. Messed up. That's a-okay though. Feel free to mess up as many times as you want. I'm almost 3 years in experience and I still mess up all the time, even when I'm on camera right here, right now. You know, I can be as cool as I want and be like, oh yeah, I know how to play slide guitar. But realistically, I don't know how to play slide guitar. Are you kidding me? I may have 3 years of experience, but I still to this day don't know how to hit the strings every single time without making it go, you know? So, don't be afraid to lose and don't be afraid to fail at this slide guitar stuff because it is not easy to do. It's never going to be easy to do. It takes people up to 10 years before they even start to get a little bit good, you know? So, have no fear, boys and girls. Sometimes you just gotta get your anger out, you know? Take a loose one that can go side to side real easy, you know? You want it to be flexible if you want to get that kind of rage out, you know? That right there is the modern way that I play the blues, because it used to be back in the day, you know. Classic way to get your anger out, you know. The blues guitar is there to get your anger out. That's one of the primary uses of the slide guitar, you know, because fretboard. It's a-okay, but it's not the same feeling as getting that anger out, you know. We'll be right back after a quick intermission. My fingers are starting to feel a little bit painful. And I'll switch up the slide pieces once again for you guys right away here. Don't worry, we'll be right back. Alright, boys and girls, we're back from our quick little intermission there. This time I'm going to use one of my brass pinky slides on this. And then after that we're going to show off the glass piece. And we're going to finish off this little video of slide guitar lessons slash don't give a damn if you mess up on the slide guitar by me jamming out a little bit with a mixture of these, you know. Probably just going to stick to this one later, but we'll find out. So today, you know, basic guitar pick, basic brass. They say that the brass right here is the best sounding slide material that you can have. If you have a brass pipe somewhere, make sure that you round off the edges, because you don't want to have that cutting the webbing in your fingers. That's going to be a very bad time. So you want to take, you know, your standard pipe, round off the inside and the outside edges. That way it's nice and soft and it doesn't hurt. That way, when you play, nice and calm and smooth. We're going to go down here. Now remember, if this stuff is getting way too complicated for you, we're going to return to the basics. Low, high, 3 fret, 5 fret. Whatever that just turned into, you know? That's how you start using the slide guitar effectively. Don't care if you miss a couple strings in there. This is not like let's see. I don't have it tuned properly, but it's not like guitar class where if you miss a fret, you miss a score, you know? It's not like guitar class. Trust me. This is open style slide guitar. You don't have to worry about if you hit this string like this or like this. You know, as long as you hit whatever you want to hit. It'll take some time to practice. And don't worry. I trust that you guys have it in you to practice a little bit. But, you know, hopefully you guys will eventually enjoy the slide guitar. If not, that's totally fine. For a long time, I took about a year's break because I couldn't figure it out. I was just tired of trying, and I took a year's break to, you know, get my fingers back to normal. And when I returned, I was better than I was before, so... Sometimes you need to take a break on the slide guitar. Other times you just need to try harder. Ha! We're out of tape! Oh, we're out of tape! That's A-okay. That's A-okay. I'm going to go change that to the side B. We'll be right back. There we go. We're back. We're back. Alright. So I'm going to teach you guys how to use the glass piece. The glass piece is the lightest piece of slide that I've ever experienced in my life. It's the most difficult, in my opinion, to use. Usually the heavier the slide piece, such as this fella right here, the heavier the sound is and the easier it is to use. This right here, you have to press down a lot harder, but you have much more clarity and it sounds a little bit more pretty, you know?
This is Furry TV.
Hey guys, this is M-Blade. As you may know, Furry is canceled. This already would have happened like last month. But yeah, so we're doing a nice promotional thing this weekend. Hope you guys enjoy all the programming. I just want to share our experiences of what we found that really kind of changed us via chat. And I brought my friends here to kind of have a little interview and talk about, what makes VR chat special for us, So, maybe I'll start with Carne.
With a platform like this, it's allowed someone like myself who was a closet fur for years, to finally have a community. We don't have where I live any furry community at all.
Oh wow!
And this has allowed me to finally meet other furs and to hang out, and to socialize and to it for me personally and in other ways it's been life altering, which a lot of that comes from the VR immersion and being able to be with other people of like interests, and it's definitely had, like I said, life-changing experiences within the last 4 to 5 months.
Well, yeah, it's been changed a lot of people's lives. Like I've seen a lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are,
Oh yeah.
Like I've met people who actually refuse to get into VR chat because they could see the addiction happening. They could see them just falling down the rabbit hole and just never coming out.
No, not
Yeah.
addiction. It's not. I don't see it as an addiction though. That's
It's
the
more like
thing.
a
I mean,
relaxing
it's
experience,
therapeutic.
to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, for an awful lot of us, I mean, it's therapy and it's helped with issues that long-term issues that we've had. And particularly people who have severe social anxiety issues are able to exist in social experiences that IRL they would not be able to do, and it can help. It's helped people that couldn't be in a group to be able to be in a group, and that ends up translating back over to real life as well.
It does, because I find for VR chat or anything like that, when people get into the furry fandom and they finally they make the first step into going to actual physical fur meets and eventually to fur cons, I can see people, it's kind of cool to see them like starting off this shy little person, and then they come out to this, they start like, I see people who are like, they go to dance comps. I still can't do a dance. I'm too shy to do that. But it's like, holy cow, right? This like a complete change, and it's really cool to see that,
I can probably do dance cons, but the problem is it's just too much work, and I just don't know where to start.
Oh yeah. So Bio, what do you like about VR chat? Like how's it changed you?
For me, it has, like, this year, it's been really a fun and enjoyable experience this year because, like, this year I got to hang out with more friends online. I even got to hang out with one of my local furs online here. We get to go on fun adventures. We got to make videos online. And, like, jumping on here just feels like I'm at a furry convention all over again or a local fur meet. And even when I make videos with friends, I feel like I'm doing short skits again or just fun projects with friends in general. And it's just such a wonderful and positive experience in this game. And this year I've been trying to get more and more people on here because it's one of the best ways to deal with stress and anxiety, because this year a lot of people have been facing a lot of stress and anxiety because of the whole isolation thing, COVID-19 and political issues right now in life. And like every time I come on here, I feel like the furry community is alive and just awesome. It's just, again, being there with people is just such a wonderful experience in this game, and I just love it.
Yeah. Now, the cool thing you say this, because I'm going to bring this out to the point. We just happen to have 3 different types of VR chat experiences right here in front of us. So,
yeah.
Right? These guys have amazing experiences in VR chat, and so have I. And it really doesn't matter what technology you have, right? BioGods, he's just in desktop, because you can tell people are desktop because their arms are down like this, and they're not expressionate, but it doesn't matter. They can still participate, be part of the group, come to the dances, chat with people, and that's what matters. Right?
Yeah, like basically, you can still enjoy the experience without the VR system. And I've been doing this whole entire time. And people think, the game's called VR chat. You need a VR system. No. You can still hop onto this game without a VR system. And I've been having a wonderful time without the VR system.
Exactly. Like, Alexi has been so nice to lend me his VR set. I actually don't own this. It's Alexi. He just came to my house one day. He's like, here's the Oculus Rift. Just hold on to it for me. And like about a year later, he got the touch controllers. Like, here, have these. I'm like, okay. because he's too busy. He's always working. He has all his stuff, and But I mean, and then you look at Carne over here. You got the Index, right? Don't you?
No, I have a Vive Pro, but I have Knuckles.
Oh, okay.
For it, and it's
There you go. So he's got full body tracking, right? So I actually I see it like it's like partial suiting to maybe 3/4 suiting to full suiting.
Something like that.
Right? Put it that way.
Like in this game, it feels like you're wearing a fursuit, but you're not. It's really interesting.
I know, right? And some people actually wear their fursuits, but minus the head, and put on the headset. I don't know why. They just like to overheat for fun of it. But they like the enjoyment. They like feeling in a suit. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could like build a foam head with the headset inside, that'd be kind of cool, right?
Oh, there you go. Oh, boy, that'd get hot. That would be.
Oh, I know, right? Just so hot.
Yeah.
Well, like, it's so nice. It's so VR chat could be what you make of it, right? Like, when I came into it, maybe I wasn't looking at the right spots, but I didn't really see any organized meetups or dances. The idea is you meet cool people. You add them to your friends list, and they all come, and then we'll eventually start friending each other. I have like 730 friends now. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, that was like for me the problem, because I came onto VR chat over a year ago.
Yeah.
When I first got my Rift, and I couldn't find anybody. I couldn't find the community at all.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so you just ended up hanging out at the pub areas and listening to some of the musicians, and then thankfully one of my other friends got on back just after the COVID, and I was able to get with him, and it just got in with you guys, and it's just been an amazing like literally like the 2 weeks that I spent during while I was not laid off, but I was furloughed. I mean, that was some of the best 2 weeks I've ever in my entire life.
Boy, yeah.
It just the experience was just amazing. Being able to be in full immersion for 12, 16 hours a day some days.
Oh my gosh.
And it just
that's crazy.
It was I mean, basically from the time I got up. I mean, and some of the people are that hardcore with it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people aren't.
I usually get on here around night hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of people ask, like, how do you get your custom avatars? How do you become you in VR chat? And the funny thing about VR chat is the developers made this amazing platform, and they just basically made an SDK for Unity and like a little page of like do's and don'ts, and they're like, here, you do the rest. You use Blender. You literally mold, sculpt whatever you want. Here's the tools. Here's a bit of how-tos. But basically, everybody teaches each other because there's not much really content out there.
No,
it's kind of outdated because they keep changing so much. It's like, it's complicated. Like if you can get into Blender and learn how to do the donut thing, the tutorial. I saw one person. She said, "I've never done Blender before, and I did the donut tutorial, and suddenly she made something like this." I was like, "What? That's crazy! You just made an avatar." Like, if somebody like that can do that, like anybody can do it. As long as they put enough time and effort into it, So yeah, we came into this graffiti world where we could actually spray paint stuff on the wall. Like VR chat is so cool; they can do like so many cool things. And I just brought these guys in here. We can paint our own things. I put like my own Emblade. We got Toxic's little mural here. We got Kudalin drew her little thing. So. It's pretty cool. So, yeah. So how did you get into VR chat? Like, what's like the coolest thing you find in VR chat? Yeah.
So like for how I started out in VR chat, it was I had been watching. I'd heard of it, but it was like oh, I didn't have VR at the time. I wasn't like. If I didn't have a VR headset, what's the point of really going into something like VR chat, right?
Exactly.
But then actually I started with what probably a lot of people did, which is the Shiba Squad. I saw Rectal Bisque's videos, I started watching them, and I just saw people just having fun in VR chat. Not like necessarily like any of the VR aspect, or just people being them a version of like whatever version of themselves that they wanted to be in VR chat. And that release, I was like, that's incredible, because like I've been in the furry fandom for a long time, but I've always been on the outskirts of it. I've been I've used Second Life for many, many years. I've had all my avatars, and it's wonderful seeing your avatars move for you. But it was another whole thing of like, you look and it's like, these are your hands. These are you, like you're controlling them. And it's not just quite like, I know there's a lot of fursuiters who apparently get the same sort of, oh, it's me. But with this, it's like, there's no, like, the only weight I have is the headset and the hands and stuff like that. The only disconnect is when occasionally my trackers will just go off into the sunset. But for the most part, it's like, it's very immersive. And I started out with even like a Windows mixed reality.
Yeah.
And, even just with that, like, it was something. I'll never say that I never will regret buying that, because it was the gateway. I went from that to an Index. So I certainly jumped up. But I started out just hanging around folks before I even got a Shiba. I had found a really cute little like Noivern so I could flap my wings and stuff like that and had fun. And I just people watched, because that's what I typically did. I'm not very good at being, or I wasn't very good at being social for a long time. It's a skill that I've been learning the more that I've been in VR and hanging out with other communities and stuff like that. So I joined the Shiba Squad, I started hanging out with them, I started talking to people, and there's surely a crash course in learning how to be social, because they're boisterous, right?
Well, that's the thing, like, that's why I came in too, right? I came in with the Shiba Squad as well. I saw the videos, I'm like, now's the time to check out VR chat, because there's actually furries on it, and it looks cool. You know, I still don't consider myself a Shiba Squad member. I mean, they have their original guys, and that's cool. Yeah. And I don't want to be, I don't want to interject into it. I kind of wanted to create my own circle, which is great. Like, I make so many cool new friends, you know, and I don't have to be part of the original crew that was on YouTube, you know. You make your own adventure, your own adventures wherever you go. So. That's
what I eventually did, is as I was hanging out with the larger group, I started finding people that I liked hanging out with on my own and kind of meshed with. And now I started first with a small group, but then I started to know more people and know more people and know more people. And now it's like, I don't know half of these people, but I bet you at some point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they're your friend. You're like, I don't remember friending you.
But hi, right?
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, you just connect. You know, it's the furry fan. I mean, it's like long lost friends that you never met before. You know, that's how it is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, that's really cool how you got into it. It's very similar to how you kind of got in pursuit of Shiba Squad. You know, I think that's quite a commonality. You know, I think you got in front of Shiba Squad as well, right?
Yeah. Yep. Same.
Yeah. Actually, you hang out with.
It was a good gateway.
Yeah, it's a good gateway.
Yeah. It was a good gateway.
Yeah. So how about you, Toxic? So what can you tell about your adventures in VR chat?
Yeah. I just like you. I came across the Shiba King videos, locked in quarantine, nothing to do, and I must have binge watched everything.
With the camera.
Every single Shiba King, every single person that was involved in the Shiba Squad, any YouTube presence of Shiba Squad on the internet, I must have binged through all of it. And it immediately like I need to get it. I need to get in on this. I need to check this out. Yeah. So I jumped in, met some amazing artists, and just amazing people, good dogs, and joined the Shiba Squad. And you look at you made my avatar. I'm so happy. You took the ideas I gave you and you brought it to life. And
I mean,
this is me.
I learned. I kind of rudimentarily learned how to paint models, and I painted this boy for him, and I also painted this guy, Orban. Yeah. So, and obviously, could have then painted yourself because you literally made your own avatar. And I'm all spun around.
Yeah, I do still have. I could show you my Shiba if you want to see it.
Yeah, jump into your Shiba. Let's see.
This was so like I used this for quite a long time until I finally got brave enough to go, you know what, I want to make my own models. But this was
Here, I'll jump in my Shiba as well. There we go.
I've seen this one in forever. This is the one I met you. This is the avatar I met you in.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this was me for like the longest time until I got the Wolf Akira model. So yeah, this is how I am, and I like to glow, so I just had to do some emissions on them, and this is how I was.
So the modeling was pretty easy, but it was the learning how to actually make this like come into existence. The Unity aspect was, well, the whole process was certainly something, because I just learned how to make stuff through YouTube tutorials.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and I went from making something that looks like it walked right out of a Spyro game to, the noodle that you see and the models that I sell, and I'm enjoying it enough. I've been enjoying VR enough that I'm looking, that I'm wanting to make a sort of career out of it and make people
It's the new
happy
suit
with
makers.
my models.
It's literally avatar makers are the new suit makers. It's kind of crazy how that is, right? Because this is Furry TV. Orman has been a Furry, and we met randomly in VR. I remember meeting you. I remember how I met you. It was so random. We were in a public hub Fur hub. In the public, you're just lost. You're like a little less poppy.
It's literally the first time I had my headset on.
Yeah, and I never hang out in public instances of worlds. To the guys who don't know, there's different versions of worlds that exist. Like this one here is a Friends Plus, so friends of friends can join on each other to come here, but it's not listed publicly. So like randos can't come in and they could be weird or crash us or whatever. So that's why furries like to stay in Friends Plus, so that we don't. We can stay within friends, sort of. But I just happened to be world hopping, and a friend like, oh, let's go to a public version of the Fur Hub, and there was Orman, just like, oh, what's going on, right? So we took you under our wing, like, nah, come, I'll show you the way, right? And it's just you just gotta keep building your circle of friends, and then you just. Never really have to
it was just the weirdest thing, because I had a VR chat account for like a year, and I looked at it once. It was just like, okay, this is just full of weird gaming people. I don't really want to talk to them.
Yeah.
And then I got the headset, and it's like literally the first time I put it on is, oh yeah, this thing works with VR. Let's go back into that. Let's see what happens. And I get in, there's like, oh my god, look at all these people. So it was. It was kind of like, whoa, what have I been missing?
It's kind of overwhelming for some people, right? You get these rooms that are just full of furries. There are so many different avatars and characters. It's just crazy. You want to meet them all. But sometimes it gets pretty.
The interesting thing with Furry, that was actually where I tried VR for the first time. Someone had that set up with Beat Saber, and and I said, okay, I want to get this someday, and then it ended up
Who was that hosting that? Wasn't that Rice Cake hosting that?
I think so. Yeah,
I think it was Rice Cake. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah.
They had quite the setup. They had all kinds of wires and cameras and things everywhere, but nothing elaborate is what I've
That room was super hot, though. The AC wasn't working in it, so I was like, how do you guys exist in here, Like, go back to my normal avatar here, so. But yeah, no, I'll reposition the camera a little bit, but. So yeah, so that's how we got you into VR chat. With just finding you randomly,
and it's just been incredible. I've been meeting lots of new people, plus running into lots of people that I haven't talked to in years, and they're on here too. So it's amazing, really. It almost feels like the beginning of the internet again.
I know, right? I mean, just
how
it's still fascinating that we can
so
just
new and
talk to people around the world. I could have a conversation with somebody from Germany, while literally somebody else sent an XV from me from Switzerland or Australia or you know.
And well, the big thing too is like you're so used to typing to everybody, and now you're in here. It's like you actually have to be social and use your voice because you can't type in here.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it kind of forces you to open up a little bit and actually get to know people a little better.
Well,
so
it's funny because I had an epiphany a little while. Not epiphany, but it's like a thought. You know, it's like I never really met anybody who's actually awful in VR chat. Like, have you like people who are being toxic or not? Toxic, but you know, but you know, because it's very, it's very personable. It's you literally are talking with your hands or paws, and like face to face. It's very personable, right?
It's harder for people to be of that sort when it's like you're confronting them face to face. Sure, that anytime they can still take off their headset, but a lot of people seem to forget that.
I know.
They get very immersed.
There's no keyboard to save them, you know, like, right? That's the thing. Yeah.
Well, I'm just eager to go to the next con because there's all these people I've met. I don't know what they look like, but I know what they sound like.
Oh.
And it's like I'd be walking around. I recognize that voice. Who is it?
Marco Polo.
When I met you at Camp Rar, man, it's like. I had no idea what you look like, but as soon as you start talking, I'm like, oh my god, that's the guy. Right?
I know. I was doing the same thing. It's like, okay, I hear the voice. It's got to be one of these people.
Yeah. Dogs, yeah. So, yeah, it was kind of cool to get used to.
Emblade's easy to find. Just look for the glowing dog.
Yeah. just look for me. I'm just this glowing thing. So.
Your own billboard.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Like when I'm in soup, people often like I'm always at the front because everybody can just see me where I'm going. It's great for festivals or anywhere outdoors. You know, and it's dark and it just light the way. Go find the parties or the fun stuff to do. So, yeah. But. That's cool. I'm really glad you guys came here and talk about stuff, and I just wanted to kind of have like a general chat about VR chat, how it affects us, you know, and kind of show the people and for ATV that what it's all about. So I suppose I guess a person would ask the question like, how would you get started, right? How would you get into it? I always keep preaching this, but I'll keep saying it again. VR chat is free to use. So yeah, how to get into it? Just vrchat.com and just sign in and download it. Get it through Steam. Yeah.
It's a good way to just kind of dip your toe in, see the chaos that is VR chat.
Yeah.
See, there's communities you can join that you can start off in just in desktop mode, and for the most part, most people will be nice to desktop users. Because a lot of people started out that way, so they know what it's like.
Yeah, don't feel bad that you're in desktop, but honestly,
don't feel bad.
Like I was interviewing BioGods earlier, and like that guy is having an amazing experience here just in desktop, like meeting people and having a good time. You know, this makes it better or more immersed, but it's.
Well, then when you get the headset, it's like you're here.
Yeah, it's like you're
this
here.
is it. You've made it.
Yeah.
Like you're here.
It's fun when two people go give a hug.
I know.
And both move forward at the
and they
same
go
time and pass through each other.
Yeah.
Because there's no physical body to run into.
So, some people actually
get Phantom Touch, and it's
some people actually have their fursuit hanging on a hanger in their play space, and they can walk up and hug their fursuit, but with somebody else there, and it's like hugging a real person. Why not?
That's so sad.
Well, Dirk was doing
that. And you'll want to grab the pillow, and it's like, oh, the pillow's not real. You can't actually grab it.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't tell you how many times I put my beer down on a table that didn't actually exist in my room.
Yeah.
For me, the biggest immersion breaking is, so my hands are a little bit small for the index.
Oh.
So I go to pick something up. That's great. I go to let go, and it won't let go, and I'm here like a cat with like tape on its paw trying to get the damn thing to let go. That's the worst for me.
Oh,
like I don't even mind like my tracking occasionally disappearing or dying or stuff like that. No, it's the stuff stuck to my damn hands.
That's the cool thing about VR chat.
That's one of the nice
If you're one of those furs who loves to be micro or macro or whatever, this is the place for you because look at these guys. They're so small. Here, I'll move the camera down. Look how small they are. Aw. So here's one of my paws compared to them. So, and it can get smaller. Actually, not as small as they can get. Here, come on up. There you go. There. And then you can do stuff like this. There. She's like, I can like pretend to like hold her up.
I'm right here.
Like that. There. See? I look weird.
This is a play space mover with full body.
Yeah.
Well, not hack. Superpower.
Come on, you gotta do it, man. Cool. So, I don't know how much time of footage I have. I mean, I've probably gone over half an hour, but time.
Yeah, just do a bit.
45 minutes. Yeah. But it's kind of cool to do more random videos like this, like like world hopping hour. Let's go for world hopping.
It wouldn't be a bad idea if you're interested in doing it to do different so it's like the topic of this video, like you said, is world hopping. The topic of this video is talking about VR like headsets and stuff like that, and various other like furry friendly kind of crash course into VR chat.
Exactly.
So.
Exactly. What are you guys doing?
Anyway,
I didn't kill him.
Squishing him.
Anyway, VR chat is also sometimes it's hard to keep a coherent path of thought sometimes, so things just get random. This is probably the most structured thing I've done in VR chat, really, besides like the dances and organizing people for that.
Yeah, it helps when you have less people. The more people, the more chaotic it gets.
Yes.
So
then it turns into a meme
when
fest.
have we ever have we ever thrown a party that didn't get out of hand within 30 minutes?
I know, right? So anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up. So thanks guys for watching. Hope you got something out of this. And be safe out there and enjoy Furry TV. And hopefully we'll see you Saturday night at the dance. I think we're having Jake, Alexi, and Rowdy play for us, so it's gonna be a banger. Yes. So I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. Bye.
Hi, I'm Pip. I wanted to tell you more about how you can help Underdogs Rescue Society continue to help dogs find their forever homes. And I'm asking you to donate any amount, big or small, by visiting underdogsrescue.com and clicking that donate button. From food, vet bills, training, and all supplies, your generous donation can and will make a difference to the life of a special dog. So remember, go to underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and give what you can. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
This is Furry TV.
Hello, everyone. So this is Dr. Courtney Nuka-Plant, and I'm sorry that I couldn't be there to Furry, which I guess none of us can be there for Furry this year. But that's no reason to stop the science, because as some may say, furries are as inevitable as snow in Canada. So let's not let a little coronavirus put a stop to the event. And we'll get started with this talk here about furry psychology. Now, in the past, I've kind of been made fun of for some of the silly subtitles that I put on my talks. People booed and made fun of my silly pun-related subtitles. So this year I just decided to embrace full-blown clickbait titles, and we're going with the 50 crazy facts about furries. So this year we're sort of scheduling, or rather structuring the talk around these fun facts, bite-sized little tidbits of information that you can take with you about furries. And in case that didn't leave a bad taste in your mouth, I want to thank the Government of Canada for helping to support this clickbait-themed presentation of what is a very serious amount of research. So I also want to thank all of our models. So for each of the 50 different FAQs, or not FAQs, fun facts, we have models who have graciously sent in their pictures for us to use. So we have right here number one. So fun fact number one. Believe it or not, there are real scientists doing real science on furries, myself included. I am by no means the only one or even the first one to do so. I am part of a team called First Science, which consists of Dr. Elizabeth Fine, Dr. Kathleen Gerbasi, who started this research, Dr. Stephen Rayson, and Dr. Sharon Roberts. And all of us together make up this super team of scientists called First Science, who study the furry fandom and all of its weird quirks and eccentricities. And just to establish my furry credentials, I am both a furry and a furry researcher, so I kind of have the best of both worlds there, so to speak. And we do research on furries. We study them. So what you're going to hear today is not mere opinion. It's not we went out and asked 10 furries at a bar and based our assumptions on that. We're looking at more than 10 years of research, 25,000, actually by this point it's closer to 30,000 furries studied from countries all over the world. We've published scientific papers and book chapters and even a book. We make all of this data available to furries and to the media and to other scientists who are studying fan groups, often through our website, firstscience.com, where you can go and, among other things, you can ask us questions, you can see our research, you can download our book for free and get all of this information there. And rather unique to the talk this year, we've actually got some additional information, not just our own research, but also we'll be pulling in research from a couple of other sources, including Mikhail Dmitrievich Danilov. I hope I didn't wreck the name too much there. But he is a sociology student at Belarusian State University who's been instrumental in helping us get data from furries in the sort of post-Soviet bloc. So we got a whole bunch of new information coming from that part of the world, from furries there. And also we can thank Gao, who was instrumental in helping us get data on furries from sort of the Southeast Asia region, so translating surveys into different languages. Both these folks have been fantastic in working with us and helping us get some of this really cool information from parts of the world that might otherwise go overlooked. So you'll see their data kind of sprinkled in amidst the rest of our own data. But enough talking, enough preamble. Let's get to that good hot data that I know you're all just aching for. So we'll jump into fun fact number 2 here. And that fun fact is that furries, believe it or not, are just fans. So in our definition of what a furry is, our working definition is that furries are just fans of any media that features anthropomorphized animal characters. So if it's got walking, talking animals in it, and you're a fan of that, you may be considered a furry. Now, hold on a second, you might be thinking, my grandmother liked the Zootopia films. Does that make my grandmother a furry? And the answer is probably not, although that would be awesome. The additional caveats to being defined as a furry in our definition here is that you have to like this stuff enough that it becomes a part of who you are, that you define yourself by it. So, for example, I like chocolate. right? But if I define myself as a chocolate lover or a chocolate aficionado, by using that label, I'm telling people my love of chocolate is so much a part of my life that it tells you who I am. It tells you the kinds of people I hang out with, what I do for a hobby, what I spend my money on. So yeah, it's not enough to just like a show that features anthropomorphized animals, but you have to like this stuff enough that it's becoming a fairly significant part of who you are. So when we use the term furry, we're thinking about it as an identity, not just, oh, you like this particular thing. Right? So no, your grandma who thought that Zootopia film was kind of cute, probably not a furry unless she starts defining herself as one. So fun fact number 3. The term furry media, when we're talking about being a fan of furry media, it involves a lot more than just watching Disney movies. So there's this tendency among furries to, when they're trying to explain what furry is to lay audiences, to say, oh, it's Disney stuff. I'm guilty of it myself. I use the example of Zootopia. And that's not entirely incorrect. You'll see here when we asked furries, what is the thing that got you into liking furry stuff in the first place, you'll see that it's not unheard of to point to Disney. Disney is in fact the number 8 biggest influence on what got furries into being a furry, whether it's younger furries in the film Zootopia or older furries who got into it through The Lion King or through Disney's Robin Hood, whatever the case. For many furries, they can point to some kind of Disney influence. But there are other bigger influences as well, like the internet, artwork, some kind of just love for this kind of media that you felt inside of you your whole life, cartoons, a love of a particular species. All of these things kind of converge to create an interest in furries. And that's not unique to say, American furries or Canadian furries or European furries. Around the world, when you ask furries what got you into the furry fandom, you see a lot of commonalities. We see here 4 different countries: Malaysia, Taiwan, Thailand, and Japan. We can see here that even in these cultures, you see the influence of a lot of these Disney or Warner Brothers-esque influences. So for example, you see things like Disney's Robin Hood in Malaysia. You see Zootopia in Taiwan. You see Zootopia in Thailand, and Balto in Japan. So you can see that sort of around the world, yeah, the same sorts of influences tend to lead to furries or have a big impact on furries' eventual getting into the furry fandom. But it is worth asking that bigger question of what is furry media, right? If it's not just Disney, what is it? And a lot of people say, well, is there anything beyond Disney? And the answer is, well, spend more than a few minutes in the furry fandom and you'll discover that furry media runs pretty deep. What you call furry media varies tremendously, and it's far more than just Disney, right? Everything from video games and card games and board games to YouTubers to radio programs to TV shows to movies to comic books to you name it, right? There's musicians and puppeteers and yeah, it runs the full gamut of media experience. So furry media is a lot bigger than just watching Disney films. And again, when you ask around the world, you see that the appeal of this media is very much in line with what you might experience if you're a Western furry or an Eastern furry or wherever you are in the world. There tends to be some universal aspects to why furry media. And you see that a lot of the commonalities include appealing characters. The characters are just likable. Cuteness, the characters are adorable. Right? You'll notice in Japan there's sexual appeal is kind of the odd one out there in Japan. We're going to come back to Japan again and again, and we'll notice that compared to other furries we've seen around the world, Japan seems kind of distinct in their furry culture, and we'll see this sort of repeating story that Japan's kind of the odd one out here. But take note of that now. So, fun fact number 4. Furries are often compared to bronies, but they're not quite the same thing. Despite this idea that furries and bronies are the same thing, they're not exactly a one-to-one comparison. We do find, however, that the furry and brony fandoms do overlap with one another. Right? So if we're talking about fandoms that feature walking, talking animal characters, well, you can see the overlap, right? My Little Pony is a show about walking, talking animals. So certainly 10 to 20% of furries would call themselves bronies, a number that's gone down in the last few years as the show has begun to drift away and has finally come to an end. We've also studied bronies, and we discovered that about a quarter of bronies themselves would use the label furry to describe themselves. So there is this overlap, but it's not a perfect overlap. It's not like all bronies call themselves furries and vice versa. What is interesting to us as researchers is that as the My Little Pony television show has come to an end in this past year, you're going to have a bunch of bronies looking to find a place to go. Their major conventions are starting to shut down, and you have all these bronies who are slowly seeing their fandoms sort of dissipate and succumb to the ether, as it were. And so they're going to be looking for a place to go where they'll be accepted, and I can think of no better place for them than perhaps a fandom that embraces this idea of walking, talking animals as something you can be a fan of. So that's something we'll be looking for in the future. And just in case you happen to be a brony listening, a couple of quick facts about bronies. We have asked who the fan favorite character is, who is best pony, so to speak, and to no one's great surprise, it's Twilight Sparkle, my favorite pony. Followed closely by Luna. So sorry to all the Rarity fans out there who were really hoping that your trash pony would make it to the top of the list, but nope. And if you're interested in more of these My Little Pony facts, we've actually published a book called Meet the Bronies. Forgive the weird-looking cover. We had no artistic control over that, but the content is very solid. So you can go ahead and you can look for that book online, and what you're hearing today about furries, we've done an entire write-up, a book-length write-up about almost 10 years of research just on the My Little Pony fandom. So we keep busy, we do. But onward to fun fact about furries, number 5. Furries get immersed into stories, especially if those stories happen to have furry characters in them. So furries like this media, and it's like if you took a story and added furry characters, furries just sort of find it even more appealing. So furry media is immersive. In fact, more immersive than non-furry media. So when you actually ask furries, it would seem like adding furry characters to a story just makes it that much more engaging, that much more gripping, and easier to put yourself into. And part of this is because you're just making the story more relevant to them. So if it's a thing that you like and you put characters of the sort that furries like, well, they're going to like that story more. So furries like this media, and they seem to get sucked into it a lot more than other kinds of media. Fun fact, number 6. Furries are influenced by these media that they consume. So furries don't just like it, they don't just get immersed into it, but it has an effect on them. It changes the way they see the world, the way they look at the world, the way they look at themselves, and the way they behave. So this might be a bit of a controversial opinion, but violent media do in fact lead to an increase in aggression. I wrote an entire book just on that subject. I won't have that debate here, and I'd be happy to chat with you about it if you disagree, but the overwhelming abundance of research suggests that yes, in very small, subtle ways, a lifetime of consuming violent media can make a person a bit more aggressive. That's not what I'm here to talk about, though. I want to look at the flip side of that. Research suggesting that media with positive messages can also have a beneficial effect on our behavior. The media we consume affects us not just in bad ways, but in good ways. So this is an article we published a few years ago, and I'm rather proud of this article because the title is Letters from Equestria, Pro-Social Media, Helping and Empathy in Fans of My Little Pony. But I'm not just proud that I was able to sneak Letters from Equestria into the title of a scientific article. No, my sense of pride comes from the first paragraph of that article, which begins, and I quote, "Dear Princess Celestia, today I learned a great lesson about friendship." Hashtag career goals. But the research essentially suggested that when you looked at the kinds of media that people consume, right, especially when it's pro-social media like My Little Pony, and you compare that to other kinds of media, in this case we compared it to the online video creators Rooster Teeth, what we found was that consuming more of this My Little Pony content was associated with greater empathy in people, and that greater empathy in turn was associated with helping behavior. So it seems to suggest, and there's been lots of research on the subject, that yes, when you consume media, in this case that features helping messages, it will make you a more helpful person. And so it raises all kinds of questions as to how the media that we consume, whether it's got animal characters or not, affects the way we think, feel, and behave. So for me, I get to use the excuse that I'm watching My Little Pony for research, but now you can use the excuse that you watch it to make you a better person. So you're welcome for that. So fun fact number 7. Furries have a fairly active imagination, and it's good for them. It tends to be fairly healthy, this kind of fantasy that they engage in. So we asked a lot in the past couple of years about the way that furries engage in fantasy, and what we tend to find is that furries create their own content, but they also build off the content of others. This is a little bit different from what you see in other fan groups. You can imagine, for example, Harry Potter fans or Star Wars fans. These folks tend to consume primarily media that's been made by someone else. So if you're a Harry Potter fan, or a Doctor Who fan, or a Star Trek fan, or a Star Wars fan, the shows and content that you create has been created by someone else, one person or a small handful of people. But what you see here when we asked furries, when it comes to your furry content and the furry stuff you think about, is it mostly created by you or created by other people or a mix of both? And you see that most furries say it's a mix of both. And as we'll see later on, there's a lot of content creators in the furry fandom speaking to this idea. But looking at the idea of fantasy, yes, furries engage in fantasy, but is it good for them? Is it bad for them? And we've published research on that as well. And in this research, we made a distinction between what we call positive fantasy engagement and negative fantasy engagement. Positive fantasy engagement is just what it sounds like, fantasy engagement that has benefits for you. So it's a muse, a source of creativity, it's immersive. Whereas negative fantasy engagement is associated with poor well-being. This is I'm playing World of Warcraft, so I'm not thinking about how I can't pay rent this month kind of fantasy. And what we find is that furries, compared to non-furries, college students for example, furries tend to score higher in that healthy fantasy, significantly higher, but they don't score any higher in that negative pathological kind of fantasy. It suggests that furries have very active fantasy lives, but it's not hurting them. It's not having a demonstrably bad effect on them. So just engaging in fantasy or having a vivid imagination isn't a problem in and of itself, I guess is the message there. We've also asked, related to this, well, okay, so furries anthropomorphize the world around them, at least when it comes to animals, but do they anthropomorphize everything? And what we tend to see from this, we've asked furries to what extent do you anthropomorphize all of these things, and it really tends to be limited to things like animals, right? Pets, wild animals, and domestic animals. You tend to see as well things like stuffed animals, NPCs in video games. They tends to anthropomorphize those and give them human traits as well. But it's not like furries are overwhelmingly seeing faces in the world around them, right? Vehicles, computers, the weather. They're not talking to their food as though it's a person. Furries tend to be quite specifically anthropomorphizing non-human animals, not seeing faces in everything around them. Fun fact number 8, most furries have a fursona. Right, so this is an animal-themed avatar that you use to represent yourself to others in the fandom, and some of them are quite famous. So Boozy Badger has his famous character that he uses to represent himself, a lawyer who was sort of adopted by the furry fandom. I of course have Nuka, my little avatar or fursona that others in the fandom know me by. Most furries have a fursona, sometimes to the horror or delight of other furries. Furries are remarkably creative in creating these personas. And what we tend to find is that when furries create personas, the vast majority create one. Right? So most furries have or have had one fursona in their life. Especially at any given time, about 70% of furries say they only have one fursona. We do see that about 20% of furries say that they have at any given time more than one fursona, right? That they may switch between depending on their mood, but it's very uncommon to see furries with more than 4 fursonas that they bounce between. We also see that it's very rare to find furries who don't have a fursona. About 95% of furries say that they have had at least one. For furries who have had more than one, it's a lot more common for this to be the case as the result of a slow, gradual serial change. There's this idea among the media that furries wake up and decide, I'm a dog today, I'm a cat tomorrow, I'm a rabbit next week. And instead what we find is that if furries have had more than one fursona in their lives, it tends to change in a slow, gradual way. And we'll see why that's the case in a little bit. But when it comes to having a fursona around the world, we see that in Malaysia, in Taiwan, and in Thailand, most furries have a fursona as well. Japan, again, is that sort of odd one out, where about 1/3 of furries say no, they don't have a fursona at all. About a quarter say that they do have a fursona. And then there's other things as well, like I don't have a fursona, but I do have an animal character, an avatar that I sometimes use to represent myself, or I have a mascot, but I wouldn't call it a fursona. Right? So Japan, again, that sort of odd one out. Fun fact number 9, and sort of an explanation for why furries may change their fursonas in this slow, gradual fashion, why they don't have 20 fursonas at once. It's because fursonas are incredibly deep and meaningful for the vast majority of furries. Furries put a lot of themselves into their fursonas. When you ask a furry, to what extent is your fursona completely different from you or almost identical to you, furries overwhelmingly say that my fursona is basically me, or it's mostly me. As reflected here by Violent J from the Insane Clown Posse. You can see here that he has a fursona and a fursuit to go with that fursona. If you don't know, by the way, he has a daughter who is a furry. This was a few years ago, and so the Father of the Year, Violent J, went and supported his daughter, and we went to a furry convention in the fursuit here, which nicely reflects his musical persona from the Insane Clown Posse. So yeah, furries put a lot of themselves into their fursonas, not just in sort of North American samples, but around the world. You tend to see, again, Malaysia, Taiwan, Thailand, this tendency towards my fursona is very similar to me, if not identical. Japan, again, kind of the odd one out there. So fun fact number 10, furries don't just create fursonas that represent them, but they represent better versions of themselves, idealized versions of themselves. And so when you ask furries on a 1 to 7 scale, to what extent does your fursona represent an idealized version of yourself, or a worse version of yourself, or a version of yourself that everyone says you ought to be like? The blue bars show for ideal that most furries say their fursona is an idealized version of themselves, a better, faster, smarter, funnier, nicer version of themselves. And very few furries, when you look at the green bars, very few furries say that their fursona definitely is the worst parts of themselves, right? Not unheard of. About 5% of furries would say that, yeah, that's the case. But overwhelmingly, when furries create fursonas, they're better versions of themselves. And again, regardless of where you go around the world, this tends to be the case, including in Japan, right? Where furries create fursonas that are an idealized version of who they want to be. So fun fact number 11, when creating those fursonas, furries sometimes borrow elements of their fursonas from other fursonas and other people. And for the most part, furries tend to be okay with that idea. So when we ask furries, to what extent would you say that you shouldn't base your fursona species on someone else's fursona, furries largely disagree with this idea, right? So about 80% of furries disagree with the idea that you can't base your fursona species on others. So furries are pretty okay with the idea of getting inspiration for your species from others. Is it okay to take cool elements from another fursona and add them to your own? Again, more than half of furries say yes to this idea, and only about 25% vehemently disagree with it. So most furries are okay with the idea of, yeah, sure, if you like the color or the markings or some feature of a fursona, go ahead and add it to your own. And in fact, most furries say they'd be flattered if someone borrowed elements of their fursona to bake into their own fursona. When asked if you personally would borrow elements from other fursonas to put into your own, most furries said no. So most furries don't do this, but are okay with it if others are doing it. Fun fact number 12. Therians are not furries, or rather furries are not therians. So there's this tendency to conflate these two terms, but some people have never even heard the term therian before. So we're going to dive into it here and help disambiguate the two terms, because people often tend to treat them as one and the same. So to understand, remember that a furry is a fan. A furry is a person who likes a particular type of media, specifically media with walking, talking animals. A therian is a person who's not a fan of animals, but rather they identify as a non-human animal. They say there's something about me that's not entirely human. This is not the same thing as being a fan of media featuring human-like animals. It's also worth noting that about 7% of furries call themselves therians as well. But clearly not all furries are therians. So we can sort of think of it this way. Not all furries are therians, and not all therians are furries. And in fact, most therians would be insulted if you tried to suggest that they were furries. They would say, no, this is something I feel. I'm not a fan of animals. This is something deep down in the way I feel. And when therians talk about feeling not entirely human, usually it's in a spiritual sort of way. There's the spirit of a non-human animal, or the mind of a non-human animal trapped in a human body. Right? And if you want to see why this distinction is so important, depending on the question you ask, you get dramatically different answers. So if, for example, we were to ask the question, hey, do you ever sometimes not feel entirely human? About 1/3 of furries will say, yeah, I had that one time where I probably drank a bit too much and didn't feel fully human the next day. But if you look at therians, overwhelmingly they say, yeah, I definitely have times or always feel that I'm not entirely human. So it's important to make clear, are you talking about furries or are you talking about therians? Because when you ask these questions, if you treat them as one and the same, you're going to miss some really important distinctions like the one you see here. So fun fact number 13, no, therians aren't just making it up. This is something that we've been asked before. Are therians just saying these things to try to get attention to themselves or to try to feel different? And we essentially tested that. And we published this in a scientific journal article. And what we found in this paper was that this wasn't just something that they were saying, the therians were saying, this idea that the concept of me is inextricably tied to animals. We actually looked at the way their minds were functioning with their reaction time task, a task that's pretty difficult to fake. And what we found is that right at the level of milliseconds of how the brain is functioning, therians and furries look different. Specifically, we find that for therian, the concepts of self and animal overlap very inextricably, so that when you activate one, you almost by necessity activate the other in a way that's not the case for furries. When I say you, or if I say your name, animals don't automatically light up. But with therians, that's the case. When you say their name, or if you say the concept of you or yourself, animals naturally become activated as well. So this suggests that these two concepts are quite strongly tied for therians, and that might explain this experience that they're having. So number 14, fun fact number 14. Fursonas are usually anthropomorphized animals, not real animals. Again, something the media often gets wrong when they talk about furries. They think that, this person has a fursona that's just a cat that sits there and does cat things. And in actuality, when you ask furries, to what extent is your fursona an anthropomorphized animal, overwhelmingly you see that furries tend to be on the more anthropomorphized side of the scale. Not surprising when you consider furries aren't fans of animals, they're fans of anthropomorphized animals. So that tends to make sense. So fun fact, number 15, there are certain species that are more popular in the fandom, and as it turns out, wolves and foxes consistently top that list. So when you ask about people's personas, we tend to see that apparently everyone wants to be a wolf. Wolves are the number one most popular species, followed closely by foxes. We see things like dogs and dragons and big cats and house cats and tigers. Being a cat myself, I'm very okay with this. Rabbits a little bit lower on that list. That, by the way, is my research assistant, Kaylee. If Nuka is the mascot of For Science, Kaylee is the sort of research assistant of For Science. And this isn't just in North American samples. Regardless of where you go in the world, you tend to see many of the same species pop up as being the most popular. So wolves around the world are the most popular. You see dragons, cats, dogs, and foxes sort of trade positions for second and third place, but wolves overwhelmingly seem to be the most popular species time and time again. And so the question is, why do furries pick these fursona species? Why do we see so many wolves and dogs and cats and dragons? And the answer is there's no one reason, right? There's no one reason why wolves pick wolves or dogs pick dogs or cats pick cats. But there are a few common things that sort of emerge that might explain why we see so many wolves and foxes and dragons. And part of it is because of the media that we are exposed to, the culture we grow up in. Right? If you've never heard of an animal species before, you can't really pick it as a fursona. Right? If you didn't know that, about a particular, if you didn't know that kangaroos existed, it would never dawn on you to pick a kangaroo as your fursona species. So when you look at what kinds of animals we see the most in our culture, our stories again and again and again tend to involve stories about wolves and foxes and rabbits and cats and dogs. And moreover, when you look at the kinds of animals that people have real world experience with, well, people have pet dogs and pet cats and to some extent pet rabbits and pet birds and stuff. So it makes sense that these are the species that you tend to see most commonly in the sorts of fursona species that people pick. When asking about popular species, so there are sort of custom species or closed species. Some people have said that, is there drama surrounding species like Dutch angel dragons or protogens, these sort of custom species? Do people get annoyed when people choose popular species for their fursona species? And the answer is no. Overwhelmingly, furries say, no, pick the species that you like, pick the species that makes you the happiest. And so there may be trendy species, there may be popular species, but furries don't seem to mind. Whatever species you choose, that's the reason you chose it. So fun fact number 16, there are stereotypes that exist about different fursona species. Some of you may be familiar with, for example, the stereotypes about foxes and promiscuity. We will talk about that. We did a study where we asked furries to list the stereotypes that exist about certain fursona species to see, are there clear-cut stereotypes? And some did emerge. So for example, when it came to wolves, loyalty overwhelmingly was the stereotype associated with wolves. For foxes, it was about being sly or cunning or clever. Overwhelming, that was the stereotype of foxes. Dragons were associated with strength and raw power. I'm a little bit ashamed to be a cat here because apparently cats are associated with laziness, so that's certainly a thing. Dogs, again, like wolves, associated very much with loyalty, and everyone can press F to pay respects for the goodest of boys. See more there. Rabbits, associated with being shy and being very timid. That's kind of the stereotypical rabbit. Otters, pretty one-dimensional as it turns out. Otters are really just about having fun. Now, those are the stereotypes that exist, right? That's what people think of when they think of these species. But is there any truth to them? Do the people who pick wolves actually identify as more loyal? Are the people who pick foxes actually more sly and cunning? So in a separate study, we asked people, hey, here's a bunch of personality traits. Which ones apply to you? And then only later on did we ask them about their fursona species. And we found that there's some truth to some of these stereotypes. So for example, the people who picked wolves and dogs as their fursona species did also use the word loyal to describe their own personality. Likewise, people who had fox personas tended to think of themselves as more sly and cunning. Other stereotypes that exist, this idea of bears being all about being a big, burly, strong person, there seemed to be some association there as well. People who picked foxes and bears are more likely to be men, whereas cats tended to be associated more with women, which is sort of a stereotype that exists out there. So some of these you might have thought, well, okay, duh, I could have called that one. But there were some other stereotypes that emerged that surprised us, that I think a lot of people wouldn't be expecting. So for example, wolves and dogs were the most promiscuous of the species. They were the species having the most sex, not foxes. like the stereotype would suggest. Likewise, it was the dogs who were the most likely to be non-heterosexual compared to the foxes, where everyone says, oh, foxes are gay. Actually, it turns out dogs tend to be more gay than foxes are. And in fact, a stereotype did exist about foxes, and it's that they were the most shy. In fact, they were more shy than rabbits, who weren't shy at all, as the stereotype suggested. So the take-home message from this is that some of these stereotypes exist, and some of them certainly are grounded in a kernel of truth, but others are totally unfounded, right? So you have to be very careful about these stereotypes and overusing these stereotypes, because even the effects that we found were incredibly small. So take these stereotypes with a tremendous grain of salt. Fun fact number 17. Most furries aren't specists. So despite the existence of these stereotypes, furries don't treat each other differently on the basis of them. So when you ask furries, hey, if you knew a person's fursona species, would it affect your interaction with them? And furries overwhelmingly, when you see the blue bars, overwhelmingly said, no, it would not affect the way I would interact with them. Although furries did believe, if you look at the red bars and the green bars, furries did believe that, a fursona species tells you a lot about another person, or tells you a lot about me based on my species. So furries believe that a fursona species says something about a person, but they wouldn't treat them differently based on that species. Fun fact number 18. I love this picture. It's an adorable little picture. Most furries don't own a fursuit. And so fursuit's perhaps the most visually iconic part of the furry fandom. We recognize fursuits. Many of us have fursuits. Sometimes they're a little more interesting or colorful than others. I don't know what that last picture is, some kind of dolphin robot, but I love it. We're going to talk about fursuits because the media certainly loves to talk about fursuits. Very often, furries are defined in the media as people who wear fursuits, and this is rather aggravating to us as researchers because we've seen the numbers, and the numbers suggest that only 28% of furries worldwide actually owns a fursuit. So it doesn't make sense to call furries people who own fursuits, because most furries don't. You're excluding 72% of the furry fandom when you define it that way, right? We also find that about 8% of furries have tried their hand at some kind of fursuit construction. So most furries don't have a fursuit, and most furries haven't tried to make fursuits. So why does the media talk about fursuits so much? And it can be nicely summarized in this Google search that I did. I typed in Star Trek fan, and the first 3 pictures that came up were these pictures right here. People wearing colorful Starfleet uniforms. Now, I'm willing to bet that most Star Trek fans don't own a Starfleet uniform, right? But if you were to show a picture of a bunch of people wearing normal clothes sitting in a room, that doesn't conjure up an image of a Star Trek fan. If you were to take a picture of a bunch of furries going about their day-to-day lives, you wouldn't think they were furries just by looking at them. So people think about fursuits because that's kind of the unique facet of the furry fandom. That's one of the most visually unique things that furries do that other people don't. So because of that, that kind of gets it becomes the mascot or the symbol of the furry fandom, despite the fact that most furries do not have a fursuit. But speaking of fursuits, let's talk about fun fact number 19. Are there differences between fursuiters and non-fursuiting furries? And the answer is yes. We've actually done this. We've compared fursuiters and non-fursuiting furries and found that fursuiters are a little bit different. We find, for example, that fursuiters tends to consider themselves more furry than non-fursuiters. Now, this doesn't mean that buying a fursuit makes you more furry. Rather, it's kind of in the opposite direction. If you're going to drop a few $1,000s on a fursuit, it's probably because you're already pretty invested in the furry fandom. If you're a very casual furry, or it doesn't mean that much to you, you're probably not going to sink a few $1,000s into that hobby. We tend to find that, proportionally speaking, women are more likely to fursuit than men are. We tend to find that fursuiters tend to have more active fantasy lives. Furries have active fantasy lives, but fursuiters do it even more. Fursuiters are less likely to describe furry as a fetish for them. Right? So despite this idea that the media often has that, people who are furries have some kind of fursuit fetish, well, when you actually talk to fursuiters, they're actually less likely to call furry a fetish for them than non-fursuiters are. So we'll come back to some of these misconceptions later on in the talk, but just something to keep in mind. Fursuiters drink more than the average furry does, and I'm not just talking about water, although stay hydrated, folks, especially if you're in a fursuit this summer. But yeah, fursuiters drink about 50% more alcohol than non-fursuiters do. So maybe fursuiters are party animals. I would say that, except that research also seems to suggest that fursuiters tend to report more problems socializing outside of their fursuit. So many fursuiters say that the fursuit helps them overcome some social anxiety or some concern that they have about interacting with other people. So fun fact number 20, furries have a sort of weird special ability. We'll frame it that way. And the special ability looks like this. This is a bunch of different pictures of fursuits. And my question is, are these all the same, or are they quite different? And at a glance, you can tell they're very different. This is easy for you if you're a furry, but if you're not a furry, the task becomes a little harder, I would argue. And as sort of an analogy, my father is one of those people who can look at cars going by and tell you just at a glance the names and the makes and the years of all the different cars. I see boxes on wheels, but he, because of his experience, is able to notice all the small, subtle differences. And so we were curious about whether or not this was the case for furries. Does your experience with the furry fandom mean that you have expertise in distinguishing species and colors and makers and that sort of thing? And this was all sort of spawned by a question from a furry years ago who asked us, do you think furries, because they spend so much time looking at animals, are they bad with human faces? And so we tested it, and this is actually a paper that's been published in the Journal of Cognition and Culture. And in this paper, we compared furries to college students, and we showed them 3 sets of faces. We showed them furry faces, we showed them human faces, and we showed them fursuit faces. So we showed them dozens and dozens of pictures, and then we had them take a break, and then we showed them dozens and dozens of new pictures and said, okay, which of these ones have you seen before earlier in the study? And it was kind of a trick. Sometimes they were pictures they'd already seen, sometimes they were entirely new pictures. What we found was that furries and non-furry college students were just as good at recognizing human faces. So it's not that furries are bad at recognizing human faces. They do it just as well as anyone else. Furries were, however, freakishly good at recognizing furry faces and fursuit faces. It's kind of a weird little superpower you get being a furry, is over time you start to notice all these tiny little details. You can notice the difference between different makers making the same species suit. Right? You tend to notice differences in terms of fabric or eye shape or small subtle species differences, that sort of thing. Fun fact number 21, the fandom is absolutely chock full of content creators in this furry fandom. There are people who create all the time. It's a very participatory culture. Again, contrasted against a fandom like, say, the Star Wars fandom, where most people show up to consume content made by other people. In the furry fandom, we have thousands upon thousands of independent creators. Almost 38% of furries said they tried their hand at some kind of visual art. They did some kind of visual art. About 1/3 of furries were writers, about 17% are musicians, and 8% are YouTubers. There are so many different content creators, in fact, that we asked furries to list their favorite content creators. And what we wound up with was a list of more than 3,000 distinct, unique artists and creators in the fandom. I've shown some of the most popular ones here from that list, and you can see that it's everything from musicians to YouTubers to lawyers, writers. I'm on that list somewhere down in like 200th place. Apparently being a scientist makes you a content creator. But the point is that yes, there are thousands upon thousands of content creators in this fandom. We don't all gravitate around 1 or 2 content creators like we do in other fandoms. Number 18, and I want to give number 22 rather. I want to give a special credit to Lucky Mechanic on the right, this is my favorite picture of the bunch because it suggests to me that's a speed trap. What you see, the number 22 there is a speed trap. And so I think what happened was they had their friend go around the block over and over and over again until they hit exactly 22 kilometers per hour, which I don't know how long that took, but that was a surprising amount of devotion to get that picture. So thank you very much for that very clever picture. And thank you again to all of our models for finding very creative ways to get these numbers and again, showing off how creative this fandom is. Speaking of creativity in the fandom, let's talk about artists and the fact that artists in this fandom are a particularly creative, interesting bunch. We tend to find that among artists in the furry fandom, they're more likely to be women than to be men. They're also much more likely to be transgender and gender non-conforming. Almost 1 in 5 artists in the furry fandom tend to be transgender or non-conforming. We tend to find that when it comes to gender, furries are remarkably bad at guessing the gender of an artist from their art. You might as well roll a die for how good you're going to do at it. Most of the artists in the fandom were artists before they were furries, so they were drawing their whole life, and only later on in their life did they discover the furry fandom. They tend to congregate with one another. If you are a furry artist, statistically about half of your friends are also artists in the furry fandom. And we also find that, again, despite this misconception that furry is all about sex and porn, only about 17 to 18% of furry artists say that most of the work they produce is erotic in nature. So again, we'll tackle some of those sex misconceptions later on, but just sort of priming the pump there. Number 23. Furries spend a lot of money. And I mean a lot of money on a myriad of things. Obviously, fursuits are kind of the big ticket item, with furries regularly spending well in excess of thousands of dollars to create these fursuits. But furries spend money on other things as well. Among the most popular things that furries spend money on and own are tails. About half of furries own a tail. About 1 in 3 furries owns a collar and some kind of furry-themed clothing. Many furries own ears and paws. So yeah, furries do own a lot of furry stuff. In terms of what furries spend money on, we see here the blue bars are how much you've spent in the past 12 months, and the red bars are how much you're willing to spend. And we see here that digital art is about 3 times more something that furries spend money on compared to physical art. We tend to find that erotic art is spent on quite a bit as well. Not surprising to people who spend time online that furries are willing to spend quite a bit of money on artwork. And we find that furries on average spend about $50 a year supporting other furry artists on Patreon. But all of this money spent on artwork pales in comparison to the money furries spent and would be willing to spend on things like conventions or paraphernalia, which includes things like fursuits. So furries do spend a lot of money, and the biggest expense perhaps is making it out to conventions, which most furries do at some point in their lives. We have some data on that in a minute. But when you compare furries to anime fans, so furries here are the red bars and the blue bars are anime fans, we see hands down furries outspend anime fans on pretty much every category here, with the exception of physical art, where furries and anime fans are about tied. If you're owning a convention, or if you're thinking about running a convention, this is the sort of breakdown that we have people self-reporting. We tend to find that about 70% of furries attend conventions at the attendee level, 20% as sponsors, 10% as super sponsors if the option is available, and God help them, about 5% of folks out there are staffers at conventions. And I want to give a shout out to the staffers at conventions everywhere, but including the convention organizers and staffers at conventions like Furry, who do a bang-up job keeping these things running. Furries donate to charity. So we find that about 60% of furries have donated money to animal-themed charities, something that you see quite a bit at furry conventions because most furry conventions have an animal-themed charity at the convention itself. So fun fact number 24. Believe it or not, furries do more than just furry stuff. We see here that when you look at other interests that furries have, we see gaming is probably one of the biggest subcultures in the furry fandom, with almost 2/3 of furries playing video or tabletop or board games. About half of furries are science fiction fans. About 1/3 of furries are artists and role players and anime fans and writers, and the list goes on. But there's all these sub-fandoms within the furry fandom. And when you look around the world, you tend to see that furries around the world tend to similarly have certain subgroups or certain interests that they engage in addition to or alongside the furry fandom. So gaming, regardless of where you go in the world, furries enjoy games and gamer culture. You see a lot of sketching and doodling and manga. Food and food culture is apparently very popular in furries around the world, and again, I can't say I blame them. Food is a big part of our culture as well. Yeah, so you see a lot of art, a lot of gaming represented in other cultures as well. When asked what kind of media furries consume, we see that music-wise, furries are very big into things like rock and electronica music. Not a lot of furries into rap and hip-hop and especially country music, which I think the world is thankful for. Shots fired to country music fans out there. And when it comes to the sorts of shows that furries watch on television, again, to no one's great surprise, furries enjoy science fiction and cartoon and fantasy and comedy. Not a lot of furries into politics or reality television. So fun fact number 25, furries do most of their interacting online. So the furry fandom is a very online fandom. In fact, about 80% of furries say that they frequent some kind of furry-themed website or forum with some kind of regularity. We also find that about 80% of furries use instant messaging programs like Telegram. And in fact, I'm willing to bet that number has gone up in recent years. It's been about 3 or 4 years since we collected that data, so it's almost certainly gone up since then. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about furries and Twitter. And if you're familiar in particular with the TweetFur movement, you'll be familiar with what happens when a company tries to tell furries what they can and can't do. So famously, Twitter said, please do not anthropomorphize the Twitter bird, which of course raises the concept of psychological reactance, which is what happens when you tell someone not to do something, especially if that someone is furries. Well, you see the results here. God bless furries. Yeah, in this last picture, admit it, you knew this was going to happen, right? So obviously furries are avid users of Twitter. Look at the kinds of websites that furries frequent. We see the most popular one worldwide is Fur Affinity. In Western samples, about 96% of furries use Fur Affinity or have an account there, so overwhelmingly that's kind of the furry hotspot. Around the world, we also see Telegram, DeviantArt, E621. A lot of these websites are websites that are repositories for furry art or that allow furries to chat with one another. When you look around the world where furries share art and where they communicate, the top ones are where furries share art. And you see around the world, Fur Affinity is quite popular along with Twitter and Pixiv. And when it comes to communicating with one another, sort of whatever's popular in that regional area. So again, Facebook, Telegram, Twitter, Line, Skype, depending on what country you're in. Fun fact, number 26. Yeah, there are furry conventions literally everywhere in the world. You name a continent or even a country, and there's a good bet that there's a furry convention somewhere within driving distance of it. We find that about 1 in 3 furries makes it to some kind of local meetup, whether it's to parade or to party or go bowling with some Klingons. Apparently that's a thing. We see that about half of furries say they make it out to at least one furry convention per year, right? So wherever you are in the world, there is typically a furry convention near you, and more than half of furries do it at least once a year. Perhaps not this year because of the current coronavirus situation, but you already see furries chomping at the bit to get back out there and to get going to conventions. As you see here, more than 95% of furries have made it out to at least one furry convention. And there are some furries, many furries in fact, who have made it to more than 10 different conventions over the course of their life. So again, wherever you are in the world, there are absolutely furry conventions within driving distance of you. Fun fact number 27. Furries act differently at conventions than they do in real life. Perhaps to no one's great surprise, when you put a bunch of furries together, the result is not what you would tend to find, say, around the office water cooler. When we ask furries what is different about your behavior at conventions, the most popular responses are that furries are more physically affectionate in person at conventions than in their day-to-day lives. They wear more furry swag, they tell more furry jokes and share more furry content. More animal noises and sounds and behaviors, so you'll get howls and things happening at furry conventions that you won't see in the office, which again we're probably better off for. And in general, a lot of furries say that they're more outgoing and they socialize more at conventions than they otherwise get a chance to do in their day-to-day lives. And for many furries, that convention is one of the only times in the year where they really break out of their shells and become very social people. So fun fact number 28, sort of related to this idea. If you've heard of post-con depression, it is totally a thing, this idea that after leaving a furry convention, you develop sort of a funk or a depression. We've actually studied it in furries attending Anthrocon, and then the same furries a few days later after Anthrocon. What we find is that in the days following a furry convention, we do see a rise in things like mind wandering, depression, everything feels harder, you feel more lonely, you feel less motivation. Something to be aware of. If you do attend conventions in the future and you want to stave off that post-con depression, the best advice I can give is to get the contact information of people that you meet at the convention. Stay in touch. Remember, most furries interact with one another online throughout the year. So the friends you meet at a convention, you can go home and talk to throughout the year and sort of plan the next convention. Fun fact number 29. Most furries are not straight. In fact, some of our most recent data suggests that only about 20% of furries identify as straight, right? And it's sort of a mixed bag between lesbian, gay, bisexual. About 7% of furries are asexual. About 15% are pansexual. So furries are kind of all over the place when it comes to their sexual orientation, but we can say that most furries are not straight. So fun fact number 30, related to this idea, furries are in relationships. Many of them are, whether you're straight, gay, or whatever you're into. Furries often find other people through the fandom. That said, a lot of younger furries in particular tend to report being straight. So around the world, you see that being single, not being straight. Around the world, you see that being single is the biggest single demographic in the furry fandom. In our Western samples, we tend to see that, particularly among males in the fandom, they're much more likely to be single than females in the fandom are, who are much more likely to be dating or married or in some kind of serious relationship. What I want to highlight is how this differs distinctly based on sexual orientation. So what we find, for example, is that if you're gay, there's about an 80% chance that you'll find your partner through the furry fandom. Whereas if you're straight, especially if you're a straight male in the furry fandom, you're probably better off looking in another fandom for a place to find a potential partner, because furry fandom may not be the most target-rich environment, so to speak. Go meet a nice anime fan and get them into some furry art or something. So fun fact number 31, there are a lot of trans furries in the furry fandom. And in order to study this, we've come a long way. So in sort of our first couple of years, 10 or 12 years ago, we were guilty of what a lot of social scientists were guilty of doing, which was check the box, male or female. And we've come a long way since then, in no small part thanks to the LGBT community and to many furries who have helped step up and tell us that we needed to up our game. So nowadays we tend to ask about gender and sex in a variety of nuanced ways. We give people an option to check multiple boxes or to write in their own answers. We have a much more extensive list than just, male, female. And what we find, depending on sort of how you measure it, and there are many different ways to measure it, what we tend to find is that about 3/4 of the fandom identifies as cis male, about 13% of the fandom as cis female, and about 13% of furries consider themselves to be trans, right? A number that is more than 20 times more prominent than the general population. So clearly, the furry fandom has a very large, proportionally speaking, representation of transgender people in the fandom. So fun fact number 32, if you are LGBTQ plus and you're in the furry fandom, you're probably getting a lot more out of the furry fandom than just sharing your liking of media with other people. It's not to say that if you're straight and cis that you don't get a lot out of the fandom, but for people who are part of sexual minorities or gender minorities, yeah, you definitely get an additional benefit from the furry fandom. We find, for example, that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and asexual furries tends to use the fandom as an escape from day-to-day life, right? If you're getting picked on for being gay or being asexual in your day-to-day life, the fandom is a place where you're not going to get picked on for that. They tend to identify even more strongly with their persona as an idealized, better version of themselves. They tend to seek help from and give help more to other furries, and they tend to feel more anxiety in their day-to-day lives, a thing that they turn to the fandom to help them with. And likewise, we see the same thing when it comes to transgender furries. So compared to cisgender furries, trans furries, we saw are more likely to be artists, but also more likely to be Therians. We find that they identify much more strongly with their personas. You can imagine, for example, if you're struggling with gender dysphoria, it can help overcome that a little bit to create a persona that represents the gender presentation that you really do identify more strongly with. And again, like with gay or lesbian furries, we tend to find that trans furries also seek out more help and get more help and give more help to the furry fandom. So number 33, furries get picked on a lot. It was not hard to find pictures of people saying, furries suck and kill furries and such. We see, for example, in the sort of Eastern Bloc, post-Soviet sort of bloc furries, people made a lot of assumptions about those furries. About 2/3 said that people assumed that they were zoophiles, sexually attracted to animals, because they were furries. About half said people assumed they had a mental disorder. About 40% said people assumed they were gay because they were furry. And about 40% said that people assumed they were a sexual deviant because they were furry. About 1/3 said that people assumed they were a corrupter of the youth because they were furries. You can see here people not exactly assuming the nicest things about furries. In fact, compared to other fan groups, we have online anime fans, convention-going anime fans, and sport fans. Furries in particular were the most likely to say that if people found out that they were a fan of this thing, they would be disapproved of. Furries scored the highest in that. And perhaps, sort of to no surprise, furries were the least likely to tell others about their fan identity compared to these other fan groups. So furries, it suggests, often play their furry identity rather close to the chest. They don't tell others about the fact that they are a furry. They keep this rather hidden. And it's no surprise when you see that furries, compared to non-furries, are considerably more bullied, especially between the ages of 11 to 18, when you may not necessarily identify as a furry yet. Maybe you were socially awkward, or you had this interest, but you didn't know the furry fandom existed yet. We find that in this age group, furries were about 50% more likely to be bullied, a difference of 62% versus 40%. And we're not just talking about having names thrown at you. We're talking about getting the crap kicked out of you because you were a furry. And what's even more disheartening is this difference holds even after controlling for the fact that furries are more likely to be transgender or part of a sexual minority. So it's kind of a double whammy. You're getting bullied not just for being gay or being trans, but also just for liking the thing you like. So it's kind of a double whammy. Sure enough, from some of our post-Soviet bloc data, we find that furries there, the vast majority have been teased. Most have been threatened. About half have been physically hurt or experienced property damage, have been ostracized, and have had lies and rumors spread about them, which has led to some interesting research we've done recently suggesting that the extent to which furries report having been bullied as a kid predicts their tendency to anthropomorphize animals and ultimately to identify more strongly with animals or to feel an affinity for them. So it almost suggests that if you've been bullied or picked on as a kid by humans, well, you'll learn that humans kind of suck, and so maybe it kind of makes a world full of walking, talking animals feel just a little bit more appealing, doesn't it? Fun fact number 34. The furry fandom shelters, protects, and ultimately saves the lives of many furries. Because we know that bullying someone is one of the most wretched things you can do to someone. It takes its toll on their mental and physical health, right? You feel stressed, you feel anxious, and anxiety thrashes your immune system. It's terrible for your heart and for your body. So furries, by all accounts, because they've been bullied so much, you should expect them to be screwed up. And yet, we don't see that. When you compare furries to non-furries, you see that they don't differ when it comes to measures of well-being. This is not what you'd expect to see. So what's happening? Why aren't they getting screwed up by the bullying? And the answer is because they have the furry fandom. They have people who are there for them, to support them, to rally behind them, to in some cases remember them, right? So shout out to Dog Bomb and to Lemonade Coyote, right? So people, furries who are sort of revered in the furry fandom for their contributions. And the furry fandom is definitely a community that takes care of its own. And so it's no surprise that about 50% of furries' friends are furries themselves. Furries surround themselves by their community because in many cases, those are the only folks they have. We tend to find that spending more time in the furry fandom is associated with a greater sense of efficacy. You feel more competent and capable in your day-to-day life when you have people in your corner. You tend to be happier with your life. And this has led to us suggesting what's called the scaffolding hypothesis, this idea that for many furries, they use the fandom to get things out of it, to get social interaction, to get practice with social skills, to network, to self-express. Furries use the fandom to scratch particular psychological itches, and it helps them to grow as a person. And when I say that the furry fandom saves lives, I'm not kidding. This is a paper that we published a few years ago in the Journal of Health and Social Work, very much spurned on by Dr. Roberts on the team, who this is sort of her brainchild. And this paper really illustrates that. There's a quote from a furry in this, one of the furries we studied, that I think hits the nail on the head when they say, "If you feel unaccepted, if you've contemplated suicide, I've had these dark times. I was seriously contemplating it, and once I found the fandom, it saved me. I want people to know that we may seem weird, but there's always someone to help and accept you here." And that really is the fandom in a nutshell. And we'll see more of that in a little bit. But first I want to jump to fun fact number 35. Community is the biggest reason to be a furry. So when you ask furries, why are you a furry? You see the number one reason there is the community and the belonging. Even more so than the art and the content itself. It's the sense of community that it provides that drives furries. And again, if you look down at sex and pornography, that's way down on that list. Again, to sort of shed light on or to anticipate the kinds of discussion we're going to have in a little bit about sexuality and the fandom. This is a place where people go to be with other people. You can see that compared to other fan groups, the furry fandom is the one that identifies most strongly with the fan community, right? So it really is about that sense of community and belongingness. So fun fact number 36, furries are a fairly young group, right? Age-wise, they're a fairly young group. We can see here from other data, that's not our own, this is from, I believe, the Eastern Soviet Bloc data. We see here that furries tend to be in their teens, early 20s for the most part. Now, in our own research, we're not allowed to study minors, so we sort of have to chop it off below that 18 block. But what you see is virtually the same pattern of results with us and our data, where, yeah, furries are overwhelmingly in their teens and 20s, with kind of a fairly steady drop-off as you get into the 30s and 40s, which is not to say there aren't furries well into their 40s, 50s, and even 60s. So, fun fact number 37, there are furries of all ages in this fandom, which raises questions about ageism, right? And this was a question that was actually asked to us by an older furry in the fandom. And what we found, for the most part, what this figure suggests, is that ageism is a thing, but it happens in both directions. So younger furries tend to be less interested in hanging out with older furries, and older furries tend to be less interested in hanging out with younger furries. It also suggests that being about the age of 25 is the age you want to be at. 25 to 35 is the sweet spot if you want to be a furry. Everyone wants to hang out with you then. And part of the reason for this, we think, has to do with generational differences. If you're an 18-year-old, you grew up with different media and you're having different conversations with your friends than if you are a 50-year-old furry, right? When you're 18 years old, you're talking about moving out of the house soon. You're talking about going to college. If you're 50 years old, you're talking about the mortgage. You're talking about the kids growing up. You're talking about, when you're going to retire someday, right? It's a very different conversation. So there's just less common ground there. So I don't think it's a malicious thing so much as just a generational difference thing. So fun fact number 38. The furry fandom is not really getting older, at least on average, right? And this figure sort of says it all. So with the My Little Pony fandom, we studied bronies in 2012, 13, 14, etc., etc. And what we found over a 6-year period was that the average brony got about 4 to 5 years older, which is what you'd expect to see in a group that everyone kind of got on, and then the same people kind of grew up with that group. But for furries, over that same 6-year period, the average furry got about 1 year older, right? Which suggests that what's happening here is the combination of older furries leaving the fandom, or being harder to study at least, and a huge influx of younger furries. So the furry fandom constantly has, it's constantly growing from all the younger furries coming in, and it's keeping the average age of the fandom quite low. Right, so there may be something to the idea that the fandom is a young place, and perhaps for some of the older furries, that's what makes it so appealing. Is it's sort of a place where you can sort of stay young and not necessarily grow up or mature, right? In a good way. I mean that in the best way possible. Fun fact number 39. Furries come from all sorts of walks of life, including religious backgrounds. We tend to find that among American furries, about 25% are Christian, about 33% are atheist or agnostic, about 11% are pagan and Wiccan. We see a good mix of Judaism, Buddhism, Deism, Satanism, and of course 25%, when you give furries an open box, they fill it with pretty much anything. So furries are kind of all over the board there. And again, this is sort of regional. Depending on where you go in the world, you'll find that the religion of furries in that area tends to be tied to whatever the religion of that area is, right? So if you are from Taiwan, you tend to see a lot of non-religious people. If you're from Malaysia, you tend to see everything from Islam to non-religion to Christianity. From Thailand, you tend to see a lot more Buddhism. So again, depending on where you're from, I guess the idea is that furry transcends religion in this case, right? It's not an atheist thing, it's not a Christian thing or a Buddhist thing or a pagan thing, it's sort of everything. Number 40. Most furries are politically liberal. And so we've asked about political orientation in the past. A lot of our data is American-centric, but we tried to write it in a way that tends to make it more not just speaking specifically to American politics. We've asked, for example, about which of these labels furries adopt. Liberal, most furries tends to adopt the liberal or socialist labels, as opposed to, say, more conservative or Republican or libertarian labels. We tend to see that when it comes to more extreme perspectives, despite all the attention that Nazi furs get, we were unable, in a sample of about 500 people, to find a single instance of a Nazi fur or a race supremacist, so that's probably a good thing. We tend to see a little bit of communism, anarchism, and anti-fascism support. In terms of political orientation, when you go from a spectrum from politically liberal to politically conservative, furries tend to overwhelmingly be on the socially conservative side. Not surprising that furries are in support of things like gay marriage and trans rights, when so many furries are LGBTQ+. When it comes to economic issues, furries tends to be smack dab in the middle between economic liberalism and economic regulation. So furries are kind of all over the board on that one. When it comes to ideas towards power, again, whether it should be absolute state power or no state power, furries again fall pretty smack dab in the middle on that one. On the issue of free speech, there's been concerns about the furry fandom trying to quash free speech, trying to limit it, and you see here that furries tend to overwhelmingly be on the side of free speech rather than limited speech. So politically, we see the fandom as a fairly progressive sort of fandom or community. Fun fact number 41, furry drama, totally a thing. So you've probably heard jokes about furry drama. We've actually studied furry drama and are in the process right now of writing up a paper on the subject of drama in fan groups. Drama, as we're defining it here, involves three things. It involves a conflict between at least two people. It's a conflict that gets blown out of proportion rather quickly, so a small fight becomes way bigger than it should. And it tends to happen in a public sphere, so whether people are watching in person or on social media. And despite the tendency to sort of trivialize drama or laugh it off, I want to argue that we should take it a bit more seriously because, as you see here, in a study where we asked furries, why did you consider leaving the fandom if you have in the past? And the number 2 reason was drama. So if we want the fandom to remain a vibrant place full of people, getting rid of drama would get rid of the second biggest cause of people leaving the fandom. Related to the idea of drama is the concept of elitism, and what we tend to find is that the bigger a fan you consider yourself to be, the more you engage in elitist attitudes, whereas if you tend to be a person who really is more here for the community part of things, you tend to have less elitist attitudes, and you might say, well, who cares about elitism? But as it turns out, that kind of elitist attitude contributes in turn to gatekeeping. So attitudes like, I don't want new people in the fandom, if you're not this kind of a furry, get out of my fandom. Attitudes that will tend to push people away from the fandom. Again, if we want a big, vibrant fandom, then we should be working towards counteracting elitism and gatekeeping. So fun fact number 42, speaking to the idea of drama, it may not be as bad as people think, right? People tend to think, oh God, furries are full of drama. And yet research seems to suggest that when it comes to some of these problem behaviors, furries assume it's a lot more popular than it actually is. So when we ask, for example, how much do you engage in drinking or smoking or partying or drug use or risky sex? For all of these things, furries vastly overestimated how much the average furry actually engages in it. Right? So when you take the average of what people actually think, those are the blue bars. When you say, well, how much do you think the average furry does it? That's the orange bars, and you can see, vastly overestimated. So even these things that we assume, when we do see bad behavior, it tends to get blown out of proportion. One Nazi fur tends to be treated as thousands of Nazi furs, right? So fun fact number 43, furries are not deviants, not the deviants that the media makes them out to be. Statistically speaking, furries are deviants in the sense that they're rare, they're unusual, they're outliers. Only about 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 10,000 people is a furry. So yes, they're rare in that sense, but we have no evidence to suggest that furries are more violent or no more maladjusted or even that they have more mental illness than anyone else. The only exception to this rule being autism, spectrum disorder, something we talk about a bit on our website. We try to take some of the stigma out of being furry. And one of the things we'll point out is that we tend to find higher rates of autism in the furry fandom than what you find in the general population, but we don't think this is unique to the furry fandom. In fact, in every fan group we've studied, we tend to find higher rates of autism. Part of this, we think, is because one of the defining features of autism is a strong focused interest in something. And what is a fan if not a strong focused interest in something? So by no means is it a defining feature of the furry fandom. Now there are stereotypes that exist about furries as sort of having poor social skills and living with their parents, and at first glance the data would seem to support this idea, right? So most furries under the age of 24 currently live with their parents. This goes away by the age of 24 or so. By the time you get over the age of 24, most furries have moved out. This, we think, is not a product of being socially maladjusted or being basement dwelling because you can't function. We think it's more of a broader issue in the world right now, which is that it's a lot harder to move out and strike it out on your own. We see here that the average 18-year-old furry makes less than $10,000 a year. It's pretty hard to move it on your own when you're not making that much. But by the time you get into your 30s or your 40s, or even your late 20s, you're making about $30,000 or $40,000 a year American. It's a lot easier to move out then. So it's more of a money issue than a lack of skills or functioning issue. And indeed, we see here that a lot of furries consider themselves to be sort of middle class or on the lower end of middle class. That kind of speaks to that idea. Related to this idea, furries are nerds. Right, so fun fact number 44, furries are tremendous nerds. And I say this because most furries are well educated. The majority of furries are currently in college, have plans to go to college, or have been to college, which might explain, by the way, why so many furries are still living with their parents. It's kind of hard to strike it out on your own if you are paying for college. And in fact, many folks are opting to stay at home while they attend university to save money. And we see here, furries do pretty well in school. When we asked furries how they did and what their sort of grade point average was in the last school that they attended, furries tend to be on the high side of B's and the low side of A's on average. So now's the point where we finish up by talking about some of that sex stuff. So we're going to talk about some of the misconceptions that people have about the furry fandom. So if you're bothered or squeaked by that stuff, this is sort of the time to scoot out. But here we are, number 45. The furry fandom is a fandom for most, but it's a fetish for some. Right? So this is the eternal debate between, is furry a fetish or is it a fandom? And when we ask furries, for yourself, what do you think? The red bars, we see that only a small proportion of furries, about 15 to 20%, tend to say that the fandom is a fetish for them. The majority of furries tend to say it is not a fetish, or it's at minimum, right, like minimally a fetish for them, right? So not what you'd expect to see if the furry fandom really were just a fetish. We'd expect to see much more people saying that it was a fetish. And in fact, furries tend to overestimate how many furries call it a fetish. Fun fact number 46, furries look at porn. Again, perhaps to no one's great shock, even more than other fan groups, furries tend to own and look at a lot of pornography. So porn exists in the fandom. In fact, we find that 96% of male furries tend to look at it, and 17% say that the only porn they look at is furry themed. Among women in the fandom, about 78% of women look at furry porn, and about 2.2% say the only porn they look at is furry themed. What we tend to find is that men tend to be more positive towards porn in the fandom. Women tend to be a little more ambivalent because of some of the themes or some of the content itself. But overwhelmingly, furries tend to like porn and look at porn. This right here is research suggesting that, yes, furries are attracted to anthropomorphized animal characters. Not to animals, but to anthropomorphized animal characters, right? So take an attractive-looking person, put cat ears and a tail on them, and boom, they find that attractive. Okay. Likewise, though, furries are attracted to the idea of being anthropomorphized animal characters. They say, yeah, it would be fun to be a character in this universe, right? So take your hobby, take your sex drive, combine them. We do it all the time. It's the reason why you see cheerleaders at football games. It's the reason why you see models draped across the hood of sports cars in magazines, right? Take your hobby, take your sex drive, combine them. What's important to note is that furries are attracted to the idea of anthropomorphized animal characters and not to animals themselves. When you ask furries, are you attracted to real animals? And you see that overwhelmingly furries say no. Right. Fun fact number 47, even though furries like porn, they're not motivated predominantly by porn, which again speaks to the challenges the idea that furries are simply fetishists or they're here for fetishes. Now, to be clear, this is not fetish shaming. There's nothing wrong if furry is a fetish, but the argument is that it's not correct to describe it as only a fetish for most or all furries. So for example, when we ask furries, hey, when you look at furry arts, do you only look at non-pornographic art, or do you only look at pornographic art, or somewhere in the middle? And furries tend to have no strong preference. Furries just like furry content, and hey, if it's got an erotic angle to it, all the better. When we ask, hey, is porn the reason why you're a furry? Again, this is sort of about as close to is it a fetish for you as you can get. And again, we'd say that about 10 to 15% of furries, it would be correct to say, yes, it is a fetish first and foremost for these folks. For the vast majority of furries, though, that's not why they're here. You remember earlier on where we said that belongingness and community was the number one reason why furries are here. Porn is there, and they like it, but that's not what drives them to it. That's not what makes them a furry. That's just kind of combining their sex drive with their hobbies. And again, we see this around the world. When we ask what motivates you We see in Southeast Asia, for example, art is the number one motivator. We see community and activities and openness are very big motivators. Again, Japan, that odd one out. Many Japanese furries would say that, yeah, fetish is a big part of the reason why they're there. So maybe in Japanese furry fandom, it's a little more accurate to describe it as being a little more oriented around the fetish side of things. And just to sort of put a nail in that coffin, this is sort of a structural equation model, a big statistical model that essentially pits the sexual part of the fandom against the non-sexual part of the fandom to say which one is a better predictor of whether someone calls themselves a furry. And overwhelmingly, there wasn't even a competition, overwhelmingly the non-sexual parts of the fan interests is what drives calling yourself a furry, not the sexual side of things. So number 48, despite the fact that furries are they look at porn and but most wouldn't call it a fetish. Furries are very open and positive about sexuality, which I think is what a lot of people conflate with being a fetish, right? So furries are open and free to people liking whatever they like. Doesn't necessarily mean that it is a fetish, though. And we've actually asked furries and bronies and anime fans, hypothetically speaking, if we were to ask you about your fetishes, would you be honest with us? And furries, much more honest. They said that they would be a lot more honest with us than bronies and anime fans were, which makes it kind of difficult to compare, because if we find, for example, that BDSM is more prevalent in furries, is it because it's actually more prevalent, or because furries are just more willing to be honest with us about it? That's one of the real challenges with trying to compare how prevalent these things are. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about fetishes in the fandom. So here are some of the most common fetishes in the furry fandom. We see that BDSM and power play are among the most prevalent. Also popular are things like transformation, shape-shifting, water sports, ferrophilia, etc., as you go down the list. There's, again, to shoot down the misconception that the furry fandom is all about sexual attraction to real animals. Less than 7% of furries said that this was the case. They had some kind of fetish for zoophilia. And even then, I should point out that in the general population, this number is pretty much square in the middle of the prevalence of zoophilia in the general population. So furries didn't invent the idea of being attracted to animals. That was there long before the furry fandom was. And it's no more prevalent among furries than in the general population. So number 49. If you are interested in this research and want to know more, there's a place you can go to learn more about furries. You can go to our website, furscience.com. You can download our book. All of these numbers are available in our research area. And you can get in touch with me, Dr. Courtney Nuka-Plant. That's my email address on the screen there, cplant@ubishops.ca. And again, all that information is available on furscience.com. And I guess just to wrap this up with fun fact number 50, I want to say thank you very much, because furry audiences are the best audiences. I can think of no other audience that would be willing to spend part of their summer sitting down and listening to a nerd drone on about statistics for an hour and a half. So thank you very much for being a very engaged audience and for your time. And yeah, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the convention. And here's hoping next year I'll be able to see you there in person. So thank you very much, and have a good day.
I'm Shelby. You like dogs, right? Well, you can help some really great dogs by donating whatever you can to Underdogs Rescue Society. Last year, furry attendees helped raise $11,000 for them. which has helped them continue their work trying to find forever homes for often misunderstood dogs. But with COVID-19 and no foray, the ability for underdogs to raise funds has all but dried up. With today's event, however, you can make a difference. Please go to underdogsrescue.com, right down where I'm pointing. Click that donate button and give whatever you can to underdogs so that they can keep doing the great work that they do. Thank you.
Welcome to Furry Tonight. I'm your host, BC Breakaway. As you may know, I usually do a version of this show, the Furry Tonight Show, at Furry, featuring some really interesting and talented folks in front of a small audience. But thanks to coronavirus, things have turned out a little different than I had imagined, and I'm sure it has for you too. But you know what? We're going to carry on and try to make the best of things as we stay physically distant from one another, so that hopefully, someday soon, we can all see each other again. Now, of course, as you no doubt know, COVID-19 forced the cancellation or postponement of Furry to next year. Sadly, this means that the Mayor of Edmonton will have to wait an extra year before sending us a new pun-laden welcome letter to the city for us to publish in our con book. Just take a look at what he sent us to publish in the last two con books. These are absolutely real. We haven't embellished them or anything. Now, we're not the only ones, though, that have had their local mayor write special messages for their cons. We've done a tremendous amount of research to find other cons, particularly the Canadian ones, to find out what their mayors have wrote for them. And we've gathered some of these addresses and have highlighted a part of each one for you. So first, let's start with the Mayor of Vancouver. The Mayor of Vancouver was gracious enough to pronounce for Vancouver, "We're glad you've chosen our fair city to..." Wait. Your convention is actually in Surrey, and previously it was in Richmond, and before that was in Burnaby? Next up is the Mayor of Toronto, who wrote for Fernal Equinox, "Our hotel rooms may be some of the most expensive of any Canadian furry convention, but the Euro stand next door more than makes up for it." You know, actually, he's not wrong. I've been to that Euro stand. It's pretty darn good. Let's see who's next. Oh, it looks like Winnipeg. Winnipeg's Wild Prairie Fur Con. It's a fairly new con. I was there last year, obviously not going this year. But they were still honored to receive the following statement from their mayor. "We are thrilled to host a furry convention alongside our other great attractions, including the Human Rights Museum and the Royal Canadian Mint." Maybe there's not much else going on in Winnipeg. All right, what's next? Oh, okay, Ottawa. Ottawa has a con. It's called Canference. Another con I'd like to get to one day. And the mayor of Ottawa graciously wrote, "You will not even be the most ridiculous thing to be in Ottawa, as Parliament will be in session during your event dates." Sounds about right. Okay, so, a couple U.S. cities actually had their mayors write something for their convention. So first is FurCon, FC, in San Jose, California. They were proud to receive a proclamation from their mayor there that stated, "We welcome and honor the furries who have endured the worst, the absolute worst that our city has to offer, high school volleyball players." And finally, the mayor of Las Vegas announced this for Sin City MerCon. "Suck it, Reno." We've got a great show for you tonight. I'll be talking with Good Boy Cindercolly and animator and filmmaker Syncrotrace. But first, coming right up, Temperance of Comic Crazy Studios. We'll be right back. So welcome back. My first guest is Temperance. She is in and from Calgary, and she joins us today. And welcome, Temperance.
Hey, thanks very much for having me.
So how did you, I mean, I think we all kind of saw the writing on the wall regarding what was happening with cons in general this year. And of course, Furry was postponed, well, canceled for this year, I guess, technically postponed to next year. We're running the same theme and everything. What was your reaction when you heard that?
Really wasn't surprised. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it was the right choice to make. It was one of those, the writing was sort of on the wall, and once Con started canceling, I'm like, well, it's just a matter of time before Furry has to cancel as well.
Does this affect a lot of your plans for the year as far as cons that you were supposed to go to? Like, you're a dealer at some cons. I mean, you would have been a dealer at our con, I believe. So how does that affect you for that?
Actually, I'm quite fortunate. I don't do the con circuit anymore.
Oh,
a lot of fursuit makers and artists are very, very limited to, they make a majority of their money at cons. However, I've reached a point in my career where I'm almost entirely commission based. So I do vend at Furry, but that's mostly more as a courtesy. It gives me a place to be, and I can meet and chat with people, and I can sell a bit of merch, but that if I did or didn't have a table, it wouldn't affect my livelihood. So I'm fortunate in that way. I know a lot of artists, this year will probably kill them if they, they can't do their usual con circuit and make their usual money.
I don't know if people know what you do or some of the things that you do. Can you tell everybody a little bit more about what you do, Temp?
Well, I mean, I'm a costume maker, period. Most of my work is furry just because it's a great customer base and it's probably what I'm most skilled at, but I'm not limited specifically to furry stuff. So yeah, I'm basically just a commission-based artist. People contact me with designs for what they want me to make. And once I quote them a price and we decide to go forward, then it's, yeah, I just do my best to make their, costume dreams a reality so they can be a purple kangaroo or Superman or whoever they choose to be.
So fursuits or partials of fursuits or even that kind of, like, do you know how many you've made?
Oh Lord! If you're going to ask me numbers, I could have grabbed my total sheet.
If you had to guess.
300 plus.
Oh wow! Okay, and how long have you been doing this?
11 years.
Okay, and now that's the fursuit side of it. I know you do build other costumes. It doesn't have to be furry. It doesn't have to be a fursuit. Yeah. I know, for example, you're very much into cosplay. I've seen some of your projects, amazing projects, and we'll talk about something in a second. But so if you then add that part of it, what's your total then? Like, does it go up like another 300 or?
No, actually, the reason I can make a living as a costume maker is because of the furry fandom.
Okay.
Cosplayers in general don't quite understand how much stuff costs quite the same way furries do. Like, furries in general are really generous with their artists. If you commission art and they don't think they paid enough, 9 times out of 10 they'll give you a huge tip. Cosplayers, thanks to the Chinese market and bootlegs, costume that they'd ask for a quote and I'd give them, a number, $500. They could get the same costume on eBay for $30. And I just obviously can't pay myself that low. Also, quality is different. If someone's making 30 cents in Taiwan sewing Cardcaptor Sakura costumes versus someone working out of their home studio making one, the quality would be significantly better on my end, but cosplay in general tends to be very, you don't continue to wear the same costume over and over and over and over again, whereas furries, if you maintain your costume 5 or 10 years worth of wear out of it. However, if you're keeping up with the latest anime or the latest movies, you may only wear your Wonder Woman 3 or 4 times. So in that sense, furries tend to want the quality and are willing to pay the money for it because it's whatever the costume is, it's a little piece of them, right? It's something they designed for them that they plan to use over and over. So in the scheme of things, I would not be able to make a living making costumes if I was only doing cosplay stuff.
That brings us to something that recently happened to you that was pretty cool. You won something called the Ultimate Online Cosplay Championship. You won Judge's Choice, right? Is that what it's called? Okay.
Yeah,
So tell us about that.
there was 5 judges, and so aside from the first, second, third place, every judge got to pick sort of an honorable mention. So it was a costume that they thought was cool but didn't win one of the major awards. So I was chosen by the Egg Sisters, and they gave me the honorable choice for my dragon mom, the Tiamat, costume.
Okay. Yep. And when did you? Is that a new build, or is that something that you've had for a little while?
She's pretty new. I figured I make a ton of dragons. If anybody knows, the running gag is starting to become I'm a bit of a dragon mom at this point, and I do actually know the number on this one because I keep track. I've made 70 dragons.
70.
Yeah,
Wow.
70.
Okay.
So I kind of figured I should probably make a dragon for myself. And if I'm going to make a dragon for myself, it might as well be Dragon Mom, because she's going to be the mom to all my other little dragons. So I made this dragon. It was basically taking fabrics and materials and ideas I had made on some of my other dragons and then put them all together. So she sort of feels like a mom to all of them.
What are you working on now? Any neat projects, or, I mean, commissions probably, but like anything for yourself?
Oh, I've got like 3 or 4 cosplays I'm working on for myself. I'm kind of one of those people who, the second I get an idea for a costume, I'm like, oh, I should make that. And then I start making it, despite the fact I have 3 or 4 other costumes I haven't finished yet. So I've got 2 cats costumes on the go.
Okay. Stage show cats or recent movie cats?
Please. Musical only. God bless them for making that movie. It was a weird acid trip I've ever been on. No, sorry, I'm stage all the way. What else do I have? A couple video game characters, a horror TV show one. Oh Lord, what else do I have on the go? I'm working on one with Yanara, which we were gonna enter in a cosplay contest, and then all the cons got canceled. So my half is done. We're still working on her half, and then whenever she can safely come to my studio, we can get her fitted and keep sewing. But
do you find that it's kind of hard sometimes to turn off doing the personal stuff because you know you have to work on commissions? I mean, obviously the commission stuff is what pays the bills, but the personal stuff is the fun stuff.
Fortunately, I've been doing this for so long. I've got 11 years of commission work under my belt. You get very good at organizing your time and compartmentalizing. So I know when I get up in the morning, like 8 o'clock to 6 p.m., that's costume work. On the weekends, though, I can do my own stuff. So the joke is when they say, if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. It's actually, when you do what you love, you kind of work all the time. So even though I'm not working on commission stuff, I'm still sewing, I'm still in my studio. And whenever I'm not in my studio, I sort of wander around the house looking lost. And my husband thinks it's hilarious because I'll be wandering around the house for 30 minutes. And he's like, you don't know what to do with yourself, do you? And I'm like, no, I might go sew.
When they commission you, have you ever turned anybody down that just like, I just can't do that, or I won't do that, or, you know, is there a character that you said, it's just not within my wheelhouse? Like, how do you feel about it when people come to you with ideas?
Every now and again, I don't turn down a ton of people. Usually it's a feature, like they'll want something I don't do. Like those, I want like those LED eyes that look like they're blinking, and that's not something I do, but if someone gives me the material, I'm willing to work with it. And other stuff, I have turned down a few, mostly just because it was something I wasn't comfortable making, and in which case I just tell them, you know, this is not kind of what I want to do, but it's actually quite rare.
how do people commission you?
It's, well, go to my webpage. That's where you start, www.comiccrazy.com. And you go to the commissions page, and it basically runs through what I require. So people just have to email me with a ref sheet. That's absolutely essential. You have to have a ref sheet. And I don't really care if you like scribbled something on a napkin. It's more of a concern for me that all the colors are correct and all the markings are in the right spot. And I don't need a 16-page document telling me that the spot on the shoulder starts midway up, so it's just a picture's worth 1,000 words. So a ref sheet, and then what they want. So if they just want a head, if they want a full body, if they want digitigrade, if they want muscle padding, if they want like femme padding, like breasts and hips, if they want a partial or a 3/4. And then once I get those details, if there's anything I'm unclear on from their ref sheet, I may ask them a few more questions, and then after that, I'll give them a quote. So if they like the quote, then it's just a matter of giving me a deposit, and then they're added to my queue.
Okay.
My queue, it works, it's a running queue. So my queue, I never close it. Some artists, they'll take a few commissions, and they close. I leave mine open all the time, but my queue list can get lengthy. So right now, it's about a year-long wait to be on my queue.
Well, that's not bad, really. Like,
honestly, no. I mean, there's some makers who they get backed up and backed up. I'm pretty good at managing my time that way. So I prefer to keep my queue open because it saves people from having to check back in March and check back in January, just whenever you're open and hope you get picked. And there's also a comfort in knowing, okay, I may have to wait a year, but at least I'm on a list and I know my turn will come up eventually.
Let's talk about some of your favorite creations.
Well, let's go down through my studio then. I suppose I finished my Phantom of the Opera Red Death costume. I finally decided he was too fabulous to leave in a garment bag, so I've put him on a mannequin on display.
That was amazing. Actually, I remember seeing you at that was at Calgary, right? I remember seeing you.
It was a Calgary Expo.
Oliver,
Yeah,
I believe I was with, and bumped into you there, and it's like, yes, it's fascinating because one thing I will say is that what's really cool is that you do so many things that are not, I guess, typical, in the sense that you're not all about just what you saw in a movie or what you saw on a TV show, right? You're willing to step out there. You're doing characters that are, whether they are inherently male or female or whatever, right? Like, you're willing to tackle anything. And that's something that I thought was really cool, because there's a lot of cosplay people that I see that are, they're almost pigeonholed into a certain kind of look or a certain type of character because that's who they are, that's what they like or whatever, right? But I always appreciated the fact that you were willing to step out and do something completely different, right? Red Death is pretty different.
Well, you know what it is? It's because I'm a big theater nerd. You and me.
Yes, we know.
Love our musicals.
Yes.
So their stage costumes are I just love a good stage costume. And the Red Death is one of my absolute favorites. And the reason I make all the Cats costumes is, or even my Lion King costumes, is just because I loved them so much. And there's no way I can possibly own, a real Mr. Mistopheles costume, but I can make one and I can pretend. No one's going to be hiring me to be on Hamilton, but that doesn't mean I can't make my own Schuyler Sisters dress.
Oh, right. Have you made one?
No, but I have been making a few more historical costumes, so maybe that one will sneak in there at some point.
Excellent. Okay, so one last thing before we go, Temp. Favorite con memory? Any con?
Well, the first one that comes to my mind was Calgary Comic Expo.
Okay.
I was running a booth, and I was dressed up as Supergirl that year. And this mom and this little girl came by, and she was like, oh, my little girl loves Supergirl. And so I knelt down and I chatted her with a bit, and I gave her a hug. And And when it was all done, the mom was like, "Oh, thank you so much. A lot of the other cosplayers, they're all like stuck up and they didn't want to talk to my daughter." And I don't know, like, maybe it's just the furry in me. Or I was just like, well, of course there's a kid. You've got to do the high five. There has to be a hug. You have to tell them they're cool. It's I thought it was really sweet.
Well, thank you very much for making some time for us. Like I said, I wish you good health. Hopefully we can see you, hopefully maybe even at the Christmas party, if we have one.
God willing, yeah.
Right?
I don't have any wood, but knock on wood that we get at least a potluck out of this year.
Well, we've already talked about how we can maybe work around the whole potluck thing, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. So, but again, thank you very much for joining us. And like I said, we look forward to all the amazing things you're going to be doing in the years to come. Temperance, everybody. And that was an interview with Temperance, which was recorded about 2 weeks ago. We'll be right back. For those of you watching, as you may know, Furry has partnered with Underdogs Rescue Society for the past 4 years as their charity partner, helping to raise a significant amount of funds to help them help dogs in need. In fact, last year, you helped to donate an astounding $11,000 to Underdogs. Now, this year, with no Furry, it's a serious blow to Underdogs, who are hoping to raise at least that much with your generous support at the con. But you can still help them. Donate whatever you can to Underdogs directly by going to underdogsrescue.com. Whether it's $5, $50, or $500, any amount helps to keep them from not being able to rehome these big dogs that are often so hard to find good homes for. In fact, Cash here, hey Cash, here you go, there you go. Cash here was an Underdogs dog who my partner and I fostered for a period of time until we decided to adopt him so that he had his forever home after his first 2 homes didn't want him any longer. There are many dogs that need our help, so please do what you can to give. To start, I'm personally donating $50 to Underdogs, and I hope you'll consider doing the same by going to underdogsrescue.com and looking for the donate button. Thank you. We'll be right back with Synchro Trace. Hey folks, welcome back. I now have the pleasure of introducing a talented animator and filmmaker who I've followed and watched for, well, the better part of a decade now. Please welcome Synchro Trace. How you doing?
What's up?
Where are you? I don't even know where you live, so where are you?
I'm currently in Florida, Orlando, Florida.
You're in Florida?
Yeah.
How long have you been in Florida?
Since 2017, so almost 3 years. Or
what brought you down to Florida?
Job opportunities, and I moved down here with Jazz Wolf.
Okay, cool. How do you like Orlando? No, not really. So even though it's the land of Disney World and theme parks and whatnot, it's just not great.
I mean, it's cool and all, but it's always hot. It rains all the time. I'm a northerner. I like snow. I like cold temperatures, and I'm still not used to it 3 years later.
So but you're down there and you're working down there now?
Yeah, I went full freelance or full-time freelance. I was working for an agency, but that didn't work out. We had a lot of creative differences, and they were having some unsavory practices, so I left and did my own thing.
Did you sort of wake up one day and say, I want to be an animator, or how did you get into it?
So I got into art initially due to my older sister. She's an artist, and we would do like little fun challenges and stuff. I've always appreciated art, but she challenged me to draw Jafar, and I could do it, and I got mad, and I wanted to prove her wrong, and I ended up liking animation or art. And then animation happened when, do you remember Atlantis: The Lost Empire?
Yep.
So the first movie I ever saw had Atlantis as its first trailer, and watching it, I was captivated just by the trailer alone, and I told myself out loud that I wanted to do that.
So what's the animation business like, though? I mean, I kind of imagine if you go to work for a studio, let's say Disney or someone like that, right? I mean, you're not. I mean, while you are animating and you're drawing and whatnot, you're trying to produce a specific style. Like there's a character, there's a design for that character, and you're following that design, right? When you draw, it's not like, oh, this is your take on that character necessarily, unless you're the character designer, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you find that? Like, do you prefer, like you said, you're doing freelance now, so you kind of do whatever you want, or was it more, did you find it difficult when you're in an environment where they're saying, you got to do it this way because this is what we want it to look like?
Another good question. So with that, at least in my personal experience, I had to do what I was told up until a certain point because I was still very new to the freelance world. I had to learn the ins and outs, how to do financial stuff, how to charge for my work and stuff like that. And then eventually when I gained my own platform, which is still growing, I started doing things on my own.
So, you know, the last few days, well, by the time this airs in about a week's time, there's been a lot of talk about the value of artists in furry and what artists charge in furry for their work. And I think that in most cases, it's criminally undervalued, right? So being able to take off your furry hat for a second, not literally, but but you know, taking off the furry side of things. Do you agree with that? That furry, for whatever reason, the price points, the value that we have for artwork and other creatives in furry is too low?
Definitely. To be honest, art in the fandom is a luxury. It's not something that's like heavily required. Like if you were to be in an animation studio and you need to have a turnaround sheet done by this day and get paid this amount. It really depends on the artist, the style, the approach, the practice, the business practice, of course, and just the overall reception. Like, charge whatever you want. You know, don't ever undervalue yourself. If you're not confident, start at a certain point and ease your way up. You know, I've seen a lot of artists do this. I've seen a lot of artists just stay in one spot because they're afraid that they'll lose their initial fan base. You know, but like I said, art is unfortunately a luxury in this community, and it's not something that's like, you can't just. I saw something on Twitter earlier today having the same question. Like I said, if you have the know-how, the style, the art, the overall business practices, then I don't think whatever you charge for your work should be a problem. It's my personal opinion.
Let's talk about some of those projects that you sent me some clips on. I'm actually going to look right now. So I noticed there's I recognize this one, the Deadwood Gang. Beware of the Deadwood Gang. So that's like a Western.
Yes.
And let's just show a short clip of it right now, and then we'll come back and talk about it a little bit. So tell me a little bit about what that project was all about.
So Deadwood Gang was basically inspired by, if you've ever seen Back to the Future 3.
Okay, yeah.
I was heavily inspired by that, but also, you know, I grew up watching Westerns. My aunt, who the film was mostly inspired by, watched a lot of Westerns, and when she passed away, I wanted to dedicate the film to her. It's basically about, it's different now because I changed it so much, which I haven't shown yet. But from that premise, it was basically like your bounty hunter finding the main person who is causing all this trouble in the city, and they have like their typical showdown.
Now, so there were a couple other projects here. So I'm looking at one that I was trying to figure out. It says, what does it say? Coup Mirage?
Yeah.
Destroying the Illusion. And it says here wardrobe. So you were responsible for the wardrobe aspect of this particular thing?
Yeah, so that's it's by Practical Studios. My buddy Josh Spooner, he contacted me one day and asked if I wanted to join him on this project. It kind of reminded me of like kind of like Blade Runner meets Metropolis, and he we looked through a lot of like inspirations like 80s cyberpunk, and I was responsible for putting costumes together, making sure that they looked good, making sure that the lighting was good, and it was overall like I worked on that for like maybe a couple months. That was probably one of the most fun projects I've ever worked on.
When it comes to wardrobe, is it just literally going out and finding stuff, or did you have to actually make stuff?
Make stuff. I did a lot of research. I did a lot of trying on myself, and I did a lot of concept sketches, and more so like wanted to see what the costume looked like in color. So like we would have like a gel light on like this light, and it would like if it was a red color scene, I would try to see what that would look like. We did a lot of green screen stuff in this film as well. I wasn't responsible for the green screen, but I wanted to make sure that it looked good when you insert the background and everything like that. Yeah, my favorite costume is the main person in the trailer, or the clip that you just shown.
Yep.
Shows him like getting up from like climbing up on something. I had designed that, and I'm very proud of that.
So there's two other ones here, and one, let's see here. This is Summer Malady. So let's just look at this a little bit.
So with that film, it's done by my buddy Rachel Reed, really beautiful animator. Basically, her film is about this girl trying to get medicine for her brother while they're hiding. And I was responsible for doing most of the sound design. There was a lot of Spanish to English translation that I helped with, a lot of the sound design work, rustling through the grass and stuff like that. And I had a lot of fun on that because it was a project that was, bilingual, for me at least. Because at the time my Spanish was pretty fluent. Even though it was just, basic Spanish, it was still pretty fun to work on.
And then there's one more here, the no swear bear. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay, so this one, I'm very confused. It's on your screen right now. What am I seeing? What is going on here?
So, you know how kind of like when you have like little campfire stories, and it's like, I'm gonna tell you a special tale of the one-eyed boot or something like that. So, it was a film project that me and a couple classmates put together for. Our assignment was things you can live without, and our assignment was air. And I came up with the idea. I was like, wouldn't it be cool if there was a bear that stole your air if you swear? And we came up with No Swear Bear. So I was the character designer for that. I was the director of the whole music video, if you will. They recorded the whole song in a day, and it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 animators on this project, me included, and it's gone to be in a few film festivals like Fresh Off the Grill in Michigan, Filmchella in California, as well as the Royal Star Film Festival in Michigan as well.
So due to some licensing reasons, we're only showing the video. We're not showing any of the audio or playing any of the audio. But how do people actually see any of these things in its entirety? Or is there a place for them to watch? And you mentioned you have a Patreon. Mm-hmm. Do you have like a place where people can watch any of your work?
So I do have a Vimeo. I haven't updated it in a while because I've been working on projects. But I have a Vimeo, same username as my Twitter, same with Patreon, and a YouTube channel, which I have yet to update as well. I've been real busy with other stuff. Like there's 3 projects that I'm working on now. One had to be heavily revised due to ongoing events. And I'm working on a comic with the Nuxlight. And I'm working on a short film, another one. So it's going to be a pretty busy few months, maybe a year. hopefully I can get it all done in time.
You mentioned current events. There's a lot going on in the world, obviously, with everything from the coronavirus to Black Lives Matter to just all sorts of things going on. A lot of social upheaval. Sort of, what's your view on where we are right now? Not just, I don't necessarily mean furries, but just in general. Like, where do you think that we are as a society right now?
As a society, we have a long way to go. Not sugarcoating anything. I feel like us bringing this to everyone's attention and continuously showcasing that this isn't good is doing wonders. But it's like we have a long way to go, and especially in the fandom, there's a lot of BIPOC furs that don't really get their shine when they work just as hard as other people in the fandom. And I just, for a community to be so inclusive, it doesn't feel like it,
Mm-hmm. Do you worry about fatigue? I mean, do you worry about a sense that there's so much talk about these very important topics right now, but I always worry sometimes that that people will get tired of hearing it. And I know it sounds terrible because, you know what, people that have faced racism and people that have faced systemic racism for their entire lives, they're probably very, very tired, right? But do you worry that the allies and the people that want to help will get tired?
All the time. I just had this conversation with a friend of mine the other day. Just seeing it plastered all over the news and seeing the pictures and the videos, it's very mentally draining. And for one, I understand. I understand because I lived through this. But other people who don't have to endure as much as I do, or any BIPOC person, what they have to endure, I can understand it can be mentally draining, but this is just the reality of everything right now. It's like the age of sugarcoating is over, especially in 2020. So
there's not much to sugarcoat in 2020, is there? What about missing cons? Do you miss cons? Like, did you go to a lot?
That's a real good question. I do. I will say that 2020, the lack of cons, I've definitely noticed it because I really couldn't care less before because of the what I mentioned earlier about the fandom not really being inclusive to BIPOC folks.
Right.
Now I'm noticing it, and maybe I miss talking to people in person. I miss hugging people. I miss going out to grab a bite with people, so on and so forth. The social aspect of it is what I miss the most, but as far as cons are concerned, I know personally I don't miss them as much because I know that I'm smart enough to know that there are ways to go around it. Like there's VR chat and there's Telegram, other social media platforms. There's ways that we all can still connect. But, I understand why some people feel like this is like we're in the worst timeline. I get it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason we're doing this is in part because Furry was postponed until next year. And have you ever been to Canada?
Once.
Where did you go?
Niagara Falls.
That's hardly Canada. I mean, it is Canada, but it's.
I mean, aside from Niagara Falls, I have been to Windsor. Windsor, because I'm originally from Detroit. That was like in my backyard.
That's actually when I first met you. You were still living in Detroit.
Yeah.
Yes.
And before, back before they required passports, we can just go to Canada whenever.
Right.
And I would normally do that with my dad growing up, but ever since then we just have been lazy. And, I haven't been out of the USA since.
Do you miss Detroit?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
If the job market was better, I would have stayed, or at least job market for people in my industry.
Well, you know what? I hope one day you will come up to see us in Edmonton. I'd love to have you up here. It's been a while since I saw you in person.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like kind of in person right now, but it's been a long time. And like I said, we share one other thing. Our viewers probably don't know, but you and I share a birthday.
Yeah, we're birthday
Right?
buddies. Yeah.
Yeah, we're birthday buddies. So it's always good because that way I always remember when your birthday is. Because as long as I don't forget mine, I think we're okay. So anyway, I hope you stay safe, stay healthy. Like I said, you're just a Skype call away. We'd like to, if you have any new projects or anything, drop me a line, and we'll certainly make sure that we let people know about it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. That's Synchro Trace, everybody. Trace, we'll have a great rest of your day, and we'll talk to you next time.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm a dog, and I have a home. But not every dog is that fortunate. Underdogs help bully breeds. You know, pit bulls, Rottweilers, the other large breeds that people may be scared of, to find their forever homes. But that work is expensive, and with COVID-19 and no furry, that work is almost at a standstill. So I'm asking you to visit underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and donate whatever you can to help make me and other dogs happy.
My next guest is a very good boy. You may know him from his cooking videos, his talks about COVID-19 from a nurse's perspective, or just for being a fluffy blue dog. Please welcome Cinder Collie. Hey, Cinder. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not too bad. How you holding out, as they like to say these days?
You know, I keep telling people at work, I'm surviving, not thriving. But you know what? It's actually gotten a little bit better recently.
How so?
Oh, well, we started to get staffed again in the emergency department, whereas before they were starting to cut some of our hours because of the law. We had less patients, so we had less staff, but we were just as busy. So now they're finally starting to give us more people to work with, and it's been great. Still a lot of COVID cases coming in, but at least we got good PPE now.
So for a lot of people that don't know, I mean, you are an ER room nurse?
Correct.
And so, I mean, you get to see a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with COVID-19, but is COVID-19 sort of taking over the emergency department at all, or is what you're doing quite separate from it still?
Well, back in like April and May, it definitely took over like everything. We had we kept wondering like, where did all the heart attacks and all the strokes go? Because it seemed like every room was a COVID room, and it was just overwhelming. Nowadays, they're pretty evenly dispersed throughout all of our patients. So, whereas before I'd have more COVID patients than non-COVID patients, now it's about even.
Do you feel safe?
Yes and no. I feel a lot safer than when all this first started. We were the N95 masks that we wear, for example, they're one-time use. You're not supposed to reuse them. Once you take them off, they're supposed to be discarded and thrown out. That's how it's always been for my whole career. When all this started, I wore the same N95 mask for about 2 weeks. So who knows how good of a job it was doing. Nowadays, we get one at the start of the shift, and we use it for the whole shift, and then we get rid of it. So at least, instead of using it for a couple days or weeks in a row, it's just one day. So that definitely makes me feel more safe.
How do you feel about sort of the way that people are responding or not responding to COVID-19, sort of the ways that they should try to minimize risk? How are you feeling about people not wearing face masks? People that are choosing to not socially distance themselves?
It's frustrating, to say the least. Just come spend a day in the hospital and guarantee you'll be wearing a mask until all this is over. That's all I'm going to say about it, because there's nothing I can say that's going to change people's minds. They're just going to have to see it.
So when you go out, first of all, you probably don't go out a lot other than work, but when you do go out, I mean, do you always wear a mask?
Absolutely.
And I hope people understand, like, the mask is to protect other people, not to protect yourself.
Correct.
And why is that? Maybe you can explain it very quickly so that people kind of get it.
So when you're breathing or when you're coughing, you have droplets. So small, like, moisture that comes out basically with breathing and with coughing. And the virus can be transmitted through that moisture, through those droplets. Or Now they're saying it might be airborne. They don't really know. But we know at the very least that coughing is part of the way that it transmits. So when you cough, it kind of like flies out of your mouth, right? The mask itself helps kind of contain that and keeps it from going out into the air or onto surfaces or whatever, or onto whoever you're talking to's face, because you don't want to cough on their face. So it helps kind of keep it all contained so it doesn't get spread out into the air. It doesn't do a great job of preventing things from getting into you, but if everybody's wearing a mask, then everything's contained within their own face area.
Makes sense. Kind of like wearing a fursuit head.
Exactly.
There you go. So maybe we should just all wear fursuit heads.
These are not medical grade fursuit heads, so I would not wear this and consider this this is not appropriate PPE.
Well, Cinder, it's time for a short break, so stick around. And you guys stick around too. We'll be back with more Cinder Caller in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Cinder, and today, in celebration of reaching 3,000 followers, I'm going to share with you my recipe for delicious Cinder Scotchy cookies. So, let's get started. And there you have it! Just like that, you have delicious cookies! Thanks again for helping me reach 3,000 followers. Please, try this at home and share your results. Until next time, bye!
All right, so I want to talk to you also a little bit more about your cooking videos.
Well, I did the cookie video was back in 2018. It was right before, I was in like late June 2018. I had been making these cookies for conventions for probably about a year. And everybody kept asking me for the recipe, and I was kind of like, I don't really want to give it away because it's kind of like a little secret recipe from my mom that she gave to me. So eventually I came up with the idea of making a video to give the recipe out to everybody. So I had Tux help me film it, and over a course of about a day, we filmed it and edited it, and it turned out really well. And it was just kind of we just kind of did it, just on a whim.
You said you've done other videos and whatnot. I know you've talked about your experiences as a nurse. You've done the cooking video, the cookie video. What other videos have you done?
So I did when I first started making videos, I wanted to do like educational stuff, right? No, part of being a nurse is educating, is taking complex medical situations and basically breaking it down to the basics so everybody can understand. So one of the first videos I did was talking about diabetes. So it's a very big thing right now. It's a very, unfortunately, it's a very prevalent disease. And a lot of people don't understand how it works. So one of the first videos I did was to kind of break that down and talk about what it is and what we do to treat it. And then after that, I did a few videos of like talking about my time as a nurse. And then eventually I found this style of just doing like the selfie videos for about 30 seconds. These short little snippet videos that are A, easy to make, and B, people love them. Because let's be honest, a lot of us have a short attention span, especially on social media. So if you can take a video and cram it into 30 seconds, people are going to watch it and they're going to enjoy it. As opposed to like a 5-minute long video that, there's a lot crammed into it. You try to break it down to the basics.
Well, Cinder, we actually have a clip from one of your videos. This is, I think, the Cinder Collie RN series. And this particular video is one where you're talking about a list of things. And this is number 5 on your list. Though, based on the subject matter, maybe you should have called it number 2.
Number 5, poop. I see so much poop every day, everywhere, from everyone. Nobody told me there'd be this much poop. Nobody warned me. Why didn't anybody warn me?
So are you ready to play the lightning round? I've got some questions I want to ask you. 7 questions, and just your first response.
Okay.
Are you ready for these 7 questions? Okay, so here we go. Favorite way to relax?
Video games.
Video games? Favorite video game? This is a sub-question. Favorite video game?
Right now, Valor.
Okay. Favorite con?
Midwest Fur Fest. MFF. Always has been.
Favorite movie?
Happy Feet. Because that was a movie that got me into furry.
Happy Feet?
Yes, the Penguin movie.
Okay. That's not, I don't think that a lot of people would say that necessarily. So that's okay, that's unique. Favorite food?
Hot dogs.
Favorite beverage?
Without ketchup.
Favorite beverage?
Gin.
Gin?
Yes.
Okay. Favorite condiment on a hot dog?
Mustard. No ketchup.
Just mustard?
Well, no, everything like a Chicago style hot dog is, but that's multiple condiments. If I had to pick one condiment, it'd be mustard.
All right. And favorite theme park?
Oh, Cedar Point.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what? There's a story about that. You and I and a couple others, we went there.
And it was amazing.
Well, but it wasn't so easy to get there, was it? There were issues. There were a number of issues.
We finally got there. It was fantastic. We did get to ride on everything.
Yes, it was. Let's see, everything from you running a red light to us not being able to go to the hotel that we wanted to because it was closed because a water main break, so we couldn't go on the day we wanted to go. Then I remember when we were there, so we had one full day there. It was a lot of fun. What are they called? Fish flies?
Oh,
those huge flies. Those, I think they're called fish flies. They were everywhere. They were disgusting. I remember when we went up in that really tall sort of a swing ride, and they're like hitting you in the face when you're like 100 feet above ground. That was pretty disgusting. But
it was a fun weekend, though.
It was, and like I said, it's something that we'll have to do again. It's getting a little bit harder with everybody being in different places, and also just you know what? I don't know when the next time is that I'll be in the States, but hoping that that'll be something that can happen at some point, and hopefully you'll come up and see us in Canada at some point.
I would love to. I really, really want to one day.
But up here, when you go have a hot dog, it's not a Chicago style dog, so you have to have ketchup on it.
You don't have to have ketchup on it, and I'm not gonna put ketchup on it.
But have you tried it with ketchup?
I'm sorry?
Have you tried it with ketchup?
Of course, when I was a kid and I didn't know any better.
When you were just a puppy.
When I was just a puppy.
All right. Well, Cinder Collie, like I said, I hope you stay safe. I hope you stay well. I wish the best for both of you and for your family. It's been a challenging time for everybody, but if anybody deserves praise for being a positive force on the fandom and just as a great guy, it's you. And like I said, I'm really thrilled that we got to know each other a few years ago, and we'll just have to talk more often.
Well, I appreciate you having me on, and I'm going to leave with this. Wear your mask. That's all I'm going to say. I don't have to give an explanation. Just wear your mask.
That's right. You heard the dog. Wear your masks, everybody. Thanks very much, Cinder Collie. We'll be right back after this. Some weeks ago, when we were at the height of our COVID-19 restrictions and everybody was supposed to stay at home as much as possible and not see anybody, I got a little bit stir crazy and I decided to do this little video, which is a parody of the song Out There from Disney's Hunchback of Notre Dame. Safe behind these windows, I'm told to stay at home, gazing at the outside world below me. I spend my days thinking as I hide in here alone, longing for my friends, but they're nowhere near me. All my time I visualize their faces, wondering if they miss the good times with me. Now this life, I wonder how it feels to pass a day not far from them. Oh, I miss them. And out there,
living in the sun. Give me one day out there. All I ask is one to hold forever out there, where I could be unafraid. What I'd give, what I'd dare, just to live one day out there. Out there among the merchants and the restaurants, they're alive. My friends can meet me there, I can see them. Every day they'd work and play and go about their lives, thankful of the gift it is to be them. If I was with my friends, I'd treasure every instant out there, strolling down the streets, taste the morning out there. Wouldn't it be neat to be around there, out there, just one day, and then I swear I'll be content with my share. Won't resent, won't despair, old and bent, I won't care. I'll have spent one day out
Well, that's our show tonight. I want to thank our guests Temperance from Comic Crazy Studios, Synchro Trace, and Cinder Collie for joining us on this unusual online version of Furry Tonight. It was a lot of fun for me. I hope it was for you. Thank you for watching, and good night.
This is Furry TV.
How you doing, Dick? Oh! I want life to end as I know it. Word! And yet you're looking at me. So we're on the... You got it. You got it. You got it, friend. You better. You got it. After all that bragging. I'll let me fire in my mouth. And everybody's invited. Woo! There's the bird. Love it.
Honor!
Did you have any curiosity? No. Sorry, no. Just say no. And they didn't have anything hotter than a Caribe over at the grocery store. Ah.
my phone down. Why am I going to put my phone down? I have to monitor this.
Never mind. You're live. Go.
I know. Yeah. Well, there you go. Hi. Let me put my phone down, as Tiggs is telling me.
We're all about production.
We are. We want to make sure that
trying to make up for
we're monitoring things. See, here we are, right here.
Oh, hey, look at that. That looks fantastic.
Yeah. Exactly. So, so welcome everybody. Welcome to Thal Eats Ice Cream Mondays. Why are they called Ice Cream Mondays? Well, everybody knows what an Ice Cream Sunday is, and everybody hates Mondays. So we thought Ice Cream Mondays would be a really good name for what you're about to eat.
That sounds appropriate.
Yes. Now, the way this is, of course, all to raise funds for Underdogs Rescue. We hope you've been donating so far. You've seen the PSAs throughout the day. You'll see a few more during this program, and we encourage you to bid often and bid high to get Thal to eat some of these delicious Ice Cream Mondays. Are you worried?
A little bit, but we'll see how it goes. The retching sounds going on over there, kind of.
Right. What you didn't see just before Tiggs was yelling at me to put down my phone was Wolliver is off camera preparing the first Ice Cream Monday, and he's opening a can. You can hear the can, and then as soon as it opened, he goes, "Oh!" So apparently, it's worse than I had imagined. Yeah. And we thought it would be the easy one to start you off. But so the way it works tonight is that we have 90 minutes and we have 10 different items that Thal is going to hopefully have to eat. They're all going to be served on no-name vanilla ice milk. And every single item, almost every single item, came from Dollarama. So you can see the quality of what we're about to eat is fascinating. Now, the way that the bidding is going to work is this. We're starting, so to get Thal to eat the first sundae, what do you think that's worth to you?
I don't know. I don't even know what I'm actually getting. So,
right.
But I don't know, like 30.
That's a good guess. $30. In fact, so this is what happens. When we get to $30 in this bid, it can be a single bid of $30, or it can be multiple people bidding to total $30. Once we get to that level, we will make Thal eat his first Ice Cream Monday. And then each round successively will increase the bid for that section by $10. So, for example, the next item will have to get $40 before he'll eat his next Ice Cream Monday. So we know there's a lot of you out there. We hope that you will bid. Tell your friends to bid. You can bid by either commenting on our YouTube feed, our chat on YouTube. Tiggs is monitoring that right now as we speak. And also, you can also, if you're in our Telegram chat, feel free to send a message in there. And you know, if Tiggs doesn't acknowledge you for some reason, it's because he's probably drunk. But if that's not the reason, it's probably because he just missed it. So make sure you just pipe up again saying you'd like to donate, you'd like to bid. So again, you don't have to. So if the first thing is $30, if someone said, "Hey, I'll put $30 up," then there we go. We got our first item. If not, then three people could bid $10. Yep, I can do that math.
I'm impressed.
Yes, exactly. So anyway, we will start the bidding now. The first item, like I said, is $30. Now, what is this item? Well, it is cordon bleu brown sauce. Oh, that's French. Brown sauce, hamburger steak style, and smell it.
That's really off.
Yeah, it's really off. Cordon bleu just makes it sound fancy, I guess. Cooking ideas on the side. Don't, I think is all it says, right? Okay, so who would like to start the bidding for this? We need to raise $30, and Thal will eat an Ice Cream Monday with brown sauce on it. Doesn't that sound delicious? So do we have any bids? Tiggs, you have to yell them out if you see anything.
You have to consider there's about a 30-second lag.
There is a lag, so we know that there's going to be a delay. So if we seem to be a little bit befuddled at times, it's because we're waiting for you. That's what it is.
I think it's for completely other reasons.
Oh, okay. Well, that's true too. So I'm going to pick up my phone because I can also lock. Someone just asked, "Is this live?" Yes, indeed, it is live. And
we got our bid.
We do.
Kanan.
Kanan, what's the bid?
$30.
$30. Okay, so we got a $30 bid. So we will collect that money from Kanan afterwards. And in the meantime, here is a delicious ice cream Monday with brown sauce. Now, we have preparations. We have, there you go. There's some paper towel right beside you. There's water, and there is the garbage can that you can throw up in if you need to your side. So
oh, yeah, I'm really hoping it doesn't come to that.
So, all right. So you go ahead. Enjoy your brown sauce.
Oh, that looks horrible.
It is horrible. Actually, it looks kind of like caramel, doesn't it?
Yeah, if I pretend it's that.
Yes,
maybe
it's
it'll
caramel.
sound-
I'm sure it's caramel.
That is gross. That is horrible.
Yeah?
I don't think there's any way that would actually be good. It's just this makes it worse.
This is the stuff itself is gross. How would you describe it?
It's actually all it does is salt. That's really all.
Really?
Yeah. It's salt and yeah. That's really bad.
Well, eat up.
Yeah.
You don't have to eat the whole thing, but we do want you to enjoy, to get some of the flavor. And you'll notice that he is being served these with sporks.
Yeah, sporks. Very Canadian.
Very, very Canadian. So that's delicious, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing.
Okay.
I can't
I
actually.
think 3 spoonfuls is plenty, so
Oh.
feel free to have your 3rd spoonful.
Okay, good.
And
Why couldn't we have served something like dog food?
it probably would have tasted better.
It would have.
All right, so you're done with that?
Yeah, because if it's only going to get worse.
Yes, it is only going to get worse. So thank you.
I can throw this in the garbage too.
We'll make sure we dispose of it properly.
Okay.
The incinerator or something. Okay, so we'll put it right here. All right, so that is the first item. Now our next item, I'm going to just write what it is here. And again, the bid is for $40. And again, it doesn't have to be a single bid for $40. It can be multiple bids totaling $40. And what we're serving in this round is, for $40, onion straws. Onion straws might actually not be too bad.
That actually
right?
might be an
That actually might be
improvement.
well. Don't forget, we thought the brown sauce was going to be the easy one.
Yeah, that
so
is
onion
true.
straws just certainly don't go on ice cream, but what's we're looking for? So do we have a bid for $40 for onion straws?
I'll bid $40.
You'll bid $40.
I'll bid $40.
Tiggs is going to bid $40 for you to eat onion straws.
Oh, sweet.
So okay,
Oh,
we got that going. So Tig, you don't have to get the money right now.
Well, I would if I could find my pants.
Yeah. Well, that he's wearing pants, just not the pants he started with. That's not to say he's wearing someone else's pants either. But okay, so we got our $40. So
that was
that was fast.
I think
that was really fast. Oh, you're gonna give him the same spoon? We got a whole cup full of.
That's
geez.
okay.
Okay. All right.
There's
Okay.
your $40.
Here you go. Onion straws. Delicious on their own. Maybe not so good as part of a.
Maybe it'll
I'm
be
gonna
good
be
for the
disappointed if he enjoys this.
It starts out okay, but then it gets really bad. Ugh. Okay, yeah,
That's not quite. Maybe it's not as easy as we thought.
yeah, maybe not.
Is that what you're saying?
Gross.
Gross. Okay. Well, a couple more spoonfuls.
Yeah,
You should be good. That crunchiness.
I'm trying to actually enjoy the texture and ignore the rest.
Yes. So just pretend it's like granola or something on top.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's sort of the only way you can try to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. What?
Mm.
I don't forget. I have no idea what. You have to just tell me how much time we got left.
Less than a minute.
Okay. So just go like this, and it tells me we have to wrap it up for this first segment.
All right.
Okay.
We'll start wrapping it up.
All right. No, like 30 seconds wrap up.
That's
Now we've
right
talked
now.
about it. Now, yeah, exactly.
Now you're on a 30
now,
second wrap up.
exactly.
This is all about the production
Okay, so-
quality I was talking about earlier.
So we have had him eat 2 items now. We've raised a total of $70 thus far, and we are going to go to commercial, and we'll be right back with more ice cream Mondays after this.
It'll be fun.
You don't have to eat the whole thing, you know.
I'm actually just trying to eat the ice cream now.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Naboa. Did you know that when Underdogs Rescue places a dog in a foster home, they supply everything that the foster home could possibly need? Everything from the food, a large crate, vet visits, training sessions, and more are all covered by Underdogs. But all those things cost money, and with no foray and COVID-19 lingering, Underdogs has had very little in the way of donations this year, which makes it very hard for them to keep helping their dogs. This is why we're asking you to donate whatever you can to Underdogs by going to underdogsrescue.com and click on that donate button. You'll make a difference, and the doggies will thank you for it. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sharon Deal. I'm one of the Underdogs board members. We have here Dobby. Dobby's actually an Underdogs alumni. We rescued Dobby along with his siblings, a full litter, and his mom 7 years ago. And if it wasn't for donations through Furry and the support of Furry, we would not be able to save dogs like Dobby. He would not get the chance that he would to be part of a loving home. So Dobby would just like to say thank you to everybody, and we'll do some tricks. Dobby, come. Sit. Sit. Yes. Bang. He dies a slow death. Yes. Good boy. Okay, Dobby, come. Oh. Come. Sit. Spin. Good spin. Good boy. Okay, down. Good boy. Settle. Good settle. Say thanks, guys. Thank you for your support, Furry. We love you guys.
This is Furry TV.
We're back.
Hi. Welcome back. So we have so far, let's recap. We've raised a total of $70.
Yeah.
$30 for the first round, $40 for the second round. We are now up to a $50 bid this round. I don't know, this one might actually work out okay. It might not be too bad. Now, mind you, I thought about the first two too.
Yeah.
But this round, we are looking for a bid of up to $50. Like, again, we want to hit $50. And this topping for this Ice Cream Monday is sriracha. Delicious sriracha. But not the good stuff. This is the stuff from the dollar store.
Oh.
So, yes, right here, delicious, I'm sure. So who wants to bid?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to bid the whole $50? Yep. Oh my goodness. Well, there we go. We've raised our extra $50 for Underdogs. So, well, that didn't take much time at all. Good thing we have 90 minutes for this. There you go. Look at that. That lovely color.
Looks like strawberry.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a strawberry sundae.
I'll pretend that's what it is.
That's what it is. So,
No, but I'm not sure if I'm more concerned with sriracha or if it's off-brand sriracha. Ooh. Oh, it's bubbling too.
I bet you it's the vinegar that's in the sriracha is mixing with the ice milk and it's causing it to bubble.
Yeah.
Right?
Ugh. That's really gross. Actually is worse than the...
Would you say this is the worst so far?
No, the gravy was...
The gravy is the worst, okay.
Yeah,
the brown sauce.
Yeah, the brown sauce, sorry.
Okay, so we are... this is worth $50 though, so
Yeah.
good for the dogs.
I know, I'm
$50 well invested.
I'm savoring it,
Yes,
trust me.
you're savoring it. Okay,
Yeah.
one more spoonful and then I think we'll let you... Oh.
Yeah, that's horrible.
All right. Well, I think you can dispose of that if you'd like. I mean, we'll yeah, that's your barf bucket too. Don't forget.
Yeah, I'll just add to it later.
Yeah, exactly. So, well,
another can's opening, and that's all I need to hear.
Yeah, exactly. So, with Underdogs, they really have no way of raising a lot of funds this year because the things that they all do, including Furry, that they normally do, aren't happening. And in fact, with Furry, we were actually their largest single source of donations last year with $11,600. So it was quite impressive, and they're really hurting this year where they're basically not able to do much of anything. So what we donate today, what you donate today, is really going to help them to be able to continue their work. So FAL is doing this as a good sport for a good cause, and we hope that you will donate, whether it's $5, $10, whatever it is. It all adds up. We're going to get to each tier total, and we'll continue to make FAL enjoy his delicious Ice Cream Mondays. So, this one kind of reminds me of Cinder Collie. because it is a hot dog.
Oh boy.
For $60. But it's not just any hot dog. First of all, you get a Vienna sausage.
Oh.
Right?
Well, it's
Maple Leaf brand.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It is bought at Dollarama, but it's still Maple Leaf.
Oh, so it's only off by a few
It's
months.
only off. Look at that stuff. Look.
Oh. You know my credit card's on.
We'll clean that up. It's okay. Clean up on aisle 3. That's,
I can already
that's right.
smell it now.
And there's more, because of course, what's a hot dog? Where this is no Cinder Collie style hot dog,
Oh.
right? This is actually a full-fledged hot dog with ketchup and relish and mustard, all in an ice cream Monday.
Are we only on number 4?
This is number 4. Yes, this is only number 4.
We're only 15 minutes in, eh?
So
we'll have to pace ourselves.
Yes. So who would like to bid up to $60? Anything really to get us to $60 for Thal to eat this lovely hot dog themed ice cream Monday. Hot dogs, relish, ketchup, and mustard. Well, it's Vienna sausages. Close enough, right? I think will Spork even work for this?
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah. All right. So, come on. Somebody wants him to taste this, right? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, try not to dump more on the floor.
So let's see. Do we have any? Let's see. We're looking here. Again, we know there's a bit of a delay.
Yeah.
Someone says their stomach is flipping. Oh, it's Bear. Well, Bear, you could make his stomach flip by having him. Oh, Ken just chimed in and said OMG, but with a happy face. So he's happy about that.
He's happy.
Right?
That's good.
So let's get some bids. If anybody want to bid to even $5 or $10 or $15 or $20? Like I said, some of you can team up and get us to the $60 mark to get you to enjoy this delicious, now melting.
Well, hang on.
Ice cream
Hang
Monday.
on.
Yep.
Between three bidders, we have $60.
Oh, really? Well, perfect. Okay. Who are these bidders?
Well, it would appear to be Shasta, and Pixel, and Bear.
Well, thank you very much, the three of you. That's $60 more for the dogs and underdogs, and there you go.
Oh, that looks amazing,
doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very artistic. Oh, I like how you put 2 in there. Oh, the spork actually probably works better for this.
Yes, the spork actually should cut right through those Vienna sausages.
Yes. Oh, yep.
That shouldn't be too bad. You don't have a lot of ice cream in there. Like,
oh, here, I'll get more.
Okay.
Look at it.
They're coming for you, pal.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
Oh my goodness.
It's actually the texture of the relish that's making it really gross.
Really?
The Vienna sausage actually it's
This is a crime, so.
Yeah, exactly.
I can smell it. It's
Yeah,
not
I
a
know.
pleasant. Oh my god.
There's not enough ice cream on that one though, so that wouldn't be fair. So let's see what we can do.
Okay. That's something else.
Yeah.
That is something else.
Good.
Okay, I think you can stop. It's okay, unless you really like it. Like, no, you're good.
Yeah, I'm
okay. All right, let's toss that. We've got lots more to go. That was only round number 4.
Yeah.
So we are only not even halfway. The next one will be the halfway point, and
of course we have to stretch this out to like 90 minutes somehow. Apparently.
Right, because
we can always just do more Horse and Friends since we missed it earlier.
That's true. We can do more Horse and Friends.
You're gonna be vomiting through it all.
Yes.
That'll be fun too.
Yeah.
He'll be in the background going. So now we are going to get. Let's see here. So, and I have to specify because anybody who knows this brand knows that it's kind of like dog dog food for humans.
The moment you said you had to specify the brand, I know exactly what it's going to be.
Oh, I can't spell. Hang on. Gotta rewrite that. Not that it matters. It'll still taste bad.
There's no way this tastes good.
No, I know. So for $70, so again, any combination of bids totaling $70, you're going to enjoy Puritan chili.
Oh, I thought it was chilf. Or
Chilf?
Chilt.
No, it's not. No, it's because this won't
Chili
come
has
off.
2 L's, I think.
Does it?
I'm pretty sure it does.
What's it say on the can?
Well, you're looking
Nope,
at the
one-
French version.
You better get it
No,
accurate,
It says mild
guys.
chili. Somehow this is like permanently scored in here. So it is
Oh, okay.
Puritan chili. Puritan chili.
Oh, okay. I've actually not had their chili, so I can.
No,
this
well,
will be a
we
new
were looking
experience.
for Puritan beef stew,
They
which
sent me to the store.
which I grew up with as a kid because it was super cheap.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I've had it too.
And kids, what do we know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But now as an adult, I would not eat it. I'd rather eat Alpo than this stuff.
The last time I had
They didn't have Alpo.
They didn't.
I think it was the last time I had the Puritan beef stew was when you did that blind taste eating thing that I had to do in like our third year. Actually, it was our first year at the,
Right,
at
and you
this
didn't know
hotel.
what it was.
Yeah, and I had to
right?
identify what it
Yes,
was.
and the whole idea is that maybe it was dog food, but it's like dog food shrimp. So anyway, $70. We need bids to get Thal to enjoy. Good thing it's mild, Puritan mild chili, product of USA. Oh my goodness, that does not look good. That is not a good color. That just is not pretty.
Yeah, I'd say.
Ugh. Well, hopefully somebody bids so that we can get up to $70.
Yeah, it'd be great.
So
if
that we
someone
can we can get you through this. I think is there beef in this? I can't remember what it says. Mild chili. Is there beef in it, or is
Quote
it just,
unquote.
What's the ingredients? Let's see. What's it say?
It's beef, but it's spelled with an A.
Ingredients: water,
Oh.
prepared pinto beans.
Oh, that's
Oh, it does have beef and pork. Tomato puree.
whatever they
Okay,
could
so-
find on the production floor,
Yeah,
I guess.
exactly.
Why is
So-
there a question mark there?
Right. So there is a little bit of everything in here. So do we have any bids yet, Tiggs?
Well, Canaan's more than ready to pitch $30 towards whoever.
$30.
helps
Okay.
this, yeah.
So someone want to add to Canaan's $30 to get us up to 70. You know, again, $5, $10, $15. How you will pay is you can either send us money to our banking by Interac at payments@foray.ca, or you can send us money at PayPal. What we'll do is we're keeping track of who's bidding, and we'll contact you afterwards to get your money. And if you don't pay, we know where you live.
Well, Canaan's in for 30 and Bear's in for 20.
Bears in for 20. That's
$70.
$50
We just need
already.
$20 more.
$20 more. Anybody want to bid $20 to get? Ooh.
Yeah, why would you do that?
I leaned over and I just
Oh,
happened to breathe in at the time, and it was not pleasant. That's something that it smells like those cheap burritos.
Yeah, that's not so bad.
There's nothing wrong with
I
that
like those
burrito.
burritos, those Risers burritos, right? But it doesn't taste good with ice cream, I'm sure. So I might as well just had a burrito sitting in here. So do we have another $10, $5, $20, whatever, to help us get up to $70 for Thal to enjoy his Puritan chili on top of this ice milk?
Oh.
That's my dinner tonight.
Oh,
do you want it? You
want this? Is what
No,
you're saying?
no, no,
I see. Tiggs is bidding $20 to get us up to 70. Okay, perfect. Well, we've got our $70. So now, there you go. Enjoy. See,
Oh,
I told
that
you.
does smell really
Tato,
bad.
Well, Tato, you
too
can.
late.
Yeah, Tato, you can come in for the next round. Don't worry about it. You enjoy that while I prepare the next item on the board here.
The commercial.
Oh, okay. We're gonna have a commercial. How long for commercial break there?
Right after Thal finishes hating himself.
Okay.
That.
Well,
that was a few years ago.
yeah, exactly.
All
That's
right, hating himself for the current.
Oh, okay.
Steelers.
Gross.
You think that's gross?
Yeah, I can only imagine how bad this is going to get. Oh, there's a lot on this one. Oh, no, it fell off. Oh, there we go.
It's like an ice cream sandwich.
Yeah, I
kind
know.
of.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
Gross.
Speak up. I don't know if they can hear you.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Okay, there you go. So,
just
so
ice
Thal is
cream.
enjoying his. See, that's a trick, right? You can always avoid the other stuff by just eating the ice cream to cleanse your palate.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to actually get as much of the chili as I can, just to make it fair. Oh, gross. That's a lot of beans.
Oh, delicious. Okay, I think you've had 3 spoonfuls at least, right? For that? Okay, so are we, how much time before we go to commercial there, Tiggs?
We're going to go for commercial.
Okay, well, we're going to come back after Thal runs to the bathroom, I'm sure, and we'll be back with more of Thal Eats Ice Cream Mondays in just a minute.
Hi, I'm Shelby. You like dogs, right? Well, you can help some really great dogs by donating whatever you can to Underdogs Rescue Society. Last year, furry attendees helped raise $11,000 for them, which has helped them continue their work trying to find forever homes for often misunderstood dogs. But with COVID-19 and no foray, the ability for underdogs to raise funds has all but dried up. With today's event, however, you can make a difference. Please go to underdogsrescue.com, right down where I'm pointing. Click that donate button and give whatever you can to Underdogs so that they can keep doing the great work that they do. Thank you.
Yay.
All right, well, we are back, and how are you feeling so far?
My stomach feels weird.
Really? What a surprise.
Yeah.
So, I've lost count. We are on the 5th item? We are on number 6. We are on number, so we're more than halfway through. Lucky you. Which means they just get progressively worse.
Yeah, I know.
And we have raised how much then? We've got 30, then 40, then 50, then 60, then 70. So quick, how much is that? I wasn't paying attention. 30 plus 40 plus 50 plus 60 plus 70.
Can't you math?
Not quickly like that. I'm busy hosting.
100, 200, 250.
$250. No, that's not bad. Yeah, good for the dogs.
Yeah, not so good for me.
Not good. No, not so good for you. But if you were thinking about bidding before, but you wanted to see something that's kind of maybe a little bit more disgusting, that's going to go in Thal's mouth. We have it. This was a popular item on your poutine.
Oh.
And I think we probably put it on your pizza as well.
That narrows it down.
And it's best when you use the water it's packed in.
Oh, great. Now
So now for Ice Cream Mondays today, we have for $75, we have canned tuna.
Be amazing.
With some of the sauce or the water that's packed in. So it's going to be delicious.
Like soup.
Yes, it's going to be fantastic. So again, it doesn't have to be a single bid. It can be multiple bids, getting us up to $75. So do we have any bids, Tiggs?
I think we've got Dotato, and I think we've got another one. I just got to double check on that.
Okay, so Dotato
is in for 20.
Is in for 20. Okay, perfect.
And I'm just waiting to hear back on, I think Cayman might be in for another 20.
Just keep in mind that there is a bit of a delay, so we aren't seeing everything. You're not seeing everything exactly the moment that it's being broadcast. So, if you are trying to bid, we appreciate it, and just type quickly. So like I said, I can smell the canned tuna from here.
I like how it's layered nicely.
Yes.
They're giving you many words of encouragement. Valinor is a champ.
Pacific Pride flaked light tuna in water. Product of Thailand. Good for keto, by the way. Tuna is good for keto. You could actually, and cats like it too.
Just
So
said he's in for another 20.
Oh, so we've got 40 so far.
So Dotato and Bear.
We got 40 so far, and we need to get to $75 this tier.
And I think Kaylin said something.
I have a friend not on.
Yep.
But she's bidding 20.
Oh, another $20 from Kaylin's friend. So we are up to 60? 60. So we only need $15 more on this round to get you to enjoy the canned tuna.
I don't think anything's going to get me to enjoy
No,
that.
that's true.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bastian just said he bid 40.
Bastion. Oh, well, you know what? We'll take the 40 and
Yeah,
we'll
put
put
it-
some of it towards the next round.
Sure.
Right? Okay, so it just helps us out for that. So.
Oh,
look
is
at
that all the
this.
juice at the bottom?
Oh, yes, and look, it's like a parfait.
Yeah, it's perfect.
That's what parfait actually means, isn't it? Or, parfait is French for perfect.
Oh, no, there you go.
So there you go.
That's-
That was on purpose. No, here you go. Enjoy that. Thank you, everybody, for getting Thal to enjoy his $75 canned tuna.
I'm gonna
ice
have
cream
I'm gonna
latte.
have to actually drink the bottom part, I think, so because it's gonna be hard to actually scoop that up.
Oh,
I need more ice cream to even that out a little bit. Ooh.
Oh dear. We'll have to transfer this one over to the next one.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
How do I drink this?
Oh, I can see it dripping off the spoon. What's that one like? I'm not going to try it, so you have to describe it. I'll live vicariously through you.
It's actually really gross because tuna's like really dry too.
Right.
So it's just really a bizarre combination. But yeah, it's all you taste is fish with a little bit of ice cream, and it's just obviously not good. Oh. Oh. Jeez. I don't think I actually get that. Of course, I can't when I'm laughing either, so that's another problem.
Oh my goodness, you're a champion for taking that big. You don't need to eat that much in one mouthful, but I think you're done. You don't have to continue with that one.
Oh, okay.
It looks like you've eaten almost the whole thing.
There's actually
You actually liked that one, I think.
Oh, that was
Yeah?
Yeah, it's delicious.
Okay. No, we do have napkins here if you need to.
Oh, that actually, I
Yeah,
forgot
yeah,
about those.
napkins.
I'm actually curious what the ice cream tastes like now because everything's melted. Like, ooh. Yeah, that's where all the
fishy ice cream?
Yeah, that's where all the juice went.
All right, well, now let's see.
Oh, they got your likeness so well on that one, too.
Okay. So, all right. Let's just see what we got going. What number is this? This is number 7?
Wow.
7. And that's the item that you're preparing right now? What are you preparing right now? That? Oh my goodness.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy. I can't even spell that. Oh, you can
There's
hear
a
the
balcony out the door, the door too beside you.
You can hear the can being opened. It's like
it
impending
sounds
doom.
Chunky.
It is chunky. It may be. I'm not sure even what to think about this. I almost think this is cruel, but it is worth $80. Okay, so our serving today is mackerel in tomato sauce, continuing with the seafood theme, because that's really what it's all about.
You're going to be seeing a lot of food pretty
So mackerel and tomato sauce. And now you said we had some overage from last round, right, Tiggs?
We do, and
Okay.
we've already got a bid towards this round.
Okay, so what do we have from last round that's over?
We have a $5 overage. Oh.
Oh, that's disgusting.
I
That
just
is
wish you were
disgusting.
putting this up on camera.
You should show it on camera, Wolliver, because that's pretty
Yeah, just, like,
gross.
take
That's
the spoon over
Yeah,
and,
just
like,
just show that. I think just that is something else. That is pretty disgusting. So okay. What was the overage from last round?
$5.
$5. Okay. So and what do we have bid for this round?
50.
50.
So 55 total.
So 55 total. So we only need $25 more to get us to $80 for this round, and Thal is already gagging thinking about the mackerel and tomato sauce on his
I
ice
gave
cream.
you all my money.
Look at
I
that.
had nothing
Look at
left.
that.
I'm
Look
going to
at
say there's fish skin and bones in
Yes. That is awful. That is awful. That.
I'm glad I'm this far away and I can't smell that.
Jeez. Oh, Thal.
I can see the bones too.
You can see, there's a lot you can see in there. That's
I will make you a deal though.
well,
If Valinor throws up during this event, I will give you $50. I will EMT you $50.
so I just get $50.
Well,
for
I'll
it?
EMT the charity.
Oh, okay. I thought, why would you give me $50 unless he throws up on me? Hazard pay. So what do we need? We still need $25. Anybody bidding this round to help us get to that $80 mark so that Val can enjoy this mackerel in tomato sauce.
I'll give them credit for not wasting any of the fish.
Yes. How are we doing on time there, Tiggs?
Oh, we've got nothing but time.
Got nothing but time. Good.
Actually, I digress.
Oh.
Maybe we'll go to a commercial right now.
Go to commercial? So while we're at commercial, see what you can do to dig up some cash to bid on this. And it'll be nicer because it'll be partly melted by the time you get back from commercial. So we'll be back after this.
Hi, I'm a dog, and I have a home. But not every dog is that fortunate. Underdogs help bully breeds. You know, pit bulls, Rottweilers, the other large breeds that people may be scared of, to find their forever homes. But that work is expensive, and with COVID-19 and no furry, that work is almost at a standstill. So I'm asking you to visit underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and donate whatever you can to help make me and other dogs happy.
This is Furry TV.
Welcome back to Val Eats Ice Cream Mondays. When we went to break, we had this lovely mackerel and tomato sauce on the vanilla ice milk here. It's starting to melt, so it is extra disgusting. And we have a total of we needed $25 more, and I think we got a bid during the commercial break, right, Tiggs?
We did. We got Bear for another $15.
$15. So that we're only short $10 for this round, right? So we
Yep.
only need
We're
another
short
$10. Someone out there bid $10, and we will move on. Well, not move on because you get to eat this. Maybe you'll move on. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
It might not go for you. So we need $10 more. Someone out there. There are right now 38 people watching. One of you 38 surely can afford $10 to make Thal enjoy this delicious ice cream Monday. Mmm. You look concerned.
There's a question how I got to this point.
Yes. Bad choices. Bad life choices.
Bad life choices.
Yes.
Indeed.
Very bad life choices. So, what's that black stuff right there?
I think it's skin.
Is it the skin?
I
See,
think
there's
it
this
is.
black stuff. That's pretty gross. I don't know what it is.
Well,
you know.
Just
So-
me off of the YouTube channel.
Yes.
Just bid another $25.
$25. So now we got $15 towards the next round.
We do.
Right? Perfect. Okay, excellent. So we have hit our target of $80 for this round, so enjoy.
It's really horrible. The difficult part's actually getting, to be fair, to get an equal amount of the
Right.
ice cream.
Right.
It is melting. Oh, there we go. Mmm. That texture.
I'm not even sure what to say about this one.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Yeah?
It's definitely worse than the last one.
And the last one
it's so
was
stringy.
tuna. Yes, there is some weird stringiness. We're not sure what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
but
it's oh,
there's some skin. That's
there's skin on that one.
And see, there's that stringiness that we're talking
Yeah.
about. Like, we're not sure what it is, but it's dripping and.
Oh. That's what the bone tastes like. Ew. Okay.
That was number 8. All right.
Oh.
So what are we? 8. Yeah. So number 8, right? Okay. All right. Keep enjoying while I prepare our next menu board here.
Oh, I just figured out who Just Me is.
Is it you?
No, it's Dr. Jackal.
Oh, great.
Oh well, that's why he wanted to wait until the torture was getting more extreme before he decided to donate.
Oh, it's definitely getting extreme at this point.
That entire thing was bone. That entire spoonful was just bones.
Mmm. Yum yum. So, there's hardly any ice cream left in that.
Yeah, I know.
You know what the plus side is to this whole thing, according to the Furry Marty Post group, is Thal is going to get his own new sticker pack.
There you go. Mm-mm.
Ooh.
Okay, I think you're okay with that one.
No, I'm not okay with that one.
I think you're done with that one.
Yeah.
So that was a total of $80 raised for that particular one, which is pretty amazing considering, right?
No.
So yeah, it's
very
amazing. Yeah, there's something amazing about it. So the next one, I think we're taking a bit of a breather.
Oh, good.
Right? So we're getting away from the seafood for a minute. Because seafood, there's just something about seafood in ice cream that's an odd thing to even say, right? Like seafood and ice cream. So we are going to go to, how much time before we go to the next commercial there, Tiggs? Roughly?
Carry the 2.
Carry the, oh my goodness, about 13 minutes.
13 minutes, okay, good.
Oh.
So we have lots of time because we are raising more and more money each round, right? We're now up to a very, very generous amount for this round. We're up to $90. We have to raise $90 for this particular item. And the funny thing about this is it's really not all that bad. So we're taking a bit of a breather.
Okay.
We're going to go $90 for Hunt's original Manwich sauce. Right?
I happen to really like man.
Yeah, like it doesn't even smell bad. It doesn't even smell that bad. There you
I
go.
don't know why you picked it.
Right? It's kind of tomatoey and all that. It's got pictures of fresh tomatoes. It says source of fiber, fat free.
Oh, well, thank you for considering my health.
Well, because fiber will keep you regular. I don't think I have any problem with that after tonight. But so this really shouldn't be all that bad. But we're just taking a little bit of a breather, giving you a little bit of your palate a bit of a cleanse. It isn't the most attractive thing I've ever seen. It looks like someone's brains splattered on ice cream, but see, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that texture. Delicious. But you know what? If everybody bids just a few dollars, $10, $12, $16.50, whatever it is.
Well, we do have the carryover for the last
Right.
one, and Bastion just put. I lost it. There's so many messages. I think it was $40.
$40. So we had a carryover of 15, right?
Yes.
So 15 plus 40. So now we're at $55 already, more than halfway towards our goal of $90 for you to enjoy this palate cleanser.
Yeah, that's
right. What we should have done is we should have had 1 cup of regular ice cream and like nothing on it as a palate cleanser, and the only way you would get to eat it is if we had like a $1,000 bid. That would have just been cruel, I think, though, right?
Yeah, it's like teasing.
Yeah. So anyway, we're at here, put that in there. We are at $55 raised so far. Again, every dollar helps to the dogs, to underdogs, and for just $45 more for this round, we can. Oh no, sorry, $35. $35 because we're at $55. So $35 more. We can get to $90 and therefore have you enjoy the original Manwich sauce.
Yeah,
Sloppy Joe.
Yeah,
Sloppy
yeah.
Joe.
There's a lot of sloppy
You're going to be a
Joe in there.
sloppy Thal. Did you just burp?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
Did you just gag?
Don't know what that was actually.
Yeah. So we need some more bids.
We got another bid.
Oh, we got another bid.
Bears in for another 10.
Bears in for another 10. So that means that we only need $15 more for this round, right? Is that where we're at? 55 plus 50 plus what?
Yeah, work this.
65.
65.
Oh.
25.
25. What?
Yeah.
Is there a fly? Oh my God! There's a fruit fly flying around on this.
Oh,
it's not in it. It's on the side of it. But I'm just going to keep it away.
Oh, thank you.
You know, we don't want it to actually go in here. We don't want to harm the fly.
It might improve the flavor.
Yeah, we don't want to harm the fly, so we'll just keep it away.
This is bad.
Right. So no, I suspect that this one won't be all that bad. Right? Like, what's in a sloppy Joe sauce? It's just tomatoes, isn't it?
It's tomatoes, just a little bit of mustard.
It says
probably onion.
Is naturally thick. Wow. Made with vine-ripened tomatoes, bell peppers, and special blends of spices and seasonings. So it's basically just pureed vegetables.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Right? It's like eating baby food.
Yeah. That's really.
I'm sure it's really good.
It'll be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sure. So, but you won't get to find out about it unless we get another. How much again?
$25.
$25. So we need $25. No, that doesn't sound right. We had 55
plus 25 makes 90.
Oh, I thought we were at 55, and then we had $10 from Bear.
Yeah, which makes 65.
Okay, so we're at 65. Yeah. Okay, so
don't question my math.
$25 more.
Even Canaan's commenting on your ability to math. Right?
Well, I'm holding this disgusting cup of ice cream. What can I say? So $25 more. I'm sure somebody will bid to get this going here. This delicious cup of Sloppy Joes. It's just going to be a milkshake by the time we got to the $90 though.
Yeah.
Right.
People did want to see the smoothie.
I think part of it is that people really want, like, this is round number 8. We have 2 more rounds to go, and I think people really want to save their dollars for the last 2 rounds, and I understand that.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do? How about this? Why don't we do this? I bid $50. I already gave $50 to Underdogs earlier as part of my pledge. So I'm going to pledge the remaining $25.
Oh, thank you
for this.
Thank you.
This will be my gift to Underdogs.
Oh, good.
And my gift to you. So here you go. So you can mark me down for the 25 Tigs, and now we've got the Manwich.
See as much. It is actually. I'll just.
Yes, it's basically a milkshake. You can drink it at this point. Yeah.
Should have got a thick straw. Ooh. It tastes like Tabasco sauce, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's not.
Is it worse than the sriracha? Because sriracha is kind of.
Actually, the sriracha I think was worse, and I don't know why.
That's because it's dollars for a sriracha.
Yeah,
This at least is made by Hunt's.
Yeah, that is true.
Right? It's actually a name brand product. It can't be wrong if it's name brand. Like those Vienna sausages, Maple Leaf Foods.
It could definitely be wrong.
So, what's your feeling?
It's a little.
Is
bit,
it a palate cleanser? Is it
more compared to the last? Compared to the mackerel,
the mackerel and the tuna.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're actually not that you're enjoying it, but
okay, that was off. It was.
That was some of those vine-ripened tomatoes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can see the fruit flies.
Yeah, it's very excited.
It really wants in on the deal. Okay. All right, I think you had 3 spoons at least of that.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, I think that was great. $90 raised for Underdogs.
No, someone got so angry they slammed the
exactly.
door.
All right, so let me just get our sign prepared for the. Oh, jeez! Knocked over the spoons.
Oh no!
I'm just gonna dust them off here.
Yeah.
And so this one's kind of different. It's kind of like a fusion experiment.
Oh, that'll be
it's
that'll be
fusion.
exciting.
It is fusion. It's fusion because it takes the best of the Far East, my people,
okay,
and where's this other stuff from? Argentina, I think, isn't it? Brazil. So it's probably got, delicious Brazilian cows. Is it cows? Yes, it's corned beef.
Oh.
So, all right. Well, what we have for this is we couldn't just go with corned beef because, that's just too simple. And it's good because it comes in one of those cans where you have the key that you turn to open it. I didn't even know the dollar store sold that stuff. Just so you know.
Yeah, I thought it was too expensive.
Yeah, I thought so too. So there's dollar store corned beef, and we're gonna top it with some oyster sauce because the flavor of my people and the flavor of Brazil. I don't know. Maybe Brazil isn't known for their corned beef, but that's what this word's from. So we're going to try for $90 again. For corned beef with oyster sauce.
Oyster sauce isn't even good on its own.
Ice cream Monday. What? Oyster sauce is fantastic.
With certain things.
Well, when it's in a stir fry. I wouldn't just eat it. It's really salty.
That's what I'm worried
and a little
about.
fishy, and it's not great as a condiment. But it's great on ice cream on Mondays.
Yeah,
So.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, wow! I see the chunkiness of meat.
Yeah, that's some nice presentation there.
I have to give Wolver credit. He's been really good at not gagging while making these because I know the smell alone. This room is going to have an interesting smell.
Yeah,
it's not just because of that.
This room tonight.
Yeah, well, we'll clean this up here in a little bit, Terry.
Thank God.
Well, I've got some Febreze. Oh, I don't have Febreze. I don't have my fursuit with me, so not quite.
Don't worry, Wolver's got 2 extras in the car.
Oh, probably
sitting there,
right?
Standby.
So we need some bids. We need to get to $90, and then once we get past this one, we will get to the final item. And look at this. It's look at the that lovely. I won't even tell you what.
What's the carb content on that?
The carb content? Carbs. 1 gram. This is actually really good for you, Tiggs, for keto.
I am hungry.
Right? So it's like Spam. I mean, it kind of looks like Spam.
Shite.
What?
Well, between Coffee Spots and Twigga, we already have the $100.
90. We only need 90. So you got 100?
We got 100. So
okay, so we're going to put that $10 towards the next and final round.
You had 90 on the last round.
I know. I did 90 again this round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you've got 90.
Okay. Well, thank you to Coffee Spots and Twigga. And they, as soon as they saw the picture of this, is probably what got them to bid.
That might be it.
Because when you look at that, how can you not say, "Let's make Thal eat that on ice cream"? Okay, here you go. So here's the presentation. This really, where'd the red stuff come from? I don't remember any red stuff. Is this a used cup? Oh, okay. So it's a little bonus. Yes, so you can see there's corned beef with oyster sauce on it, on top of the ice cream. And for extra presentation points, the leftover sriracha, I think, is it? From a previous cup. Because, we couldn't bother rinsing the cup out first. We just had to reuse it as is. So, here we go, Thal. Enjoy.
Yeah, the oyster sauce is what's going to make this the worst. And not that the corned beef makes it great, but yeah. Ugh. Yum.
Just think of it as chocolate syrup.
Yeah.
It's just like chocolate syrup. Yeah? Does it taste like chocolate syrup?
No, it's salt. And now fish. Maybe the sriracha at the bottom will
Yeah,
offset it.
maybe.
Oh, yeah, all the oyster sauce at the back of this one.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's
You people are fantastic. You're making the dogs, the underdogs, very happy. They
wouldn't even eat this.
It'd be cruel. It'd be animal cruelty to make them eat it. So
this one has all the pieces of fat.
Yes, that's the best part. I'm sure.
Oh,
That's delicious. That's good for you. It'll make it go down easier. It's smooth. It's like lubricant, right? So enjoy.
It has a weird texture to it. I don't even know how you get that much salt into something either.
Have you seen instant noodles?
Yeah, but at least that's like diluted with water. This gross. Ooh, there's sriracha on this one. That's going to make it actually really, really fancy.
All right. Tiggs, are we going to commercial or what we got going on?
We're going to commercial pretty quick here, yeah?
Yeah? Okay.
You want to go to commercial right now? Because that'll look a little... good.
Yeah, let's go to commercial and we'll be back for our final item in just a minute.
Oh.
Hi everyone, my name is Sharon Veal. I'm one of the Underdogs board members.
Maybe
actually in Underdogs Alumni. We rescued Dobby along with his siblings, a full litter, and his mom 7 years ago. And if it wasn't for donations through Furry and the support of Furry, we would not be able to save dogs like Dobby. He would not get the chance that he would to be a part of a loving home. So Dobby would just like to say thank you to everybody, and we'll do some tricks. Dobby, come. Sit. Sit. Yes. Bang. He dies a slow death. Yes. Good boy. Okay, Dobby, come. Oh. Come. Sit. Spin. Good spin. Good boy. Okay, down. Good boy. Settle. Good settle. Say thanks, guys. Thank you for your support, Furry. We love you guys.
Hi, I'm Naboa. Did you know that when Underdogs Rescue places a dog in a foster home, they supply everything that the foster home could possibly need? Everything from the food, a large crate, vet visits, training sessions, and more are all covered by Underdogs. But all those things cost money, and with no Furry and COVID-19 lingering, Underdogs has had very little in the way of donations this year, which makes it very hard for them to keep helping their dogs. This is why we're asking you to donate whatever you can to Underdogs by going to underdogsrescue.com and click on that donate button. You'll make a difference, and the doggies will thank you for it. Thank you.
This is Furry TV.
Well, how you doing?
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is technically the last item. The last official item, anyway.
Okay.
There's always unofficial items, but this is the last one, right? So, of the 9 that you've had so far, what would you say was the worst of all of them?
Probably the mackerel.
The mackerel?
Yeah.
And what would you say is no big deal?
The straws.
Onion straws, right? Yeah. The texture, it's kind of, it's crunchy. It's not too bad.
It wasn't that bad.
So I think by and large, seafood is not good on ice cream, right?
Yeah.
Generally speaking. I think most of our viewers would agree that ice cream and seafood don't really mix.
Yeah, probably not.
So for our last round, we really wanted to make sure that we ended off strong to raise a lot of funds for our Underdogs friends. And so this round is worth $150.
Oh, okay.
Now the good news is we already have $80 bid. So whose bid? We got a $10 carryover. We had
From Twigga.
from Twigga. Then we had.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Shadow Fox 24 bid $50.
Okay.
And Cayman's mom bid $20.
So just like that, we already have $80 towards this $150. So we only need $70 more to do this, so that you can enjoy dollar store smoked oysters.
Fantastic.
Yes. At the best of times, I think smoked oysters are pretty gross. I don't know if are you a fan of smoked oysters normally?
Sometimes it just, I don't know. I've never had dollar store ones, though, so I'm kind of terrified.
Oh, well, it's dollar store, so how good could dollar store oysters be, right? It is just oysters. It's just the ingredients say oysters. Smoked oysters, sunflower oil, salt, product of China. And it says, caution, in spite of careful packing methods, shell fragments may be present. Just so you know.
There's a challenge.
Yeah, so smoked oysters, if you're really lucky, maybe there'll be a pearl inside. So let's take a look at these.
Oh, that's a lot of oil.
So $150 for smoked oysters, right? And this is what they look like. And look at the oil on the bottom of that. That's just awful. Oh, jeez.
I think you're liking this a little bit too much.
People eat this, like, by itself?
But usually not with ice cream.
No, but even by itself, it seems pretty disgusting. Like, it doesn't smell very good. It has that fake smoke smell.
Yeah, well,
right? Hence
you don't think they're going to, burn actual wood. Not the dollar store.
This is something else. So we still need $70 more before you are forced to eat this. Oh, wait. Uh-oh. I think we may already be getting...
Well, we've got there's a caveat on this one.
A caveat?
Oh, yeah.
What's the caveat?
Well, what's the total bid you need?
I need a total of $150, which means that I need $70 more because we already have $80.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was $80. That's $120. That's $160.
What's going on?
Wait a minute.
Do you know what's going on?
No.
I don't know what's going on.
No,
There's...
Give me 2 seconds here.
We have these things called calculators. They were invented a while ago.
Shut up.
But
it's 140.
What is he doing?
190.
Oh,
what?
That's $215.
What the hell's going on?
So we're up to $215 with a caveat. You have to take one big full breath. Like inhale.
Inhale?
Inhale this? I have to smell it.
Yes.
It's disgusting.
Full breath. That's a caveat from Tacoma.
You can take one for the
$50.
team. You can take one for the team.
At least I don't have to eat it.
Yeah, you've got that going for you. You'll be fine. You'll be okay.
Whoa! Hang on,
Okay.
2 seconds.
Wait, there's more?
Wait,
is this the wait there's
wait,
more
there's
part
more.
of the show?
There's more, apparently.
There is more?
So, Twiga has just donated another $160.
Why?
Because you like seeing me.
But you know
I
what?
think everyone here is
okay.
liking this.
Okay, so here's the thing. I will gladly inhale this because
full breath, like from
yeah,
full
I'll
exhale.
inhale it. I will inhale it. As disgusting, I can smell it from here. But I will stick my nose in it, which is even better. Because then maybe my nose juice will be in here as well.
Yeah.
You will eat it, and then we have a bonus of sorts after this too.
Apparently.
So everybody hold off because we have enough money for this round. I appreciate the donations. We raised 215?
215 plus. It's already scrolled up. Twiga just put another 160 on top of
Okay,
that.
so let me take a deep breath of this first. I can only imagine what I will be able to compare this to. I don't know why I'm so hesitant. You're the one who has to eat it.
Yeah, I
right?
know.
All right. I have a weak stomach.
Is this bad time to say I'm lactose intolerant?
Okay, let me try that again. I only got halfway.
That's a champ.
Ready?
It smells like rotting cardboard or something like. It's disgusting.
You don't want to know what Dr. J says it looks like.
Okay, well, we have raised more than enough this round.
I would
So,
say so.
you... Oh, we need a spoon.
Oh.
Spoon. One of those that fell on the floor. Here we go. Oh. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're taking one for the team.
The problem is the longer I sit here, the worse my stomach is feeling.
Oh,
so-
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, so okay, so we got to make sure we get lots of oil. Oh. It's like chewing on a rubber band. The oil just keeps separating though. It's hard to get all that. Ugh. Oh, gross.
Oh. Jeez. You're speechless.
Yeah, I'm speechless.
That's one way of saying it.
You look like you're gonna cry.
From watching you.
Well, that too.
You retch on.
Oh my goodness. I said I only had to smell it.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh my god! Jesus.
Oh, it's good.
Good. Smooth. Smooth.
Yeah. Figure it's the only way you're gonna get the oil.
Well, that was interesting. So we've raised. How much have we raised here, Tiggs?
585 plus 375. Hang on. Total. It's a 0. Carry to 1.
I'm impressed that he's doing this math by
Yes,
hand. I actually
yes.
am impressed.
So that'd be $960.
$960 so far, everybody. Thank you so much. For Underdogs, that is going to be a great amount of money that can help them help dogs. Everything, when they place a dog with a foster, they pay for everything. They pay for the food, they pay for training, they pay for vet bills, they pay for any materials needed for the pet. And that can be months and months and months where they have to deliver food regularly. We had that experience with Cash. So I can only imagine what it costs, dog food. And they don't give you like cheap Alpo or something like that. They give you like good dog food. So we know they do good work. It's just really tough for them. So we really do appreciate everything that you've done. Now, because we know that some of you out there could not possibly let foul off the hook that easily, we have one last one. This is the You Pick round. And there's no limit to it.
So this is just a bid.
This is just bidding. This is just every dollar comes in, and what we're going to do is that if you bid at least $20, you will get to pick any one of these items to add to one giant ice cream Monday. So we're going to show you the items again. I'm going to move the camera. There we go. So we have the brown sauce. Here we go. Brown sauce. We have onion straws. We have sriracha, dollar store sriracha. We have Vienna sausages, which will come with mustard, ketchup, and relish. We have a Puritan mild chili, Pacific Pride flaked light tuna, Sea Chief dollar store mackerel. That whole can for $1.50. That's because it's full of bones. Hunt's Manwich sauce, the original, l'original. The corned beef, and it comes with oyster sauce as a topper. And of course, these delicious, delicious oysters, smoked oysters from Dollarama. But they are gourmet, according to that right there. So if you bid at least $20, you will get to choose from any one of these, and we will add them into one giant Ice Cream Monday just to finish off the round and see how much we can get for Underdogs. Okay? So
Do you
Um,
want to run a commercial first, or?
We'll run. Are we at commercial time?
By the time we get through this, we will be for sure.
Okay, so why don't we go to commercial? You guys think about how much you can spend on this. You try to pack it down, and we'll come back and we'll continue on.
Oh, I can hardly wait.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you can. That's right. So we'll be back right after this.
Hi, I'm Pip. I wanted to tell you more about how you can help Underdogs Rescue Society continue to help dogs find their forever homes. And I'm asking you to donate any amount, big or small, by visiting underdogsrescue.com and clicking that donate button. From food, vet bills, training, and all supplies, your generous donation can and will make a difference to the life of a special dog. So remember, go to underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and give what you can. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
Those oysters did not smell good.
You're back.
Well, hi. Hi. We're just reminiscing about the oysters at the break. They were something else. When we left for break, we talked about how we were going to do the You Pick round. This is the final round, the final round, where anybody who bids more than $20 can choose which items go in this one last Ice Cream Monday. So it's going to be a mix of things because I'm hoping more of you will bid. So we might need a bigger cup. We might actually need to use one of those big foam cups that we had here or something. But either way, I mean, if it wasn't so wasteful, I'd say just dump it in the giant ice cream jug. Yeah. But I think that's a little wasteful, so we won't do that because you might actually want to eat some ice cream later.
Oh, I'm sure I'll want lots later.
So again, anybody who wants to bid $20 or more can add their touch. We will be your sous chef.
Wolliver right here, at the chef's table.
Yes, Wolliver right here will gladly add your selection to this Ice Cream Monday. So, do we have any bids yet, Tiggs?
I'm looking. Oh, Shasta said slap them down for $20 for sriracha.
$20 for sriracha. Okay, and I think on the YouTube feed we also have something too. Where was it here? There was something here. I'm in for another $30 for onion straws from Bear.
Good call.
Ken asks, does the beer count? No, it does not count. The beer was in the picture because I showed it, but no, it does not count. So yes, we have so far $30 from Bear for onion straws, and you said how much from
$20?
$20 for sriracha. Okay, so we are currently in the process of formulating a onion straw and sriracha so far, but we need to add more. Those cups are big enough that we can actually add more stuff. Yeah. And I think, you know what might be nice is we just kind of blend it all together like a smoothie.
Oh, good.
Right? I think that would be actually a nice touch. Oh. Because bones blend, don't they?
They should.
Right? Bones blend. So who else would like to donate? Again, a minimum of $20, and we're going to add one of these lovely items to the mix. Oh, Oliver is going to donate $20 for more brown sauce. Yep. So, and he gets to prepare it. So he's joyfully putting in $20 worth of brown sauce in the mix there. Oh wow. So far we are at $70 for this one so far.
And Kanan, you better put extra brown sauce in there for Kanan. You just paid another $20.
Another $20 for brown sauce. So that's double shot of brown sauce for you. I think it was actually one of your least favorite items.
Yeah, it actually is really bad.
Because it was just salty.
Yeah,
just by
and it
itself.
has a really gross texture to it.
Yes,
too.
so I'm not sure what people use that sauce for. It says it's for Salisbury steak and stuff.
There's probably a recipe on the side if you want to find out.
Well, I'm just thinking that certainly they can do better than that, can't they? I mean, it's a big can though for $1, or was it $1? Can't tell. Is there a price on it? No, just cordon bleu. Depuis 1933.
Yeah.
That was made in 1933.
Yeah,
That's why it was that
probably.
texture. So we're at $90, right? I think for this round because we had 30, 20, 20, and 20. So we're at $90.
I'm impressed.
I'll do another 20.
Oh, another 20.
What was your least favorite though?
Probably, well, the oysters because of the texture.
Okay, well we'll put a couple oysters in there.
Oh, good.
Let's
Right?
do a couple oysters.
Yeah. So let's put some oysters in there. This is going to be something else. What else is there? Anybody else bidding? Let me check out the. Nothing else left on the YouTube chat right now. For some reason, just me, which we now know is Dr. J, said zebra spit, but I don't think that's not one of the items, Dr. J. So it's also not very sanitary. You know, if nothing else, we are being sanitary. But in fact, I didn't use this because, you know, but I might use this for this round just because in case you throw up, at least I'll have a face protection, right?
Oh, Bastian just bid $20 for oyster sauce.
Oh, oyster sauce. Is this the oyster sauce by itself, or does it go with the corned beef? He can specify.
He just said oyster sauce.
Okay, let's just do oyster sauce for $20. Yes, and you thought that was about as salty and gross as the brown sauce.
It's just salt. That's all it is.
Okay. Well, I don't know. People can they still hear me properly when I'm wearing this?
Oh no, I can hear you kind of, sort of, maybe.
Okay. But see, now you could spit on me, and I won't. You could be like that Dilophosaurus from Jurassic Park, and I'll be okay. I won't suffer Dennis Nedry's fate.
Yes, exactly. Later.
So, all right. Well, here I'm going to take this off for now. For now, I'll take it off just in case. So now, Dakota is asking on the the YouTube chat. How can you smell anything with the shield? Is that part of the round? Well, no. I mean, I can still smell stuff. The shield isn't like a... There's lots of room right here. I mean, odors can get through here. You know.
I got a friend for 20 with the tuna. And
Oh,
water.
so we have another bid for $20 for tuna. We need some tuna.
Add some of the water too, please.
Yes. Okay. Some of the water. Some of the packed in water. Dolphin free.
Oh well, that's just cheating.
Oh. And I think we're just gonna give it a good stir before we serve it to you, right?
That's good.
So we get everything kind of nice and mixed up. So what else do we have? Nothing else on the Yahoo channel for the moment.
Yahoo.
Sorry, the YouTube. I keep saying Yahoo because it starts with a Y.
Yeah, exactly.
Tiggs, anything else in the Telegram chat so far?
So far, so good.
$20. We need $20 from anybody for any one of these delicious.
Has he not suffered enough, damn it?
Well, no, he hasn't.
Fair enough.
Looks like Dr. J is saying mackerel for $20. So we got more mackerel. Make sure you get lots of skin and bone in there. Because that's the best.
That's where all the nutrients are.
That is. It's good for you. It's calcium, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so.
That'd be good.
Oh.
It'll fight osteoporosis. This is
So we can see. We're going to show this on camera here. Can you see that? Is that Tiggs? Is that showing up on camera?
Oh yes, it is.
Oh, look at that! Oh, delicious mackerel. Thank you, Dr. J. That is fantastic. So we are now at, I don't even know, I've lost count.
We're at 170, I believe.
170? $170 just for you to enjoy this last Ice Cream Monday. We have a few more minutes, so we'll keep going for just a few more minutes to try to...
You gotta let the ice cream melt and really
so
kind of
far,
blend.
this is what it looks like so far. There's a slurry at the bottom of the ice cream. Right?
Slurry is a word that never has a good application.
No, exactly. So I'm not even sure. I think this looks like Jupiter. There's a great red spot right there. Because anyway, we are waiting for more bids for anything that wants to be added. What do we got there? Tiggs, anything?
Well, Bandop's wished him luck.
Oh, okay.
But
luck doesn't help pay for dog food, Vandal.
It depends if you take all the money and go to the casino, maybe.
That's true. That's true. That could work. We won't be doing that with this money. It's too important for the dogs, to. I like how Wolliver's already cleaning up so we can get rid of the smell. I think we'll probably take this down to the hotel and tell them we have some items that need to go into the incinerator. No new things on YouTube. Slurry Flurry is never going to be a big seller at the DQ. No, it will not.
Mackerel blizzard.
Mackerel blizzard. What happens when you hold it upside down?
All the oil drips out.
Exactly. So we've got a few more minutes here. We're going to go for another couple of minutes here, 2, 3, 4 minutes. We have not added any Vienna sausage. We have not added any chili. We've not added any manwich sauce. We've not added any corned beef. So these are all items that are still possible to be. Oh, you can also double up on something that has been added previously. Don't forget the Vienna sausage comes with mustard, ketchup, relish. So it's like a hot dog in a cup on ice cream with mackerel. And oysters. And tuna. For all the seafood, you think that we're on a cruise ship. You'll probably get as sick as being on a cruise ship too at this point. So what do we got here? Okay, so it looks like Dr. J says he has sent the money directly to the Underdog site. So I'll believe him because he's a fine, upstanding citizen.
He is.
So, do we have any other bids, takes? We need some more action on that Telegram chat. There's 39 people watching, according to this right now. By the way, if you missed any of our programming from today, you can go right back to the beginning and watch us not realize that our mic is live during the test pattern phase when we were having some technical difficulties. And don't worry, we didn't say anything bad. Right?
Surprisingly.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Most of it was just about me.
Yes, most of it was just saying, what the... So definitely, if you missed any of the program, you can go back and watch it right from the very beginning. There's a lot of great programming that gives you a taste of some of the stuff that could have been at Furry this year, including a VR chat panel by M-Blade, a slide guitar panel by CMF, because I've already forgotten what that stood for. Canadian Mage Fox.
Yeah.
There's the hour and a half long panel by Dr. Nuka. Always popular at Furry. I mean, I can't believe people. So many of you go and watch basically what's like a college, a university lecture. And there was a lot of people watching today on the stream as well. My show Furry Tonight was on, and so like I said, go back and watch it anytime. It'll be on YouTube. It'll be available for you to watch, and you can enjoy it. And you can keep donating to Underdogs. We're going to find out from Underdogs how much money was donated today. And in the next couple days, and we'll report back on Twitter and on Facebook and wherever else. And you know what, Ken, if you're watching, because I know, or anybody from Underdogs, if you want to message me and let me know how much money has been raised before we go away for the night, that would be great. So
speaking of Ken, you just bid $20 for hot dogs.
Ken bid $20 for now. That comes with mustard, relish, and ketchup. So we're gonna add that.
You guys know how to spoil me.
So yes, we're going to hot dog in a cup, $20. Yes, delicious. So the nice thing is that we have to prepare this, because I brought the condiments from home, so they're in individual little Rubbermaid containers. So
we get to watch the feast being made.
It's quite something. Is there enough room in that cup for all this stuff? Yeah. Okay.
We'll make it work.
All right. We can throw some ice cream right on top as well to make it all better.
Dorn just added $20 for chili.
Dorn added chili. Oh, okay.
Just to smooth it out a little bit.
So what are we at? I don't know if I've kept track so far. $210 so far. This cup of
slurry.
Ice Cream Monday, this furry slurry.
Normally it's the hot tub, but this year it's a Sunday.
Yeah, it's a Sunday. It is it's something else. I'm not sure what, but it is something else. So we have another 6 minutes left in the show. basically, after this, we're going to go to Jake and I'm not sure who else. Jake and two other people. DJing tonight for the online dance portion of the show. I know Mblade was talking about having VR chat live during the dances as well, so you can go and check it out there as well. And I do really want to thank everybody that helped out today, whether it's Wooliver or Tiggs or Kalen or Kanan as well, for all the stuff he did up until now, and just everybody who's donated, everybody who contributed programming to today. We actually were really excited by this. It's been actually a really fun day. To be honest, a lot easier than running a con. But honest truth is, we can't wait to see you guys again. We don't know when that will be, but you know, we wanted to do this, and we can say right now, I think we can say with certainty that if there is no Christmas party, we will do another day of Fur ATV.
Yeah.
Right?
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. And don't forget to support the artists that are on our webpage.
Yep.
They have deals going on all weekend that they can certainly help them out, because obviously their incomes are significantly affected with no cons this year. Not just us, but no cons at all. So do we have anything else going into the FiDog says that they make regular donations on a weekly basis of 3 8 4 20, I'm not sure, bags of dog food to Barclay's place at work. Does that count? Well, you know what? Sure. Why don't we say, what would you like, FiDog? You can tell me what you would like, and we'll do that. And I just got a text. Jade from Underdogs just sent me a text saying that they are watching. They will send some totals, and we'll report that just before we go live so we got 3 minutes left in the show.
Cool.
Actually 2 minutes, because we have to cut away, right? Yeah. So 2 more minutes to close this out. Any last minute bids here? Let us know. And FiDog, if you're still watching, then let us know. But I think we're gonna make Thal eat this now.
I'll put $20 in for the onion straws.
Just to top it off?
Yeah.
You're gonna put $20 in your own?
Yeah.
Okay, so $20 from Thal for onion straws.
You need to add some more texture.
Just to add some texture to this, right? Yeah, this is something. This is unlike anything I've ever seen before. You know what? We're only missing mealworms. I think that's all we're missing. But here we go. That's the furry slurry, right there, people. Look at that. Look at that. All right, Val, you've got less than 2 minutes to eat. Enjoy.
Who's putting in $100? Twiga? Oh god. You have, if Twiga says, if he finishes the whole thing, there's another $100 in it.
Okay. Oh my goodness. And you've got to do it in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem. Ooh, I reached the mackerel.
This has been, I think this has actually been the worst of the three. The pizza, the puta. Oh my god! It's like finding a dead rat in your food. But this is probably the worst out of the three, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
My goodness. Oh. Ooh.
Stings the nostrils.
We've got 1 minute. So before we go, because we're going to go live to dances very shortly, Tiggs, Underdog says that directly donated to them has been a total of $365 today. Now, some of that is from here. So what we know is that we're going to have donated well over $1,000. You guys have done a great job. Well over $1,000 today. We will get that money to Underdogs. We'll get you guys a total in the next couple of days, but you've got another 20 seconds to finish this off. And Twiga, you owe us another $100 for Underdogs. Look at that. Amazing. Thal, you're a trooper. Guys, again, thank you very much. We're going to say goodnight now with the credits, and we will see you guys. Hopefully, we'll either see you in person or we'll see you at another Furry TV in December. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Hi, I'm Pip. I wanted to tell you more about how you can help Underdogs Rescue Society continue to help dogs find their forever homes. And I'm asking you to donate any amount, big or small, by visiting underdogsrescue.com and clicking that donate button. From food, vet bills, training, and all supplies, your generous donation can and will make a difference to the life of a special dog. So remember, go to underdogsrescue.com, click that donate button, and give what you can. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Reach up to the sky above higher, like you can't get enough. Reach up, push the feeling higher, and then you bring it back. Reach up to the sky above higher, like you can't get enough. Reach up, push the feeling higher, and then you bring it back. And then you bring it back. Spell. There's nothing you can do. Love is a potion mixed up by careless fools, and it takes
but no one here. What does that in the subtext? Will your voice be clear? As time goes by, you might find
You can tell I'm excited by the way my heart is beating. I'm gonna need a riot squad to help control my breathing. Communicating with bases like I can hear it speaking. He says when he drops my fellow ravens from the block this evening. I can feel it pushing up my heartbeat. In and out of consciousness, reclining like a car seat. Rat-tat-tat. All I hear is my hearing depleted. Cameras flashing, I'm getting sick and bleeding.
Run slowly in the dark light. 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 Dancing to the music. I liked it just like that. I liked it just like that. Dancing to the music. I liked it just like. I liked it just like that. 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 Dancing to the music. I liked it just like that. 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 Dancing to the music. I liked it just like that. 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 Dancing to the music. I liked it just like that. 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 Dancing to the music. I liked it just like that. Just like that. Dancing to the music. Just like that. I liked it 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 just like that. Dancing to the music. I liked it just like that. 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 I liked it just like that.
down with the booty shake.
Temperature is up.
Out of my brain, roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk out of my brain, roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk out of my brain, roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. Rock this club, diamonds on my necklace, party all night. I ain't trying to see the exit. Remy A so drunk out of my brain, roll up in the range, I'm out of y'all range. I'm out of y'all range. Hey, yo, play that shit again.
all night long. Non-stop all night long.
Basslines are my muse. It makes music tangible. I can become the song. I am the wavelength. Your mind is the input, and your body's the output, and the music is the energy. It's simple science. It's physics. Passion knows no pain. I can go for hours writing a dirty beat. Like, we all show up looking good as hell, but forget about it once the bass hits. It's non-stop.
All night long. Non-stop. All night long.